All right. First of all, I want to thank everyone that is here. Thank you for your commitment to the institution, to the city, because this is very important so we can align with sometimes from time to time, I think we need to do tuning on the machine, and this is what we're here for. And thank you for all taking the time, the effort, the resources. And with that, I will start this meeting. This is a special meeting for January 28, convening at 9:11 p.m. I don't have the grapple, so City Clerk, can we do the roll call?
Councilmember Bregman, Councilmember
Here.
Mayor Potem Hothy.
Here.
Mayor Yepes.
Here.
Councilmember Craig Hensley. Here. Councilmember Nakanishi.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will turn it now to the interim city manager, James.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Before we kick off this morning session or this entire day session, I did want to specifically call out some very special people that made today possible. Two of them are in the room there with Linda and Vanessa. Thank you so much for making today as nice as it is and the setup and the organization. And Dang behind the scenes, who we're not going to see a whole lot of, but is making a lot of making all of the technology happening for us today. So really, something like this is not possible without the teams that are supporting us. And so it is my pleasure today to be able to present this overview that the council had requested. And I think it's an excellent opportunity for the city as an organization and our department head team, our leadership through the city council, to review what are the priorities moving forward for the community as defined by the council. It's something that I would encourage the city to do, if not on an annual basis, at least every couple of years. We are going to be focusing specifically the framework of what the priorities of the community are. The council defined in May of 23 as a strategic vision. And that strategic vision consists of 8 priorities and a number of milestones within each of those priorities. Additionally, the city council has a set of what I call operating guidelines that they use to function as a body effectively. And we here in Lodi, we define that as the city council protocol manual. That is another component of today's review that we'll be covering during the afternoon time period. So it's a combination of the two documents. The way we're going to be handling today's session is there is what I call a working agenda, which has some target timelines for how we're going to be covering the 8 priorities throughout the day, intersprinkled with some breaks and a lunch. We are going to be reviewing each priority as it was adopted in 23. We'll provide some very high level and general updates to the council on what's been accomplished, which has almost been 3 years now since these were adopted. Some of the key things, some things maybe there hasn't been a lot happening in that area because we've been so busy working on other priorities. One of the things I'm going to be asking the city council to do is reflect on the priority and the milestones. Are they still relevant today? Are there things that you want to adjust? We'll have some recommendations for some changes to you. Once we present those and those updates to you, we'll be seeking clarifying questions of the council, specifically on that priority. After those clarifying questions, we'll open up public comment on that priority. And so you can see where throughout the day, we're going to be covering different topics. So if you do have particular public comments that you want to add to that topic, I just ask you save it for when we're discussing that priority. After public comment, we'll turn back to the city council to deliberate and provide us direction. We'll be documenting all the direction that we've received today and returning to the city council with a new resolution that will update the priorities and the milestones at a regular city council meeting. How soon that comes back probably depends a lot upon the changes from today's meeting. There is something I want to specifically call attention to for the council. And we have given you a hard copy of what we call activity descriptions. This is a very important operational plan for each city department that is often overlooked in the city budget because we're all looking at the numbers. But this is how the city organization and the department heads translate the city council priorities into an annual work effort. And it's also helps us align the budget and how we're spending money and how we're spending our time and resources and aligning them to the city council goals and priorities. So as we look forward into how are we implementing your priorities, this is something I'm going to encourage the city to refer back to and spend extra time on in this 26-27 budget development time to make sure that as we update these priorities and we start building the budget for next fiscal year, that we see that alignment. And this is also where you'll find a lot of the details sometimes that you'll see missing in the high-level document that we're working on from today. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and jump into what I'm going to call the first priority. And at this time, I'm going to remind the public and the council that when these were adopted in 23, there was a very intentional statement made that these are not in priority order. They're listed alphabetically in your adoption resolution. So moving forward, I'm not suggesting that we change that. We have reordered them so they're not in alphabetical order today. They're in order of, we thought, groupings that we thought were going to be good for working through all 8 during the course of a day and grouping them that we thought were fairly similar. In the event that there is a prioritization of these 8, that's direction we would definitely be seeking. But right now, we're going to continue with the presumption that they all have equal value. Within each priority, there's a stretch goal. Fiscal health is the first priority. The stretch goal that was adopted by the council 3 years ago for fiscal health was to create a fiscal structure to accomplish the city council strategic priorities. How are we being able to build a budget and execute the budget so that these 8 priorities are being met? The milestones that were adopted, there were 5 milestones. Promote the city's fiscal transparency and citizens' fiscal fluency. Position Lodi to maintain a diversified revenue mix. Ensure elected leaders and staff remain focused on the priorities. Anticipate and advocate against unfunded mandates while ensuring the city has equal amounts of funding to annual depreciation levels to maintain assets. And improve pension as against average cities by 25%. So that is what was adopted. What have we been doing these past few years? On the first milestone, in promoting the city's fiscal transparency, there's a number of things here that the city council has done over the past 3 years. Recently, the city council formed a city council finance committee, and that was specifically to add another touch point, another opportunity for public input dialogue, but also to allow council members to dive deep into certain aspects of the city's finances that oftentimes a large regular city council meeting doesn't lend itself well to. And that so far, I think, has proven very valuable, at least for me, I hope for the council as well. We have been using and continue to use the ClearGov online budgeting tool, which is a very user-friendly online web-enabled interface to the city's budget, which allows users to easily access fund summaries, department budgets, priorities, do searches within the budget. We are getting now back into the regular schedule of monthly and quarterly reporting to the council on the city's finances. Our monthly reporting includes our treasurer's report, which has been revamped and will be coming to you. And the quarterly reports you have been receiving now is the investment reports, and then our expenditures and our contracts between $30,000 and $60,000. One of the new ideas that I have quickly broached with staff just recently is the value of the budget in brief or budget at a glance document. And that's really is valuable not only for the council and the staff, but it's a great communication tool for the community. So I think I would leave the city with the idea that a budget in brief mailed to every address in the city so that both businesses and residents have a bird's eye view of where their tax money is spent and how much tax money we are actually receiving. This communication vehicle oftentimes can be used to help folks appreciate actually how little taxes they pay come to the city, especially when you look at property tax. They look at their big property tax bill and they realize we're only getting pennies on the dollar. And that's a nice communication tool, I think, in the future. We look at a diversified revenue mix from the city. I provided a snapshot here of our major revenue source, which is taxes. No surprise there. Over 60% of our total revenue, and about $60 million, $56 million in revenue from taxes. What is encouraging here is when I look at the diversification, sales and property tax are about equal value. That's good. It would be good to see other large amounts and other sources of revenue there. But why that is good, and what COVID demonstrated to Lodi, is that the property tax does not have an immediate impact, immediate result of the economy. Whereas sales tax and TOT, hotel tax, are very, very reactive almost immediately to what's happening in the local, regional, and statewide economies. So as sales taxes are going up and down like the stock market might, property taxes remain stable and ever increasing. It's just a matter of how much they're going to increase. We don't see here in California significant declines in property tax revenue. So those are, I think that's solid. As we look at ways to generate additional revenue, those are things to keep in mind because those are your biggest sources of sales and property. Due to when we touch on this a little bit later, but due to the very low transient occupancy or hotel tax that the city has, and we don't have a significant number of hotel rooms like adjacent cities do, we're looking at only currently $1.5 million in revenue from TOT tax. Other significant sources of revenue, just to note, is the payment in lieu of taxes that the city, the general fund receives for having its own electric utility. And the city owns considerable amounts of land. And with that ownership comes lease revenue, which sometimes is overlooked when we look at the land and buildings that we lease to the courts, the Peaker plant at Lodi Lake, NCPA, among many others. There's a long list here, but ultimately that comes to about $6 million in lease revenue every year to the general fund. This is just a pie chart real quickly, just to show that how large a component of the revenue taxes make up. Just, I'm not asking you to look at the numbers, just visually you can see the difference that the next largest source of revenue is only 12% of the total. Ensure elected leaders and staff remain focused on fiscal priorities. And one of the things is we identify the key fiscal priorities. And so as we ensure that we stay focused, reviewing the strategic vision, going through our budget every year, doing our mid-year adjustment, all of that helps us keep focus. Additionally, if there are other key fiscal priorities within these milestones, it's good to identify those so that we can say, yeah, that's super important. Is it maintaining staffing levels? Is it making sure our depreciation funds are fully funded? Those are things that are just good reminders. If there's anything that comes out of this discussion that are of particular note and importance to the council, it'd be good to receive that. Milestone number D, anticipate and advocate against unfunded mandates and ensuring the city has funding for depreciation. Those are two very distinct milestones. We are recommending that you break those out into two separate milestones in the update. There has been interest expressed to staff at council meetings for the city council to retain a lobbyist that can be built into next fiscal year's budget. And I think this particularly is responsive to the unfunded mandates point. I think it has also been brought up just finding out what additional revenue lobbyists could secure from the city, from the legislature. So I wanted to make sure we didn't lose sight of that interest and an ability to receive direction on that. One of the things, as we look at our annual depreciation, there is a number of funds, and everything I'm talking about today is general fund. When we talk about depreciation levels, vehicle replacements, facilities, and assets, they have enterprise funds. And what an enterprise fund is, for those that are watching in the public, is we have dedicated sources of revenues that are typically fee-based that are only used to run that system or operation of the city. Our water system is funded by our water rates, our sewer system, sewer rates, our electric utility by electric rates. we can't use that revenue to operate the city. For instance, parks and public safety, which are our two most expensive operational centers in the general fund. So as we look at what we need to replace city vehicles, we're not necessarily talking about the vehicles the electric utility uses to maintain our electric system. We're talking about police, fire, parks, streets, community development, building inspector vehicles. And so that's the focus here. The other thing is the same goes with facilities and facility maintenance. We have a lot of facilities like this beautiful one that we're in today. Very, very expensive to maintain over time. And the capital needs due to the age of the building is significant. And we're going to be touching upon that. So when we look at the one-time funding that's needed to be able to make these initial investments, and if you can just look around you, you can see already the money that the city has put into this building. Then there's the ongoing money to save as things age out. And we experienced some of the problems of not saving enough when we had our boilers go out in the police department and the courts. We had to shut down the city jail because we could not keep the temperature at an adequate level for the inmates that are required by law. I guess it's okay for the employees to suffer. Some of them just got into patrol cars to keep warm. And the courts were very unhappy with this. But we've now replaced those boilers through emergency funding. But that's an example of what can happen when we don't adequately address these maintenance and depreciation levels. $8 million one-time funding needed for annual vehicle replacement and facility maintenance. These are one-time shot in the arm to bolster these funds so we can get back to an annual general fund allocation of dollars. Right now, we're only funding our facility maintenance reserve at about $500,000 a year. That really needs to be doubled to realistically have the funds that we need to replace aging infrastructure in our facilities, whether it be roofs, air conditioning units, boilers, elevators. And that's an ongoing annual need. When we look at our pension reserve, one of the goals, improve pension as against average cities by 25%. There's sure some history there. We're going to recommend to you all a different milestone that we utilize the pension stabilization reserve to reduce the fiscal impact of growing pension expenses. That's its intended use. We have just had a finance committee meeting where we dove into this subject at length. And at the February 4th City Council meeting, you'll see a recommendation from the finance committee that we do look at how we utilize that pension reserve. Now that the assets have grown to over $31 million, that is there to use to assist the general fund in managing through this growing cost center for the city. And so that's a recommended change there. And so with that concludes my overview and updates of the fiscal health priority. And myself and our department head team and our management team are available to answer any clarifying questions before we go to public comment.
All right. Does council have any clarifying question for the staff?
I do.
Okay.
I do too.
Okay, well, Ellen, you go first.
Sure, okay. We own a Lodi electric utility. I always get confused how much revenue we get from that. We didn't have it. According to the figure you gave me, $13 million that the general fund gets from owning that property. Am I correct or not?
There's many benefits that the city has from running its own electric utility. The one that was highlighted in the slide deck was what we call a property tax in lieu, which is $7 million a year. If we had a PG&E or some other utility, we would be charging them franchise fees and other things for running a system within our city limits. And that is an equivalent value of that fee. And so that is just one advantage. There are others, and you can add up dollars. But for that particular line item, it was $7 million.
Can you tell me exact figures that the Lodi gets because we own this? Is that possible? Fine.
I think, you know what, that is possible to dig up and during, we have a presentation coming forward on mid-year for our mid-year budget review by the council. I'll task staff to coming up with a number that shows the financial benefit to the general fund of the electric utility.
All I want is general round figure.
Right,
You don't-
right.
You don't spend a lot of time on this.
Yep. We can
I
do,
know.
we can do that for you for the February 4th.
Thank you.
I just want to follow up with, Mr. Lindsay, you can go back a slide so that we kind of follow along. Yep, go back one more. Okay, there you go. Question on the finance committee. I think that is important that we set that up. Is finance committee reviewing treasurer's report and investment report, or are they establishing larger policy? I don't think we have, purpose goals, bylaws that I've seen, but I might be incorrect on that.
So there is a resolution that the city council adopted that, generally speaks to what the finance committee, can be doing, will be doing. I could look that up for you on those specifics, but to answer the question specifically, all of those reports that you just mentioned have been reviewed by the finance
Okay.
committee and then will go to the city council.
That's great.
We had a question on especially the investment report,
Mhm.
and the finance committee had some good recommendations. And we then presented that new format to the council when we last did investments with you. So that it's working out as a nice iterative process.
Okay, I also think, as we recall, there came some recommendation out of the Measure L committee, because again, that's finance. I'd be interested in seeing how Measure L recommendations is coordinating with finance, because it's something I think is tied together. So,
Got it. Noted. Thank you.
I love the budget in brief, because I do think it's important to be transparent to the community. We had a great presentation last night by our PIO and the consultant on our social media newsletter, all of our engagement, public engagement. I think that's extremely useful to use that tool to get information out about the budget in brief. We do, and this maybe you can speak to, or Janelle can speak to it. We do have, as council remembers, when we go to work on the budget, we do have a budgeting program that allows public feedback. So are we going to be continuing that process, not just talking about how we use the budget, but getting input from the community on their priorities for budgeting?
That is a great question for Janelle.
See, I knew you'd be the one.
But good morning. We certainly can resurrect that program. We haven't used it, or we did not use it last fiscal year because there was some change in leadership, but we can definitely bring it back. I have the contact for that program specifically, or if you want me to look into other things before budget adoption, obviously, to bring you some statistics, I will.
Yeah, I think it's useful to get whatever process you use.
Mhm.
I'm fine with it, but it does help council, like when we're doing something like this, to understand what the community thinks are budgeting priorities as well. So the more we do on the front end and then the back end to support that, I think that demonstrates the engagement we're looking for. So,
Yeah.
so thank you. That's it for me, for you.
Thank you.
On the diversified revenue mix, I'm going to continue on with Councilman Nakanishi's. So just to be clear, the 7.7 million payment in lieu of taxes pilot is in the special fund, or is a portion of that going to the general fund as well? Because I know we were talking general fund, but
This is direct general fund benefit.
this is the direct benefit. Okay. And then the 6 million in lease revenue. I think as we look at opportunities down the road, which I know we're looking at with Peaker Plant and other things, just kind of looking at those lease opportunities for other city-owned facilities, kind of exploring what the opportunity may be there would be useful to know.
I agree. I agree. When we look at the component, $6 million in lease revenue is attributable to the land the city owns. And so when we add all of that up, it is cumulative to that $6 million number, and it really is responsible for some of the key ones. As we dive into and talk about parks and other revenue generating opportunities, you'll see that the opportunities and the scale of the revenue is considerably smaller. And we should be looking at that, absolutely. But not lose sight of the fact that it will be in our fee revenue component of this pie chart, it's a small amount. And so we should be looking at every dollar. I agree. But I wanted to put that in context.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. I think that to that point, when we're doing strategic planning, we try to think a little bit bigger than just the year ahead. So key fiscal priorities, should those, and I think you alluded to this, should those not also be tied to whatever council identifies as program project priorities in the other areas of the strategic plan?
That's for the council to give us direction.
Okay. I think we have, a number of us have mentioned the hiring a lobbyist. I certainly know that would be beneficial for those of us who do lobby at the state and federal level to have that direction, because other cities are there with their lobbyists, and sometimes they go separate from one voice, or if you guys go for NCPA or whatever it is, that opportunity exists, and I think we should take advantage of that. And that is obviously a question of budget annually. So just, I want to know what that dollar value may be going down the road and what the return on investment is, if we can have some assumptions for that down the road. So I think actually the interesting thing is on the $1 million in annual funding for facility maintenance. Does this include all city facilities, including parks facilities, or is this just buildings, not including playgrounds? What is that 1 million in annual maintenance?
Yeah, so this is facility maintenance, which is buildings only. And
Buildings.
this is a total of 1 million, additional money that's needed. So that is the amount of money that we think ongoing is going to be needed only for buildings. When we look at the ongoing need for parks, we are looking, when we get to that discussion, we'll be putting that into a full-time equivalency and a dollar amount needed for parks maintenance staff,
Okay,
and the one-time money needed for parks.
okay, appreciate it. And I think on the 8 million one-time funding for vehicle replacement, I'll assume that what that does do is reduce to some degree our maintenance costs, because we will have new equipment and not have to be spending it on trying to maintain old, outdated equipment.
That is a side benefit.
Okay.
The primary reason, or what we do that for, is that when we go this past year in the current budget, a lot of creative number crunching was done because we needed to replace fire apparatus.
Mhm.
We hadn't saved up enough money for it. So we scrambled, but it worked. You don't want to scramble.
Mhm.
And so that is more of the intent of the vehicle replacement fund. So when a piece when a vehicle is needed to be replaced based on a depreciation schedule, to your point, we do need to get it offline. So we're not wasting a lot of money on maintenance. But more importantly, we need to be able to have the financial resources. So when that does get offline, we can immediately be on deck to purchase it, especially the lead time for the fire vehicles particularly.
Yeah. So in essence, what we can say, it's 8 million one time, but we could sock away some money annually to get to that number, even though that number is going to go up because equipment costs go up every single year. Because 8 million is a big chunk to actually, okay, where's that going to come from?
Yeah.
So,
And it is a big chunk, 5 million for vehicles, 3 million for facility maintenance, one-time fund insertion. So the 8 million is representative for both vehicles and facilities, 5 for vehicles, 3 for facilities. And you're absolutely right. This one-time funding is a big hurdle. And if we have a plan of making sure that we are putting the annual amount aside that we need for vehicle replacement, and then supplementing that annual amount to bring the fund up to its normal funded, it's needed operational level. We do that with what we call an extra payment. So you would have your ongoing payment to vehicle replacement, and then you would then add to that to build up to that needed infusion of 5 million.
And lastly, I appreciate staff's recommendation. I think that gives council a little bit more flexibility as we're working towards ensuring that we've got appropriate funding in the pension stabilization reserve. So that's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead. Few different items, and especially looking at our U Department Electric Utility. As far as income to our general fund goes, Jeff, would you talk a little bit about how we're grandfathered into some of that income? As far as state law goes with utilities?
Sure. So the council had actually adopted years ago a formula that determines what the annual payment in lieu of tax payment is. It's tied directly to the number of active customer accounts we have within the city. So as the city expands and grows, our contribution ostensibly would grow alongside that. We also, on an annual basis, pay somewhere between $4 and $5 million to general services for, human resources, IT, finance support, and that is not counted in the $7.7 million that the pilot fee currently is right now. And then, as city manager Lindsay had talked about, we've also been instrumental in bringing on the annual lease payments associated with the peaker plant up at Lodi Lake.
And as far as a budget item goes, I mean, as our city grows, that revenue source will increase, which is nice.
It will, yeah. So as the number of active accounts increases, the pilot payment is automatically recalculated on an annual basis. Historically, we've only seen somewhere between maybe 0.5% to 1.5% growth in terms of customer accounts. So we haven't seen very large jumps. However, looking forward, if the city does move forward with some larger annexations and you see some larger developments, along the borders of the city, you could see a substantial increase in the number of customer accounts over the next decade.
Great. And can we go over the lease in as many details as possible for our peaker plant? How long are we expecting the revenue source? What's the life cycle of the plant? Do we expect to spend any money on maintenance?
Sure. So the way the current lease is structured right now, that plant is actually owned and operated by the Department of Water Resources, the state of California. They've contracted out with a company called Enchanted Rock. The lease started in 2023 for an initial 5-year term. They were paying the city $2.8 million a year in lease payments for that 5-year term. They do have an option to extend for an additional, I believe it's 3 years, starting in 2028. And that would continue the $2.8 million a year lease payment, plus there's an actual CPI adder for those additional 3 years if the state chooses to execute that option. If they choose not to execute that option, the city of Lodi has the first right of refusal to purchase that power plant and continue to operate it. There's a handful of hurdles that would need to be evaluated before the city makes that determination. We would need to look at what's the deliverability and ability of that plant to be bid into the energy markets. What do we think the value is, both of the capacity, the resource adequacy component, as well as the energy component? How does it fit into the electric utilities existing portfolio? And then what would it cost for us to take ownership and continue to operate that plant? We would most likely try to contract out the plant maintenance, operations, and dispatch to NCPA, similar as we do with our other power resources right now. But all of those components will need to be evaluated at the time in which the city would determine if we wanted to execute that right to purchase. If we decide we don't want to take on the peaker plant, that plant's probably a $50 to $75 million investment that the state had made. I think there's a very strong likelihood that some interested party would want to purchase that plant from the state if the city walks away, and at that point, they would still have to negotiate with the city and continue a lease agreement and ongoing lease payments. So the only scenario where I think the city is probably looking at the revenue from the Pico plant going away would be if for some reason the state decides they are not interested in executing their option. The city of Lodi determines it's not financially feasible or in our best interest to take it over, and no other interested party wants to invest and operate it, at which point it would be decommissioned.
And that last option would be highly unlikely for three different parties to reject that offer. I mean, do you think it would pan out for the city to eventually purchase that?
You know, I would struggle to see the logic in a $70 million asset being decommissioned after 5 years.
And what is the life of the project?
These types of turbines and power plants, you know, typically as they're designed and operated, it's at least a 20 to 25-year asset. But that being said, there's continual ongoing maintenance. This isn't a single engine like some of the other large natural gas plants in the state. This is actually a whole bunch of smaller engines. So these things can be monitored, maintained, swapped out as needed. You're not likely to have a single point of catastrophic failure where the entire plant goes down. So if you're taking care of this type of a plant, it could potentially run, you know, 30, 40 years.
Okay, and do we expect that income source or revenue from that plant to increase by much? You mentioned API is what you meant.
So the CPI index, I believe, is linked to the Bay Area Index. I don't recall if it's capped at 5%. I apologize. I should have printed out the contract terms. But I think it's reasonable to assume that starting in 2028, you'd probably see a 3 to 5% increase year after year.
And even if the state extends their lease, we're still going to expect a revenue source from them. Even if the city purchases the plant, then still going to work with our electric utility to have it leased to this or from the city to the department. So really that revenue source isn't going away,
Yeah, and
reasonably speaking, for the next 20 years.
City Manager Lindsay and I have had quite a bit of discussion about this in terms of, you know, which entity would it make sense to potentially purchase the plant, but it's certainly going to be council's prerogative on how they would want to structure that purchase option, and, you know, either way, lease revenue would be coming back to the general fund.
Great. Thank you very much. And one more item. As far as our finance department, one thing I have noticed, and I commend all of the work they have done, is we need to stay on top of items. I think I saw that in 2 years ago with electrical utility billing, right, when we had a new payment program. So I'm very interested in, again, staying ahead of the curve. Would it be possible to get some type of small report on if there's anything that department thinks the council can help with to help progress in efficiency? You guys need more staff. Just, is there anything on our end we're able to help with?
During next week's council meeting, the mid-year budget is going to be presented. And one of those options, or one of the opportunities that we would like you all to consider is a possible position in utility billing to
Okay.
increase our utility billers. So we'll be asking for that at mid-year.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Mikey.
So a lot of things have already been mentioned, but I guess I'll just hammer home the bit about lobbying. Prior to ever being elected here, I was staff member to Assemblymember Jim Cooper, now Sac Sheriff. But in that time, we delivered $750K for Zupo Field after the fire. We delivered $500,000 for cybersecurity after our systems were attacked, and $1 million for erosion mitigation at Lodi Lake after, that whole issue with the picnic structure potentially falling into the Mokelumne River. And so I've been talking about the lobbying thing for a very long time with very little progress, so it's good to see it as a bullet point, but I would love to see like some serious movement on that front because we haven't really realized any of these state dollars since 2019. So there's a serious opportunity there. And then I guess the only other thing I'll mention is that the one thing that is missing from this that I've talked about a couple of times is some sort of a discussion on legalizing cannabis retail and distribution in this city. It's already legal at the state, and really to hammer this issue home right now, as people are talking, I went on Weed Maps and ordered $73.25 worth of indica gummies, and they will be delivered here in 90 minutes. And the city of Stockton is going to capture $6.55 of that sales tax revenue. So I understand there's a variety of opinions related to cannabis, but I'm telling you that it's happening and it will be delivered here in 90 minutes. And it has to be a discussion point for us because we're missing out on serious tax dollars.
Thank you for all your guys' comments. I think many of the things have been touched, so I just have two questions. Can we go back to the slide where they have 60%?
Is that the slide?
Yeah, the slides that has the pie chart.
Oh, the pie chart.
Yeah. So what is the 60%? Can you explain that a bit for me?
Explain the what?
The blue one, the blue.
Oh, the interfund credit. So yeah, I'll have Janelle come up and speak to some of the specifics. This is where we get into kind of the budget document vocabulary, and there could be a lot of things that go in interfunds. So if you could explain that one.
The largest portion of that is cost of services. So basically, we have the enterprise funds, and they get supported by the city attorney's office, HR, finance. So what we do is we charge those funds a cost of service for our services. So it's all broken down. So basically, a transfer is made into the general fund from those departments.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Question for you, James. So can you go back to the last slide where it says the objective that we set up a few years ago? So when it says improve an E, where it says improve pensions as against average cities by 25%, what is the mean specifically, and how far are we, or did we exceed this?
So I think that is, I would need actually to turn that question back to those that were present when that language was formulated. I can tell you that some cities like to look at other cities' funded ratios.
Okay.
And so I took an opportunity and I looked at Tracy and Manteca's CalPERS actuarial reports. And it becomes evident very quickly that that is not a comparison I would recommend. Because the actuarial data that comes from CalPERS is based on the demographics of the workforce. Manteca's workforce, the city employees, are going to be completely different just from an age, longevity standpoint than the city of Lodi's. And so their funded ratio is a reflection of those actuarial reports. And it's not necessarily reflected of policy that the city is making. And so I don't know what went into the 25% discussion since that was adopted back in 23. It is something I would recommend the council not do because Lodi is managing the pension liability the way Lodi needs to for its community in the council, not comparing it to what other cities are doing when you're comparing apples and oranges at that point.
So would you suggest then get rid of E then, or reword it different? Okay.
We go back to the selected language, recommended restating, utilize the pension stabilization reserve to reduce the fiscal impact of growing pension expenses. That's the milestone.
Okay.
That I'm recommending that you place that with. There is a pension stabilization policy, which you're now very familiar with, being on the finance committee, that speaks to the details. So I don't think the details need to be here. But I think for fiscal health, it's important to acknowledge what the council is doing to address these ongoing pension costs. I'm going to take this opportunity to make a commercial announcement. Those ongoing pension costs are predominantly from the unfunded accrued liability, which is a short-term phenomenon. Cities eventually will not have to pay the UAL component. That will then ultimately get paid down to either a minuscule amount or to nothing. And so this reserve is truly meant to be temporary over the next couple, until about 2040. So a few more decades to get us through this hurdle. Anyway, so that's my commercial announcement that the pension stabilization reserve is a unique instrument the city put in place that was very, very wise. And you did a phenomenal job saving money. Now it's time to use that money until the UAL no longer is a component of our cost structure.
Okay, thank you. Can we, how are we doing? Is this more direction or do we have to take votes? Because I want to address two things, the lobbying, that we should put it as a discussion for the mid-year budget. I think it's already in there. And about the other source of funding there, at least I believe we should have the conversation, even though people have different opinions, we should have the conversation as a community. Oh, okay, then I will go back. to
Then
that.
I agree.
All right, but yeah, all right. All right, we'll move to public comments. City Clerk, do we have any public comments?
Mayor, we don't have comment cards here, but you're welcome to invite any member of the public present if they would like to provide public comment on this item. I also have Zoom, and so for any member of the public that's on Zoom, if you want to provide public comment, please raise your hand so that I can call on you. But right now, I don't have any hands raised.
All right, I would like to invite anybody in the audience if they would like to share something about this item. Seeing none, I will go back to council comments again, last comments. So, okay, now let's go back to the.
How do we do this from here on out? What I'm going to recommend is that we walk through the priority, the stretch goal, and the milestones. And when we get consensus or direction on what do we want to do with those, for the topics that were brought up specifically related to action items. That I don't necessarily need a motion to vote if it's clear that there is, majority council direction to move forward on an item and to bring it back, right? So as an example, if lobbyist wasn't inserted as a milestone change, but the city council definitely wanted to include that with either a mid-year or a 26-27 budget item, that would be direction you would give us. Maybe a milestone doesn't change, I don't know, we'll see. But then we would note that direction to make sure that we come back to you with that allocation within a budget, either mid-year or next fiscal year. So with that, Mayor, I would just check in with the council and be presumptuous that fiscal health is still a strategic priority of the council. And then we can move on to the stretch goal. The stretch goal, create a fiscal structure to accomplish the city council strategic priorities. Does that stretch goal to hit that priority still resonate with the council? And if it, I'm going to keep going, then I'll wait for statements otherwise. How's that? Milestone A, promote the city's fiscal transparency and citizens' fiscal fluency. Is that still a milestone that fits the council today?
I would say so, because I think in particular as it relates to the budget and to your point, Mr. Lindsay, we started that effort with the finance committee. So I still think it's important because fiscal transparency isn't just for the citizens, it's for us too. So I still think that's a worthy goal.
Okay.
Are we prioritizing here or you just want to go through first?
Right now, what we're doing is making sure that these are still relevant.
Okay.
When we hit a milestone, if there are changes or if there's, that's the time to tell me, hey, let's stop, let's talk about that language. Let's insert something different.
Yeah, I think the only thing I would really on that, I don't know that I would change anything other than I just want to emphasize that an action item under that is specific to the budget and ensuring that we are from start to finish. And that's more a work plan or maybe an action item that comes out of that A.
I recall the question to Janelle regarding the community engagement
Right.
tool. And is that what you're referring
Yeah.
to? Okay, very good. So I have noted, and we've noted that that is, I'm going to make an assumption that's fairly good consensus among the council to reintroduce the community engagement tool that Janelle mentioned as we look at building the 26-27 budget. So we're happy to do that. Milestone B, position Lodi to maintain a diversified revenue mix that reflects the economic prosperity of the community. I'm going to jump in and ask the question of this: what is the significance of a revenue mix that reflects the economic prosperity of the community? I'm not sure if that really informs this milestone. Very much appreciate positioning the city of Lodi to maintain a diversified revenue mix and just leaving that milestone there. But again, I would just need to be informed of the reasoning behind that last series of words, how significant that was.
I agree with the change that you're suggesting.
I think the idea was when we first discussed this, and staff probably has some, this is 3 years ago, so, trying to remember that. I think the point was building to a level where our city's economy would be more diversified. So I actually agree that you don't need that last part, just position Lodi to maintain a diverse revenue mix.
All right, we'll make that change. In C, ensure elected leaders and staff retain focus on fiscal priorities. And the question I had then, as I was presenting this earlier, was, are there particular fiscal priorities that you wanted to call out in this milestone? Or is it, the fiscal priority of fiscal health, creating a fiscal structure to accommodate the strategic priorities?
My request in my comments was tied to council approved program priorities. And I think the question I have for council is, do we do that and say that for the entire 3 years or 5 years, however we've decided this strategic plan is running, or do we say annual priorities? It may be annual priorities because we accomplish something in one of them and then we change it the next year.
I would like to see more 1 year because it's more short term than long term. But I think some by nature are long term, right? But yeah.
So then I guess I would say on fiscal priorities tied to council approved, I don't know if program is the right word, but council approved program project priorities, something along those lines. Mr. Lindsay, maybe you have a more artful way to state it.
We will put some brain power on that.
Okay, thank you. Tied back. The budget, actually fiscal priorities being also understood that the budget is,
D, anticipate and advocate against unfunded mandates. I'm going to suggest that you stop D there and that you introduce a milestone that would become E, and then strike the word while. Ensure the city has funding amounts equal to annual depreciation levels to maintain assets. So those are broken out into two.
I'm fine with that.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. And then the council, I think I'm safe saying that there is council consensus for staff to return with a budget appropriation to hire a lobbyist. Would the preference of the council be to introduce that? The packet for your February 4th mid-year budget goes out tomorrow. But that's something that you can give us direction for on February 4th if you want it added to mid-year. Alternatively, we can build it into the fiscal year 26-27 budget development as that's being kicked off here in a couple of weeks.
Actually, budgeting, lobbying for state funding and federal funding, we're kind of late to the game on that. Does it make more sense to go to 25, 26, or am I wrong?
No, you have to get requests in before May.
Okay,
The May revise is the
Yeah.
next big deadline.
so I mean, it's like, we'd have to hire a firm, we have to do all of that and get all that in place and have priorities and then, you know, I don't know.
It'd have to happen over the next few weeks.
Yeah.
We've been reached out to by two
Right.
large firms down there. I know James has met with them. So, you know, that is teed up. Of course, I assume we want to do some sort of RFP, but, you know, we do have two serious operators that have approached us.
So we could start at least this year with portion of funds from the mid-year, get us on track, and then fully move into prioritization for the next lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. But I also think it's like you have to lay the groundwork for
Yeah.
relationship building.
Sure.
You know, and you could start that, you know, even at some point this year, understanding that you might not realize any revenues until the following budget year or even, you know, sometime thereafter. But I think ultimately we just need to start laying the groundwork and that it just hasn't been happening. So.
Question? Yeah. Mikey, I follow your example because you were with Senator, right? I've always felt that we have a lobby, the best lobbyist is your senator or your assemblyman. We've never done that, except you, right? I mean, you work for a senator, he brought us money and so forth. So that's the best lobbyist. But throughout my years, I've never found a time where we met with the city senator and assemblyman, said, this is what we want. You did it because you represented it. But so my question is, in the past, we didn't have money for lobbyists. You know, we're looking at budgetary. What's your thoughts about that? We begin a year and we find out we'll be fiscally short, right? And how much will the lobbyists cost also?
Yeah.
So that's my concern. That's not the priority of the budget, right? To pay for the police park and so forth. So that's my concern. I don't mind talking about it, right? But you gotta make a decision. When you know, have a budget, you know you're gonna have money, right? It's like, we spent $100,000, all of us, giving charity to local, we've never done that before. So the thing about this, we better see what the money is first, if we have it, and then go ahead. So I'm not against it. You follow what I'm saying, right?
Sure. Yeah, I'll say that most like serious cities have lobbyists. You know, I look at, you know, Sacramento, Elk Grove, the city of Los Angeles has a whole like building dedicated to just this effort. So, you know, I just look at.
Manteca has one. I mean, I'm not just
Manteca.
looking at LA,
Yeah.
Gracie, Stockton, the county has a separate one. I think, Alan, what I find is the benefit is, I'll just give the example, when we go for One Voice or we go to the state legislature, particularly One Voice, we lean on, when we were looking for the hydrogen hub funding, we leaned completely on NCPA's lobbyists to help us, and God bless, because we both had the same mutual goal. But, you know, when you're there by yourself, you know, we're meeting with our congressional members and we can get support, but the groundwork, as Mikey was talking about earlier, you know, who's on the committees, what committees should we focus on? Where is their funding opportunities? Are they focused on public safety this year? What should we be bringing to the table? You know, we go with a One Voice project, but while I'm there, I'm also lobbying on behalf of our city or our county for something else for funding. So that information that comes from that professional expertise and those relationships those firms have, it's a return on investment if we then realize, because we don't have him in the state assembly anymore like we used to. So, you know, unless we put another Mikey in a position that's a Lodi resident, and it just may not happen.
I support it. If you can afford it, that's what I'm saying. all right?
So,
In the
Christopher,
past, and then we had budget where the employee had to cut pay, right? And we didn't have, we were afraid we couldn't pass the budget. So if you can afford it, fine, but if you can't afford it, then that's another question. So I'm supportive of this. So it seemed like we're flush in cash, so because. so-
Say that.
Well, the thing about this is, I've never been a city council where I could give $20,000 to charity, you know, which I did. And that's 100,000, right? That we used that before we had use for other things. Lobbyists is, to me, is a luxury, and I would support that. And so let's see where the revenues go. And I'm not supporting it. I'm just saying, let's go cautiously and be sure we can support it. Thank
Yeah.
you. That's all.
so I have a question for Mayor Pro Tem. So other cities like our size and in the county, who are those cities have like lobbyists that we know of?
I know Elk Grove uses cruise strategies. Lisa just mentioned City of Manteca. I would assume City of Stockton has somebody, but I'm not overly
Yeah, they
ready
do.
into their efforts. I would say that pretty much everybody except for a lot of like smaller cities. And then sometimes the smaller cities will collectively try to have like a firm representing them, but at times that's challenging because you're competing against each other for the same pot of dollars too. And so I think there's serious value. We're close enough to the capital that, you know, it's not hard for us to go down. I know Jeff was just down there on Monday for NCPA related activities. Like we're close enough that I think it would, you know, we do have a serious opportunity, but it really just requires like the commitment from us to make it happen.
Yeah, and question number two, what will be the trade-off between funding this position in July, like at the next budget, then doing it at mid-year? What will those put us in the disadvantage, or what will be the trade-off to do that?
I would just say the sooner the better to start establishing these relationships. We have some new legislators representing us at this moment. And sometimes they don't know the strategies. You know, you have to have like a lot of legislators rely upon lobbyists for like the institutional knowledge down there. And, you know, we have, you know, Senator McNerney, who's newer into his term, and, you know, there could be some dialogue there. And then we have an soon to be, you know, an assembly member towards the tail end of his term. He's going to be term limited out, not in 2 years, but, you know, it just, the education and the relationships building, I think, starts as soon as possible, hopefully. But there's, of course, there's no guarantee that you're going to get dollars out of this, right? Like, it's politics. So
Yeah.
it's, you're trying to just rub elbows and increase the chances of this happening. And so, you know, so sooner rather than later is what I would say.
Okay, because I feel that we do need this position. I don't know if we should do it right now at mid-budget or next budget season. So that will be maybe a discussion that we have as council. When is the best time, given our constraints and our finance? But I think it's a great idea. I know that Lisa and Mikey have been advocating for this for a bit, and I think it's great that you guys bring this to the table.
Okay, so I think we'll break up number 2 into its component parts. One, you know, so we now have a new E. F will become the pension. The direction of the lobbyist I'm going to receive is outside of the milestone. That will bring back, I'll bring back the dollar amount for the proposal for the last firm that I talked to, so that you can see the dollars that we'll be looking at for a year to discuss on your February 4th meeting as part of the mid-year. F milestone would be then rewarded. My suggestion is that you look at the wording of utilize pension stabilization reserve to reduce financial impact of growing pension expenses. So I'll offer that up for the council for consideration.
Fine with that.
Do you have any more comments, council? So
On this one here,
what's
on you,
My suggested wording for milestone, what is now F, would be utilize pension stabilization reserve to reduce the financial impact of growing pension expenses.
Yes, Mr. McAnish?
I understand this thoroughly, right? It's gonna help the employees. I must tell you that, right? This is what we hear, have here, will help the employees, right? It's not gonna hurt them.
This will absolutely not hurt the employees, no.
It's not gonna, so having studied this, I understand what you want.
So with that, then I'll consider that council consensus that we will update the wording on that milestone. And then congratulations, we've completed our first priority. On to infrastructure. The stretch goal for infrastructure is to develop and maintain a robust infrastructure to support a world-class city. The milestones that were adopted: invest in innovative infrastructure with a high return on investment, adaptive reuse of existing properties, address deferred maintenance, ensure capacity for future growth, proactive infrastructure development for sphere of influence and growth areas, ensure that funding for the maintenance of future development projects is sustainable and self-supporting. As we look at what we've been accomplishing for these milestones, we've invested in innovative infrastructure with a high return on investment. That one, the one that came to mind that I didn't put in there because I wasn't sure if exactly city infrastructure, if it was meant to be more global, would be the Department of Water Resources peaker plant. That was an investment in infrastructure in our city. We took up a piece of Lodi Lake and we are experiencing a high return on investment. But I didn't know if that was related specifically only to city infrastructure, which is why I left that one. I didn't include that one as a comment on that milestone. The adaptive reuse of existing properties. Specifically, I'm thinking about the effort that the city put into 22 South Main Street for the transitional housing in cooperation with the county. And then what we're seeing the community rally behind the renovation of the old firehouse at 114 North Main Street. Again, not infrastructure in its traditional sense, but it is using, city buildings and repurposing them for different uses. When we look at addressing deferred maintenance, we talked about the facilities needs of a $3 million one-time infusion to be able to bring us up to the annual and building an annual commitment of $1 million towards our facility replacement. One of the things that was brought to my attention by the fire chief is that with our growing demographic changes within the fire department and fire service, the need for co-ed living arrangements is growing and is needed, specifically at stations 1 and 3. And so it's estimated that those improvements to accommodate better living conditions would be $7 million for those 2 fire stations. Ensure capacity for future growth. We could spend an entire day on this topic. I've distilled it down to one sentence, was we need to develop a financing and construction plan for the utility extensions that are going to be needed in the future growth areas. And we can talk about that a little bit more as we move forward here today. But specifically where our focus is on this topic is what I call the major, transmission systems, trunk lines for sewers, main lines for water, the big electrical infrastructure that we're going to need to be able to service the growing boundaries of the city. That's the areas that we're talking about, not necessarily what we call kind of subdivision specific, distribution systems. When we look at the smaller residential streets that will be built, a lot of that will come with new development. But what can we do as a city to lay the groundwork and the foundation for some of the major systems? And that's what I think about when I think about capacity for future growth. Proactive infrastructure development, same topic. We are already beginning the process of the bond financing that's going to be needed for the necessary infrastructure, specifically as it relates to the electric infrastructure that's going to be needed. And that is a long process. So it's good that it is starting now. Ensure that the funding for the maintenance of future development projects is sustainable and self-supporting. This is very, very important for the city to keep a close watch on. It was disheartening to learn as I came to Lodi that we only keep 40% of property tax growth in annexation areas. That really hinders our ability to be able to service these areas. They are insignificant and they're important and needed for Lodi's continued fiscal health. But the county is keeping the majority of that property tax growth, even though those properties are in the city limits. One of the comments from the staff report for this tax sharing agreement was reminding the council the necessity, quite frankly, of having a special taxing district in these areas for city services so that we can not have this be a drain on city resources. And this is, you're familiar with the word community facilities district, Melrose district. Often those are used to finance infrastructure, and we probably may need those tools to finance infrastructure. We will absolutely need them to finance city services. And we call it a city services CFD. This is a CFD that is ongoing, has an inflation adjustment to it. It's something that we're familiar with. It's something the city did in 20 years ago. And we are experiencing the benefits of that. my words of caution as we enter into this arena. There is what we call a sensitivity analysis in pricing. When this time comes, and you'll in here in a couple of years when you're ready to do this, you're going to need very, very close stakeholder feedback, because when you look at the taxing capacity of new development, and you're looking at home prices and the median income of folks moving and buying homes, what you don't want to do is create a price structure that keeps people from buying homes in Lodi. And so when we look at the tax burden that's going to be put on these new property owners, there will be additional tax burden. How much will then dissuade new development in the new market? And that's something that only will come at the market, that you come time to build these in, look at building the homes. But it's something that it is especially sensitive to rental housing. So as you look to diversify your housing portfolio, rental housing is a component. The owners and operators of rental housing particularly are most sensitive to the CFDs because they can't necessarily pass this on directly. Rental housing is a product. The rent somebody charges a tenant is directly related to the market. And so every dollar you put on property tax affects the ability of them to be able to run a successful rental project. A lot of time spent here, but very, very important for Lodi to be considering, given you're only keeping 40% of your property tax growth, the significance and importance of a service as CFD going forward. So that is the update, and I'd be happy to take any clarifying questions of the council.
Dr. Nakanishi. James, let me reiterate what you're saying, right? If we have annexation, the city council can make a decision, just having it like the county gets 60% and we get 40%, right? Or we place this development in Mello-Roos. Am I correct? Those are the choices we have.
The choices have already been made. The city council approved and the county approved a tax sharing agreement back in 23 that commits to that. So that's not a choice anymore.
Where are we committed to the?
60-40 cost share.
We had, so what does the Mello-Roos come into being here now?
And so what the Mello-Roos or CFD does is what the city does is it begins, I mean, you look at the South Annexation area and you form a community facilities district when the subdivider comes in and they annex to the district. That property tax burden then is passed from the developer to each individual homeowner as the homes are built. That is something the city puts in place at the time of development, or you begin to put the framework in when you have your fee program established. Because you have to justify the additional tax you're charging to these new residents. And so it's not if, or you don't have a choice. I don't think you have a choice. I think you really need to. You need to develop the CFD framework to be able to, otherwise this new development will have a drain on your general fund.
So we don't have an option, do we? Right?
I don't see an option. You could choose not to do the CFD.
Then it's going to be.
The
Yes.
demand that the new population will have on your city services will exceed your ability to afford them. Correct.
Thank you so much.
So my first, now that we've had 3 years under our belt on this, I would like to propose a change to the overall goal. And rather than state to support a world-class city, I would suggest we say to support Lodi's economic growth, because that is really more true to what all of these items are that we're talking about. So that's my first comment. James, I think on A, you had mentioned innovative infrastructure, high return on investment peaker plant. Did you say that? You
I
thought
said
it
that
maybe
as I
that's
thought of
something-
that, but it wasn't city infrastructure.
Yeah.
So I didn't put it in.
Yeah, I think we do need to think about that because our investments we've made, particularly in our electric utility, are investments we're making in assets. And those assets, may come back to the city. They may end up realizing additional revenues. So I think that's smart to reference that. On B, I would say, because we never give up on these things, promote adaptive reuse of existing properties. That would be the hydrogen hub. That is reuse of that critical facility for a new energy source. So I don't think we should give up on that. I think we should keep it in the mix and just realize that it may be, whether it's a change in administration or whatever, it's got to still be on the table. We can't just give it up. I defer to our utility director, but
Yeah, and I would just note NCPA and the other project partners have not abandoned that project at all. They've just kind of put it back on the shelf for now, exactly with your line of thinking that a change in administration or a change in the state's financial position may open up opportunities. I think the long-term goals for the power supply in the state of California are still going to make green hydrogen a very viable technology in the near term.
And I would underscore that because the Economic Development Strategic Plan indicates clean energy as an opportunity for us down the road. So I think that has to still remain front and center, whether it's executed in a few years or more years, either way, it needs to be in our strategy. Can you go to the next slide, James? I'm sorry. On item C, address deferred maintenance. It is not just Fire Station 1, it is that entire building that is underutilized. And so I would say that, Park certainly needs the additional room for expansion in there. And ever since police moved out, we've just done nothing with that facility. So I think that looking at not just deferred maintenance, but, renovation of that facility for much needed city office expansion is critical moving forward. Under see, ensure capacity for future growth, I'm fine with that. Bond financing, fine. So it was an interesting point. I was going to ask Councilman Nakanishi stated, I was going to ask, we actually, if y'all remember, we thought we got a pretty good deal with the county because it was better than what we had last time. So, I appreciate the fact you say, wow, I'm surprised they get so much out of it. We did better than we thought we would do, but nonetheless, so we can't go back and renegotiate that, right? Okay. So the CFD does seem to be the option. And I have to always remember, we always have to remember, we are a full service city. We provide so much more than other cities our size do, and we need to fund that full service to our residents, So that being the case, we are going to have to look at the CFDs down the road because we'll just need some additional revenue sources. I think bond financing is great for infrastructure and sphere of influence area, but how are we going to sustain not just new development coming in, but sustain what we've got right now that never had that opportunity for special taxing districts? And so we do have to be thoughtful and creative and look at other sources of revenue production. So anyway, I think those were my only comments.
I do have one as far as city properties that possibly should get used or relooked at. We have 1,300 acres off of I-5, and we're currently leasing that out for ag, whether it's, grass or cows or whatever it is. That is prime real estate, and I'd love to see if we have any other options as far as a city creating a center that can, again, increase our revenue of that area. That would be number one. Lisa, you did mention something about changing, our vision of a world-class city to, was it economic growth?
Yeah, that to support Lodi's economic growth.
Okay. And I would agree economic growth probably would be my number one strategic goal for our city, but I don't know that I'd agree with that being our number one vision for like a name of a plan, just because I do see a few other things to look at, and I'm sure we all do, but the health of the city, how are our facilities, Do we have individuals that are staying in Lodi? I mean, I just feel like there's so many other different items that we also need to look at. So I don't want to be single-heartedly saying that that's our one focus. Again, I would say on a fiscal basis, that should be, and that can lead to the city doing better in all those areas. But I don't want to say that that should be our only focus. So maybe a little bit of pushback on that. But again, I would say that should be our number one focus. Two little details. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess I'll just add on my side of town, since we're talking about infrastructure, one thing I haven't heard mentioned is the build out of Harney Lane. If you've taken that off ramp at any point, it's pretty difficult now and you have lots of potholes and it's just, it's pretty clear that I think that we've outgrown the current infrastructure that's on that road. I know we've recently done improvements, Sean, I think, where we voted to repave certain segments. But I'm speaking specifically as you're like exiting the highway southbound on 99 at the Harney Lane exit. It's
And it dumps you onto Cherokee there.
Yeah.
That one. So that interchange was our One Voice project this year that we did propose. That'll go back in, I think May is when they're, so
Yeah.
that is on our radar. Also the widening of Harney from existing railroad overpass to like Mills, Lower Sac. That's also currently in design. So Harney is on our radar and a pretty high priority.
Yeah.
It's also a lot of money. So we do have some like Measure K built in for that, but it's not enough. So, but it is on our radar.
okay. Yeah, thanks. I mean, traffic has gotten pretty bad on it.
And I
Especially-
want to in on that because actually that should be a project mentioned under this because it is, if we go in for a One Voice project, it should be in our strategic plan, like the hydrogen hub was in the strategic plan. So I would say that we should specifically call that project out. It is in, I'm drawing a blank right now. It is in the counties in COG's priority list of projects. It's been there for a long time. This is again back where the lobbyist would help us with moving it up and making sure, I'm glad to see it's in One Voice because we can start those conversations now. But I do think we need to list that project specifically in the strategic.
Yeah, we did choose that because we did meet with SJ Cog's lobbyist about what types of projects might be interested with this administration. And that's how we kind of came up with
It's in
that.
Measure K.
There's a portion of Measure K. It's also part of their RTP.
Yeah.
It's also in our impact fee program. So their funding is kind of there, like spread out, but those haven't necessarily built up enough to actually pay for the whole thing yet, but which is kind of the main purpose of the One Voice is to get the money for right-of-way acquisition, full design, because even that's a big chunk of money.
Yeah, and then I think most of the other things have been mentioned, but certainly some of the new potential development south of Harney and, the bottleneck related to the infrastructure there. So I won't belabor that point. Thanks.
Thank you for bringing that up because actually, since I've been here, I always talk about roads, roads, and roads. So in this strategic plans, what are the roads? Do we need to create a specific new item that is specific to the infrastructure of the city because that we can measure what is the stage of a roads? And then in 2, 3 years, 5 years, how we improve and then the lobbyists and all the efforts can help with this. So what I wanted to be in a specific item so then we can track it. We can see what is the state of our roads right now today. And then over time we can advocate, see how if we get some more grant money, more some other sort of revenue. So I would like to see it in an item.
Yeah, so I think I'm definitely want to talk about roads. I'm going to encourage the council not to list specific projects in your milestones. As we look at prioritizing projects within the milestone. So the expansion of the widening of Harney Lane and the intersection with 99, that is specifically ensuring capacity for future growth and deferred maintenance, probably a combination of those two. But once we start adding that, then we start it's a domino effect of all of the other operational areas of the city that are needed to expand. So we've got the KV line, we've got our sewer lines, we've got our water lines. So you start getting into a level of specificity. And that I'm going to encourage you all to look towards your budget document and your CIP program for your project level prioritization of how you are addressing deferred maintenance and capacity. That's just a recommendation for you all. As it relates to roadways, so as we look at the existing condition of Harney Lane specifically, and the overall condition of the city's roadways, that is addressing deferred maintenance. We don't have numbers available to you today to talk about the quantification of our pavement condition index citywide. The council appropriated that money to be able to do a citywide assessment of our roads. My understanding is that our RFP went out.
It's going on this week.
This going out this week to have us select a consultant that will then assess the condition of the city's roadway, report back to the city council of here is where we are from a number standpoint. Here, oftentimes what that consultant report will do is also give you a recommended dollar amount for annual funding to take you from where you are to where you want to be. And so those are going to be documents that will inform a future budget and specifically address deferred maintenance. We just didn't have that data available to you today on particularly the road item.
Okay.
So hopefully that is responsive to the questions. And again, I would encourage the council to look towards your budget document as your specific project lists versus starting to populate this with specific projects.
So then this will be in deferred maintenance, then the roads is where like with the item, and this is where we can have metrics of how we know with the consultants we're gonna hire, and we can start having those conversations with data and metrics every year. Okay.
Exactly. Very
Okay,
much.
perfect.
It's very similar to how I'm handling parks and facilities with you today, where we're not listing specific parks out. We're saying this is the money that is needed to accomplish this goal. And then through the budget document in the CIP program, we'll get into a level of specificity related to which parks, which playgrounds. And ultimately, our recommendation, you'll see later, is to invest in a parks master plan that will then prioritize and be able to map out for you the needs over, the next 10 years. So I'm sorry, I'm diverting a little bit, but those are my responses so far to what I've got, what I just heard.
So the Harney Lane pass will be under ensure capacity for future growth.
Yes.
That's fine. That's
Oh,
okay.
thank you, James. Now I'm gonna turn to the city clerk. Do we have any public comments?
I don't have anyone on Zoom with their hands raised, but you're welcome to call anyone in the.
Okay. Yeah, I would like to invite anybody from the public to speak on this item.
Thank you. I'll try to be fast. Few notes. One is the community feedback. It would be nice if within the website, if we're going to do a budget in brief, that we actually integrate that feedback on that exact same page. So as people are reviewing budgets, seeing what you guys are doing, that feedback actually ties to that same mechanism. Lobbyist seems to me it's a return on investment. Set an SLA, set a KPI, right? If you're not making money that you're spending back, then fire your lobbyist. But the whole purpose is to make money. The cannabis, I think in the city, people worry about dispensaries. Your point's well taken. You just order it online. That dispensary is not in Lodi. You make the money in Lodi. Just opening that up alone without actually permitting a dispensary in every single corner opens up those revenue opportunities for you. This may be a stupid suggestion, but there is land that the Lodi Electric Utility uses that's not the peaker plant. Can you do a lease against the utility for that additional property? On infrastructure, the adaptive reuse, in particular, I'm interested once we get done with the firehouse. I think most of you know, I've talked to many of you about the Armory, transferring that back into the city, getting an internal facility for Parks and Rec. And then the other one that I'm interested in is the Hutchins Maintenance Building. I think is underutilized. It's a great opportunity. It's centrally located. I think that would be a great project. And both of these, I think, private-public partnerships. Maybe not exactly the same as Firehouse, but this does not have to be a financial burden entirely shouldered by the city for these adaptive reuse projects. That we can actually do projects on the private side for generating revenues, for actually fixing these places. I do think you have to worry about ongoing maintenance and making sure that you can get budgets out into the future for those things. But I think the work of actually getting it restored and usable, we can share that amongst the community. And I think that's it. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
I was telling my kids, you got to April 15th to fund your Roth IRAs. You better start doing it when you're young. You start doing it when you're 50, 60 years old, you're behind. When it comes to infrastructure, load is that person who didn't save. So we have this massive hole. Now, when James mentioned earlier that our, excuse me, our sales tax and our property tax are relatively equal, which is better for some reasons. I would point out the reason a city like Lodi that grows residentially the last 20 years so slowly, we're not having tremendous transfers in real estate. So while that may provide an opportunity not to have the ups and downs the sales tax can do, when you're 50-50, what it's telling you is your sales tax revenue is low, in my opinion. Well, that makes sense because our community is the second poorest in San Joaquin County. You can't spend money you don't have. Okay. How's that tasting, James? I'm gonna beat you up a little bit here. So it's the idea that a new area not yet annexed is a drain because property tax, we're collecting 40 is a lot better than it used to be, but it's not as much as you may want it to be. That paradigm is false. It's a false equation because the new resident or the new business that comes to town that's in an area yet to be annexed, their property tax is not the benefit. It's part of the benefit that they bring. Even your own numbers, half of the benefit is the sales tax, but actually it's more than that because new residents in particular have higher income. Well, you have to buy a new house. What city managers, public works directors, they always use that one, hey, this is what we're getting in property tax. Look, it's not very much. Therefore, these people are costing us a lot of money. It's the sales tax that new residents provide and new jobs, opening new businesses. That's why the Chamber of Commerce exists. So if you include that, which you should, then you would see it differently in terms of they're a drain. I live in Park West, Turner, Lower Sac, Paradise, you know where we live, okay? So you think we're a drain on the city in Park West? We don't have any infrastructure. I mean, we're not a new subdivision, but we're not old. We have some probably fire calls for medical. We don't have a lot of crime. Sometimes, police have to come in. So where's that drain? It's not a drain. Park West is a benefit, has always been a benefit. Now, it's true when you're on the east side and you're 100 years old, that infrastructure gets old, okay? But I just encourage you to say, adding a layer of cost is, and I'm glad to hear James say, yeah, you got to measure that because there is a point where it becomes a burden. Well, in Lodi, everything's a burden. It's already very expensive to develop anywhere in California, especially here, especially with your infrastructure demands, because those finances, if you extend infrastructure, is going to have to be paid back by those residents too. So I just encourage you to reject that notion that it's all about property tax. It's about sales tax. And I can prove my point by saying, if a new resident or a new business was a drain, then let's not have them. We'll have all the money that James and everyone wants. You'll have a budget surplus. Well, here's what we'll do. We'll never grow a new business. Let's never have a new resident because they're a drain. Well, of course they're not a drain. And so I just encourage you to think beyond that equation that James, and it's not him alone. It's sort of a governmental talking point. It's true. It's partially true, but it doesn't tell the whole story. And it's evidenced by our depleted sales tax. Sales tax should be I would think at least 2/3 of our revenue. you know? So I just want you to think about that as you layer on, and it's very easy for you folks to go, yeah, it's the new person. It's just, they're not here yet. We'll tax them. But the reason that they're not here or the business isn't here is in part why you're having these red numbers staring you in the face. So I just ask you to broaden that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So we'll return to council for final comments.
I would just note on the public comments that I think it's a good point. We've been talking about the armory. It was in the Visit Lodi Sports Facility plan. I think it should be considered in the master plan. There's arrangements we could make with the state. So I do think we should include the armory building specifically under the, well, it's not one of our existing structures, so I'm not sure how we would end up taking a look at that, but it needs to be somewhere in the mix and under not a specific objective, but under an objective, whether it's here, or whether it's the parks. Maybe parks is a better place for that. I think we talk about that as a potential parks facility.
We do. So I think Parks is a great opportunity to talk about what additional assets does the city want to have in its portfolio, and specifically, we speak to one of the things that's driving park priorities is rental income.
Mhm.
And so as we look at a facility like the Armory, you know, what kind of income potential could the city realize if we took over ownership
Mhm.
of it? And I think that's a great time to talk about what that would look like. Given that it's my understanding the state will be surplusing that well before we get finished with the Parks Master Plan.
Mhm.
That will probably be something that we would take ahead of the Parks Master Plan and get direction from the council on what investments would be needed to realize revenue from that facility. So yes, I think that's a great spot for it.
And I just note that, Mr. Karuba, your point is well taken on, you get a new residential property owner in, you get a new business in, they're going to be contributing to sales tax. They're going to be making purchases here. They're going to be increasing potentially families' new revenue, workforce, or raising the average or income, I'm sorry, of the residents. I think that's all good. I think for our purposes right now, we still have to look at something relative to a CFD. So.
And to that point, Mayor, if I could,
Yeah.
while I am the one that made those statements, and I believe them to be true, that was specific wording that came from a staff report in 23 when you approved the tax sharing agreement with the county. And that was backed up by a study by NBS that did that analysis. So I'm happy to get that back in front of the council, in front of the community members, so they can see the analysis that was done that generated the recommendation to have a service CFD in annexation areas. And that was all presented back in about 3-4 years ago.
So do you need any direction or you already have? the-
So that would be, as we look at, this is in the spirit of time, since we're now at 10:50, you have before you the 6 milestones that are there for infrastructure. Is there any different direction on the stretch goal beyond develop and maintain a robust infrastructure to support Lodi's economic growth? That's the only change that I heard mentioned from council comments on this priority.
I mean, I would still say strategic goals should be a part of that verbiage. I don't think economic growth is the only thing we should be looking at. But if we say strategic growth, then that can encompass economic growth, well-being of our public, parks, et cetera, et cetera.
You want to just say growth? I think strategic growth isn't, I think that's too obscure. I mean, it's really bottom line. We need to build an economic base, and all of these items happen to directly relate to that for the most part. So I'm fine if you want to take out economic and just say growth.
Okay.
Good, let's do that then.
Okay, so the stretch goal for infrastructure, develop and maintain a robust infrastructure to support Lodi's growth.
Work.
Fantastic, excellent. So with that, we have scheduled into our program a break. So Mayor, if we want to go ahead and take advantage of that, I think many of us would welcome that.
Yeah, let's go on break.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, right. Oh, okay, okay, yeah, like, do you have any comments on any of the items? I can check the review.
Realizing
Okay.
screen.
You know, I went through the sister cities, meetings, and then talking about that you were talking to them, and it was like, yeah, mechanism to do the
Again, you'll see that repetitively, what is an industry standard? Either define it or remove the term. Create a dedicated fund to improve event-based facilities to meet or exceed industry standards. As we look at our inventory of event-based facilities, what comes to mind particularly is this building, Lodi Lake, and to some extent, the Great Bowl. Those are what we look at, okay, what kind of, those are income generating facilities at different levels. And the investments needed and the additional return on investment that we can get from those three facilities. Again, with the word of caution is, do we need to do anything? Should we be doing anything more when we have so much need within the existing facility? And then lastly, a strong recommendation, and you'll see this from staff within the 26-27 budget development, that there will be a recommendation for $200,000 of funding for a Parks Master Plan to really help put our arms around this, identify the current recreational needs of the community today, develop the strategies for meeting those needs. Parks Master Planning can also look into the future. It can also prioritize capital investments. I've been looking at the 1994 Parks Master Plan that was created. And it has all the right components in it, which is the capital planning, the prioritization, programming of parks, everything that I've heard from different council members since I've been here about what we need to do. And I think that is a good investment to make. And with that, I am happy to take any clarifying, myself and the staff are happy to take any clarifying questions before we open it up for public comment.
Yeah.
Great.
I don't know that I have questions as much as some suggestions about things. I think you could take industry standards and replace it with community needs, for example. I think that's more specific. And I think community isn't just related to our community, it's the parks user community, because that would get to the visitors who come, you know, and use the park facilities and the like. I was always uncomfortable with world-class. So I did suggest instead that we maybe look at a revenue generating park system as a model for the state or something like that. Next level down, you know. So I think we aspire to be a model. We already have such a wonderful park system. It needs to up its game, and I think state is a good first step to go. So that's just a suggestion. I think other than that, truly support a Parks Master Plan. So.
More comments, Council?
I'll just say, in case you missed it, my weed maps delivery arrived, and this is a good potential source of revenue for this parks issue that we're talking about right now. I might get in trouble for that.
Seeing none more comments from council, I will. Yeah, well, I'm gonna do public comments right now. City Clerk, do we have any public comments? Okay, I would like to invite anybody in the audience if they have comments about this item.
Yeah, I think world class is, I mean, it's nice to be altruistic and stretch goals, but there's a point where I think we're fooling ourselves or trying to fool our population. And I think we're setting an expectation that's not right. Also, the idea of revenue generating, I don't know that I'd put that in personally. Parks are a service like a library. We try to, on Park and Recs, we're cognizant of or trying to raise money through rentals and things, but to have that be up top, I think I'd hide that down below because it shouldn't be the focus. So when we're looking at the parks, we talked about, you know, how to maintain them and new ones when new ones come online. There is a dislinkage, has been historically a dislinkage between, the department's been very siloed. So when you get to the general plan, you've got folks that have said in the past, we want to have a world-class park system. So we're going to have a very high percentage of parks per person. not thinking that we wouldn't, on the park side, have the monies to maintain all of the parks, right? So when we do the general plan, I said this, I think, before, it's important that we get with this group over here, Christina and Steve, because we have to be able to, during the general plan, link what the requirement's going to be for new development in terms of the park requirement. And there's different kinds of park levels, as you know, and our ability to take care of it. And the last go around, there was a move to make it be as robust as possible, because the thought was, by the council member saying this at the time, Susan Hitchcock, is it was almost like, well, we're not going to be paying for it. But ultimately, everything ends up at the budget level. So I just think we are over parked, and we have the wrong kinds of parks. And you can look at that when you go to the Southwest Gateway, particularly, where that's the subdivision south of Walmart and all the way down to Harney. You'll see how many, we got like parks really close to one another, right, Steve? Okay, he won't tell you how he feels about this, but like that was not designed by the Parks Department. So in terms of silos, when you get into the planning or public works, they're the ones putting these parks where they're, and we're not doing that in consultation, because the Parks Department would never have put the parks in the places they did in the Southwest Gateway. So I'm just encouraging you guys as with the chief administrator or your replacement when you retire again, and you folks, that you really make sure that when you're dealing with parks, we're kind of, they're really good people, and they're smarter than they look. And I'm telling you that, you know, there's a pecking order, police and fire, super important, public works. But when you're starting to talk about parks, then to me, it's shift, and they should be in the top, and their opinions of where and how big should come first, because they're the expert in it, and they're really good. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, I will return it to council. Any more additional comments on this item? Seeing none, I would like to suggest that we do what Lisa was suggesting, so we do to the title. And number two, do the 200,000 of additional for the master plan parks, and invite Lisa to invite us to her town hall meeting since it's about parks.
Been there, so we'll have a little discussion on parks.
Okay.
And so if I could repeat back the stretch goal that we're looking at modifying, I'm gonna offer up, develop a park system that is the model of the state, that eliminates the word revenue and world-class. Did you want to keep the word revenue in there, in the stretch goal?
I don't think it's necessary. What do you think?
I mean, as long as when we're going through these milestones, we're keeping in mind, because we had Visit Lodi do a whole sports facility assessment that was talked about, can we generate revenue out of our parks assets? So as long as that, it doesn't have to be in the goals, stretch goal. So to your point, I think developing a park system that is a statewide model is fine with me. And then in the milestones, just let's not lose track of the fact that we do need to create revenue from that asset. So I'm not sure how that answers your question, but I would also say, I would suggest we change the exceed industry standards to community needs instead, or industry standards to community needs.
Each time we see the word industry standards in each one of the milestones, we would put in the community needs.
Mm-hmm.
Can I make some comments as well? As far as looking at our park system, what I'd really like to focus on and start having a program for is sponsorships. I've brought sponsorships up a few times. Take the Great Bowl, for instance, DD Construction, Milas Modular, a few other big companies around Lodi. I mean, these companies are able and willing to, again, put $20,000 sponsorships, if not more, to have their name on a plaque. And I think that would be a great revenue source for the city in that sense. It also allows our local businesses, nonprofits, an opportunity to, again, show their love for the local parks. So I do feel like that needs to be a program in and of itself, and I don't believe we've done a good job of it just yet. I do realize our director even is running 2 departments right now, so you're good. You need help. But again, I couldn't stress, I think we're missing out on a great opportunity. If we're going to talk about revenue here, that's a great area to be able to have that. Do I think that increasing some of the fees for parks would also supplement? Yes, I think Lodi Lake, we increased the fees from, what was it, like $5 to $8, something like that. It's a very nominal fee to begin with. We can take a look at that for different parks as well. But again, if we're creating a system where people that want to give are giving, and we're still having that high level of service to our residents at a low cost, then let's go with that. As far as sponsorships go, we can have it citywide or we can have it per park. So in other words, if you're donating to Lodi Lake, and I know there's been some issues with benches and plaques at points, right? So we'd have to figure out that. But again, if they want to donate to a specific park, let them donate to a specific park and let them have the name recognition there. So I'd love to see something on that front.
Could that be specific to the Parks Master Plan, incorporated into that?
Yes. Additionally, having a city of Lodi's significance, I don't believe you have a sponsorship or dedication program citywide. And I would encourage you to do that. So in addition to the Parks Master Plan, having a standalone program that council adopts, informing how we accept and solicit sponsorships and dedications. And then have that then as you develop a capital improvement program for improvement to a facility that lends itself to sponsorships, that is then a source of revenue that goes towards that capital campaign. And you have the policy framework in place, so you already know what are the parameters politically and legally that you can solicit that, at what levels can staff do, what levels can the council do. That's a good policy for the city to have. And that would be following a track faster than the Parks Master Plan.
I think that's great, yeah, need to do that. So I think we should move now to public safety.
The public safety priority stretch goal: create the best trained police and fire departments, not in the world, but in the state. Milestones: reach and maintain full staffing. This is a reoccurring theme that I'm seeing both in parks and in public safety, is to establish a staffing level and budget to obtain that staffing level. Create an outdoor training facility. Institute an advanced life support ALS program. Consider strategic partnerships with surrounding agencies to enhance fire and emergency services, response services. Research, develop, and/or promote advanced training programs for police and fire personnel based on existing best practice or based on or exceeding best practices for service delivery and affecting public safety. Meet International Organization for Standardization Measurements and Response Time. High levels of community involvement by public safety employees. Enhance programs to address strategic safety problem areas in the community, such as the unsheltered population, the fentanyl crisis, and animal services. Our update: to reach and maintain full staffing. What I'd like to do is to give both chiefs an opportunity to speak to the 2 points here. And that's, first I'll have Chief Garcia on the police department full staffing levels, and then to have Chief Johnson then take on for the fire department. So Chief, if you could spell out the additional funding and the staffing needs.
Sure. Thank you, James. So when you look at the police department, we have about 114 full-time employees. Out of those 114, 80 allotted positions are for the sworn, for police officers out on the street, detectives, administration. Currently, I'm happy to say we're 79 out of 80 filled positions. But when you look at that number, that's on paper. We have, after tomorrow, 5 will be graduating, so we'll have 10 in the training program, in the FTO program. 2 currently going to an academy, and 3 awaiting to start an academy in February. So that number actually brings us down to what, 64 working bodies. At any one point in time, you look at 10% of your workforce is on some type of leave, whether it's injury leave or vacation, sick. So really, when you're looking at it, we're looking at about 58 working bodies right now out of those 80. And 36 are supposed to be assigned to patrol. So, you know, that's not including the special assignments we have vacant, like detectives, motors, CLO spots, things like that. However, you know, going back to the overall picture, when you look at 80 sworn positions and you look at that 10% number, even if we were at full staffing, everyone out on their own, you're looking at possibly operating with about 71 to 70 in a perfect world. So that number, that drops down from one officer to every 826 residents. It drops down significantly from there. That's where those 8 additional officers would come into the equation. So that would allow us to essentially operate at the 80 that's allotted for a city of our size. That would help us expand patrol and some special assignments to be able to address, you know, pockets of crime or issues that come up, and not just be, you know, I think you all have seen that when a complaint comes in or things come in, we're responsive, we handle it, we address the issue. The problem is maintaining it, because as those problems come in, it's not just one side of town, it's happening in other places. And to be able to maintain and continue to address a problem and not have it repeat itself, we need additional staffing. We can function like we can and still provide services and make sure people are safe. But, you know, and I could present all those numbers to you that we're a safe city number wise, but how do people feel? Do they feel safe? And we see it in the emails that come through or the complaints that come through. People sometimes don't feel safe. And that's the ultimate goal, is not only to keep people safe, but to make them feel safe. And those additional 8 officers would help us achieve those goals and reach and maintain full staffing, which, because we would always be at 80. You know, and that's ultimately what it's allotted. The other part of that is the support staff. When you look at our numbers compared to other cities, we have less support staff overall, I would say. You know, and some of those would include, out of those 5, we have an additional 2 full-time CSOs, which would help relieve some of the duties that the officers are going to, because the CSOs would support us in the fact that they can go take crash reports, they can take cold burglaries, things like that, which would free up the officers to be able to go be proactive, to go prevent crime, to address in-progress calls. Another position would be a full-time admin staff for the animal shelter. I know that came up as one of those things to provide more services for the animal services. And with a new shelter coming aboard, without a full-time administrator staff, we'll have to not operate at the hours aren't going to be what they should be. Another one would be to leverage technology. We've been talking about a real-time information center and having cameras available as a force multiplier. That would be someone to staff that. We have the space, we have some of the infrastructure already built, we just don't have the personnel for it. You know, these are, again, support staff positions that will help provide for the safety and, again, reach and maintain the full staffing. Obviously, with that comes revenue, more money. And, you know, we understand that we're only one piece of this puzzle, and we rely on other departments to help us do our job as well. So with that understanding, this is what we would need in order to provide a higher level of service or be more prepared to not only have people be safe, but make them feel safe. Okay.
So it's a pleasure serving as the fire chief here in Lodi. I've been here this past 4 years and had a chance to really make an assessment of our operations And I can tell you that as far as our suppression capabilities, we meet the minimum expectations for personnel to arrive on scene of a structured fire. Right now, today we do. We are very heavy on the suppression side as far as personnel and very light on the administrative side as far as managing what's taking place, day to day on the 911 activities of Lodi. And as we look at moving forward with a lot of these initiatives that we're going to talk about here, there is a management aspect of this that is going to be difficult to get to if we don't fill some key positions. Speaking specifically to an additional deputy chief of administration. Right now, my operations chief is wearing many hats, and oftentimes he's focused more on the administrative functions of the fire department rather than the operational side, the deployment side of things. And I'll use the example of electric battery storage and electric vehicles in our industry is something that's rapidly expanding. It's a massive risk to our community if we don't keep our eyes on this, on how to respond to it. That's an area he should really be focusing on rather than, what's our next CAD vendor or what's our next software technology or how is the business process of the fire department operating. So that's an area of deficiency that we see that if we were to leverage, could potentially offset some of my operating costs because one of the functions of an admin chief would be to manage contracts for services for some of our special fire districts. So that would be a thing. Additionally, we are rebirthing our fire prevention division. We just onboarded a brand new fire marshal back in September and his name is Ryan Smart. He's getting his feet wet right now and really building out this robust program. We just put out an RFP for a fee study to do an assessment of our operational permits and our inspection processes. The California Fire Code gives us the authority under a fee schedule adopted by you to be reimbursed for the services that we're providing to the community. An inspector is a vital component of this. My fire marshal is as much a political figure as a tactical person. They're working with developments, they're working with contractors, they're on the front side of innovation within our community to ensure that our community is operating safely. Part of what you've charged me the responsibility for is assessing the community's risks and create a community risk reduction strategy. This lands squarely in the fire marshal's shop. I don't want my fire marshal on the day-to-day to be doing operational inspections. I'd rather have someone who's quite frankly, not as expensive of an employee doing those day-to-day tasks where we can focus more on the bigger strategy as a whole. As your fire chief, we've been really focusing on our delivery of services, making them equally distributed throughout all of our community. Everybody receives the same service. And these key positions are instrumental in helping us not only maintain those services, but also reach those other innovative ideas that we've come through meetings like this of how we can provide a better service to the community.
James, if I may add something, when you look at staffing, and I talk about us being at 79 at 80, and I broke down where everybody's at. That didn't happen in a vacuum. It's not like we can't hire people. People are interested. People want to work as a police officer, but we aren't allowed to hire above or because we're always behind. So you look at someone entry level coming in, it takes about 1.5 to 2 years to probably get them out on their own. So when someone retires, that's when we're able to hire somebody. So we're already behind 1.5 to 2 years filling that spot. And that's where a lot of these vacancies have come from, either someone either lateral somewhere else or retired or didn't make it through the training program, didn't make it through probation, and we're always playing catch up. And that's where those additional 8 would help because we would always be at that number of 80 potentially, and we wouldn't be playing catch up at that time. So we'd be able to continue to provide those high level of services.
Thank you, Chiefs. As we look at the next milestone, create an outdoor training facility, the White Slough Public Safety Training Facility that we are working in collaboration with Delta College on, that groundbreaking is occurring May 26th. The council last year approved the MOU with Delta College and how we're looking at phasing that program in. The city is taking on the first component, which is the least infrastructure heavy component. Delta College will be taking the heavier lift on the actual buildings and classroom spaces that will provide a great training facility. This particular milestone is best suited for public safety, given your stretch goal on training. When we get to economic development after lunch, you're going to hear me say this again, and that is the training facility is great for our workforce and as a community and a regional asset. It is not something that we should be viewing as a huge moneymaker. There could be some revenue potential, but the staff have taken a close look at this. I've got detailed different scenarios that, we could look at another day, but all of those scenarios to make money require additional capital investment. There's going to be a cost of maintenance we're taking on with this facility. And so while it's great, we should continue pursuing it. And we should look at some revenue potential. It is not an economic development engine. It's not a peaker plant. So I wanted to just make that statement here. Institute the ALS program. We can absolutely declare success with the rollout of that program and the training. Chief, remind me on the training systems, where are we at as far as rolling out certifications on that within staff?
So on September 15th of this year, we opened up Engine One as an ALS engine company. And we had 9 individuals had pursued paramedic school and were in different processes of certification. After they complete school, they have to go and do a ride-along time, a hospital time, and then an accreditation time. So they're timing out kind of like almost like one every month, it seems like. We have enough right now. We had our 7 individuals that was our commitment to going live. And as these other individuals receive their accreditation, we'll open up additional companies. We're right on that cusp of opening up what we believe to be Engine 2 on Cherokee Street as our next ALS engine. And as we either hire more medics, or in addition to that, we have in our operational budget, we've budgeted for 2 tuitions each year for additional personnel to go to school. The long-term goal is within the next 18 months, all 4 engine companies are operating with advanced life support.
Milestone D, consider the strategic regional partnerships to enhance emergency response. A great example is the partnership that Lodi has in the CenCal Fire and EMS Authority. And that was recently I think I can say this, recently selected by San Joaquin County for ambulance services. And we're hoping then to be able to start rolling that out here. And the authority is going to be rolling out that service here in the next couple of months. Very great asset for the region and for Lodi. Additional partnership discussions that are ongoing is with our surrounding fire districts to form strategic partnerships. And that is something that I think is going to be really important as we look towards Lodi's growth, and particularly the Woodbridge Fire District, which pretty much surrounds us, and forming strategic partnerships. And what that looks like in the future will definitely benefit the city. Milestone E. Here it's just basically research, develop, or promote advanced training programs. I think a lot of between the EMS and the ALS programs, and then police training, that is just something that is good operationally to have as a milestone. I would call it an ongoing goal that I don't recommend any changes to. Milestone F. One of the things is International Organization Standard of Measurements and Response Time. In talking to the chiefs, and just in my own professional viewpoint, response times are inherent within a department. And it is something that can be used against the city and used against departments when it is not used correctly. I recommend removing this as a milestone, but operationally, the chiefs are available to talk to the council about how this is working and what we're doing on priority calls, what we're doing as far as distribution as we grow. Since I've been here with Lodi, I've not heard any concerns from the council or community on response times. When it comes to growth, we definitely want to be cognizant of what does that mean with the beats and the stations? And so I'm going to suggest that we remove F as a milestone for those reasons. High levels of community involvement by public safety employees. Again, a good milestone operationally. You want the community to know and trust those that they're being served, both in the public safety spaces, fire and police. So I think that's a great goal to continue operationally. When it relates to the unsheltered, fentanyl, and animal services, on the unsheltered and the animal services, the city has done a lot in this space. You all know the history of the Access Center and the commitment the city made back in 21, 22, and shortly you're going to see that come to fruition with the opening of the Permanent Access Center. It's not something that I saw that the city council has, or the staff and the city council have done recently, but a couple of years ago, there was an assessment of how much general fund resources are being put towards responding to the impact the homeless populations had on the community. And it reached almost $2 million that year. I suspect it's probably very, very similar as we look at and that's, I call it an unbudgeted expense. It's not something that we're calling out or budgeting for uniquely. It is something that we are doing with our existing staff and our existing resources. At mid-year, you will be seeing a recommendation come to be able to convert the ambassador program that is currently being run by a private security company to have that actually then run through the police department. And through the cost savings of no longer contracting that out with the security company, that would then come with the hiring of an additional officer so that we could, I think, then increase the quality of service and have more CLOs on the ground versus having a private security run that program. And then we are expecting the new animal facility to be open here again, spring of 26. As it relates to fentanyl, it's not something that has come across my plate, so I would be open to any conversation, concerns the council or the chiefs have related to if that is still a relevant milestone. It is a crisis nationwide, statewide, and so you may very well want to keep it in. But that ends my update on the milestones, and then I'm happy to take any clarifying questions before we open it up for public comment.
Thank you so much. I will open it to council for any comment.
So Chief Garcia, did I hear it's 79 of 80 sworn at the moment?
Yes, as of today, we have hired 79, or we're at 79 of 80.
Yeah. And then did you say 10 through the academy? What was that?
So 10 are going to be in the training program, 5 graduate tomorrow. Currently, there's 5 in the FTO program, the field training program. Tomorrow, 5 more graduate from the academy. So altogether, we'll have 10 in the training program, which, you know, can last anywhere from 4 to 8 months now, just because of everything they have to learn that we didn't have to learn back then. So it's changed and evolved. There's a lot more laws, regulations. So the training program typically goes a little longer now. So it could be anywhere from 4 to 8 months for someone to be fully trained out on their own. And then out of those, 79, 2 more are currently in an academy, and then 3 are awaiting to go to an academy, which starts in February.
Yeah. Well, that's great. And, you know, kudos even for this last year, just 1 homicide, and we almost made it through without any.
Most.
You know, so that's just incredible. I think it speaks to like the investments that are being made and, you know, these license plate readers and the, you know, the shot detectors and, you know, just everything that you're doing there. So major kudos. And then Chief Johnson on the ALS, I get to sit on the CenCal board and watch you operate there. And I remember in 2021, when we were interviewing you for this position, you were talking about ALS. I'd never heard of it. And here we are, you know, just running the program. And also you're running very effective meetings for CenCal. So just appreciate that. So I'd say this is definitely a bright spot for the day. Thank you.
Councilwoman Craig.
Yeah, Chief, I'm going to go back to kind of following up on what Mayor Pro Tem stated. So I remember a long time back when Sierra and I had the discussion about there was a metric about we should have 1 officer for every 1,000. So now we're at the 1 officer for every 800. Is there truly a metric, or is it a community by community issue?
Yes and no.
Okay,
Again, it's community based and a lot of it comes down to what type of services you want to offer your community.
right.
And that depends on the type of, or how many officers or personnel you want to have out there. Because you can accomplish that many ways, again, but I think that's pretty standard. One to every, what we say, about 1.5 to every 1,000, we were saying. Yeah, that's about
Okay.
an average, but we're pretty good there. But again, it depends on what type of services you want to provide your community.
So you're okay at the 80 right now, but obviously you would rather have 80 who are not cadets and, I mean, ideally that would be the situation, but obviously we're bringing in that next generation. What I am heartened by, and I know it's on a lot of hard work on your part, you're constantly recruiting. It's not like, okay, we got a couple of vacancies, let's recruit. And I think that is to the point that Mike, you made, why you've seen so many, new recruits come in for the academy and cadets. And I don't know how many laterals lately we've had a chance. I think that's always important because getting the experienced members to say, hey, yeah, I want to work in Lodi. I think when we look at the benefits that we've put in place now and the compensation, hopefully that will make it easier for folks to think, it's a good deal to go to Lodi. So I just underscore that things that we can do like that to help you bring in those lateral, more experienced, seasoned, that's something I just kind of want to be made aware of. The new positions, or I should say, where are you finding the greatest need? Do you not have enough officers per patrol? I appreciate we're going to get a CLO, another one, because I think that's something the community is going to benefit from. Are there places you'd like to see more resources spent in terms of our officers?
So again, it goes back to, we have 80, and if we had 80 working bodies, it'd be
It'd
just
be
phenomenal.
easier.
So that's where the 8 additional would come in hand. So we're not always playing catch up. And there would be essentially 80 officers out there to be able to serve the community. With those 80, it would increase patrol staffing to, I believe, right now there's 36.
Mhm.
I believe it's what, we would like to increase that to 40.
Okay.
And that would essentially help. I mean, we see it now, from 2 a.m. to 11 a.m.
Right.
Typically, there's only 4 officers, patrol officers. That doesn't include support staff, things like that. But 4 patrol officers working for the whole city. And that's something that it's pretty much a response to calls at that time. The proactivity and the crime prevention is what leads people to feel safe, and allows our officers to go out and prevent crimes and not just respond to them. So if we can increase those numbers to at least 5, 6 on each side, each graveyard, minimum staffing would be increased to 5. So that's where the additional officers would come into play, those 88, because we would always have those 80. And then right now too, when there's a shortage on patrol, that's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We're having to pull from a special assignment. So now you're affecting either detectives or school resource officers or CLO.
Mhm.
And you've seen when the CLO isn't out there keeping up on the issues or problems going on, they, again, start happening, and then he's going to have to go back and address them and maintain them. So that would help, again, keep people in those key positions. So it's almost, they all go hand in hand. If we're able to address one thing, it'll help keep everyone else in their place, in their current positions, which will help us address crime and again, the safety of the community as a whole.
Mhm.
So, it's everywhere, but just those additional resources would help everything.
And I want to comment on the fact that when I do go to One Voice, or I do have the opportunity to talk to congressional members, we do meet with administrative staff. So DOJ seems to be constantly looking at opportunities to give money out for public safety. And this is back to why I think a lobbyist is so important for us, because ongoing through the year, they can identify those opportunities for both police and fire for us to look at the funds that may be able to help with a White Slough training facility, or with training for officers, whether we're looking at more training for ALS or we're looking at advanced training for the contemporary needs of a police department. So I think we need to think about that. Public safety is an easier ask when we make those requests. So just again, a reason to think about that. I'm going to switch to fire chief. I appreciate the fact you need a fire inspector. We've had this discussion about preventive. I worry about downtown, and I'm hoping we see in the downtown specific plan this mention that we have frequently had about, you know, what would happen, you know, if, and looking at those older buildings and the wiring and, you know, God forbid, we would have one building go up and lose the entire street because of it. So I think this is really critical, the prevention and you having the fire inspector. I worked in Annapolis. We were a town of 32,000 people. We had 3 fire inspectors and they inspected every year. So I do think that continues to be an important personnel issue for you and would heartily support that. And then following up on the ALS, is 9 a good number? Again, I'm kind of back to, is there a metric for, we have 2 at each firehouse, or how do you evaluate training and need?
So our original goal was 15.
Oh,
And 15 would give us 1 person for every fire engine for every shift. There's 3 shifts.
okay.
And then 1 additional person on each shift just to be available if, you know, somebody took vacation or whatnot. Also the opportunity to hire back for overtime to qualification fill that position as well. Quite honestly, I think in the fire service, it's going to become an industry standard that every person be a paramedic. Back in the early 80s, we went to the EMT standard based upon, we used to be just a first responder with just basic EMS expectations. It's just a natural evolution. We have communities across California, particularly here in Lodi, who are using 911 more often as their first access to medical care. And you're seeing hospitals getting inundated by patients who would traditionally be seen at a private physician are going to emergency rooms. So you're almost flipping that emergency room component with your 911 system. There's also opportunity for reimbursements there as well. And so that's kind of coupling it. They're different but similar. The ALS non-transport plan and the CenCal plan, these 2 dovetail together to provide the highest level of care to our community, but also open up some opportunities for some reimbursements. For example, right now, just in that CenCal contract that we have, all of my ALS commodities that I use are reimbursable through CenCal.
Okay.
That'll come off of my budget as an example of those reimbursements.
I'm glad you made that point because I was going to ask if that was part of the CenCal understanding agreement that, you know, that we would provide a certain minimum amount of ALS services. So, so your goal actually is to try to get to 15 at some point.
Correct.
All right. All right. I think that is it for you gentlemen. And Mr. Lindsay, the one point I would make, and you said it, the reason we had a study done on what was our actual cost to the city that we were using general fund dollars for relative to homelessness, the staff did an exceptional job of kind of number crunching and going through every department and showing how they were using those for the unsheltered population. That was because we did a town hall on that. So I would love us to be able to look at that annually so that we can make the case, because I think that's what we tried to tell the public is we are spending already general fund dollars on this challenge. And so I think that is something that merits an update on an annual basis. So that's it.
All right, any more comments from council? Seeing none, I'm gonna ask the city clerk if we have any public comments.
Mayor, I don't have any comments online.
Thank you. I'm gonna invite the public if they would like to comment on this item.
With the microphone on, crime rate, obviously fantastic, and response times, amazing. My question is, again, probably a stupid question. I have parents who are in their 80s and they have medical issues all the time, and they have a hard time sitting in an emergency room for 8 hours when they're having a distressing condition. So when I dial 911, fire department always shows up. Even though I tell dispatch the medical condition or whatever, it seems, and maybe there's standards that preclude this, but it seems like in many of those cases, you need an ambulance and not the fire department. So I'm curious, is there an opportunity to fix your staffing problem by not responding to those conditions?
Great question. So Senate Bill SB 438 gives the fire department the opportunity to respond to whatever types of EMS calls they choose. And the American Heart Association would say that if in the event of a cardiac arrest or respiratory emergency, that we should have ALS care provided within 4 minutes for there to be survivability on the backside. And then to couple on top of that, the ambulance system itself works on a concept called system status management, where it's constantly in flux. They're constantly moving. Yes, there are staging locations, but those are temporary staging locations trying to anticipate the next call for service in what we call the X zone, which we sit in right now. The X zone is basically all of northern San Joaquin County to include the city of Stockton as well. So as you can figure, ambulances are in Stockton more often than they're in Lodi. The majority of our hospitals are in Stockton, and we also work under the San Joaquin County EMS agency, which requires that protocols be followed. For the example of, if you're having some type of a cardiac arrest called a STEMI, you have 2 transport locations in San Joaquin County, Dameron Hospital and St. Joseph's Hospital. If you have some type of a traumatic injury, we have to transport you by protocol to San Joaquin General Hospital. All those are south of us. So in the meantime, the only opportunity I have for advanced life support care or any EMS care are our strategically placed fire engines. Honestly, the fire department is the stopgap between long response times. Prior to me coming here, I managed a dispatch center in Stockton. I was able to see the system status work, and I saw where the vulnerabilities were. Lodi was one. As a result, our first assessment of the system when I came, we were experiencing 20 to 30-minute ambulance response times, which is a problem. That's partially why we created SendCal to help address some of these issues. The long and short of it is kind of a couple-fold. One is to ensure that you have EMS care within 4 minutes. That's why we dispatch the fire engine. The second is oftentimes the condition in which you're seeing yourself in, whether it be a traumatic injury or cardiac arrest or respiratory arrest, requires multiple people doing multiple skills at the same time for there to be a successful outcome. I can report out to you, just last month, we received data back from the San Joaquin County Emergency Services Agency that one of the cardiac arrests that we responded to on Central Street, we resuscitated them on scene. We transported to the hospital, what we call with ROSC, meaning they had to return to circulation. They left that hospital with 0 neurological dysfunctions, which is a complete success for the program. So the long and short of it is the longer you sit in a state where your body's not breathing, your heart is not beating, the higher the likelihood that you don't survive this event. So, if you look at the fire department, our number one priority, our number one mission is life, and second to property. And so we see the opportunity where we have our firefighters already trained, already in firehouses, already on duty, 15 on duty every single day. If we leverage that with that paramedic component, we're bringing in another layer of safety. That answers your question.
It does. And I will confirm, you guys are always first on scene, always, every time. My only other comment is, I know we've been putting a lot more automation in town. To your point about a force multiplier, I think I would really like to emphasize that. I think that would help you guys a lot, probably more than patrol, in terms of know what to respond to and when. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
If I could make one more just general statement about the fire service as well. And just something to keep in back of mind is that the fire department is all risk. And so we don't necessarily what's going to happen each day. It could be a massive hazardous materials call. It could be a major structure fire. It could be a mass casualty incident. We could be partnering with our police partners for a mass shooting. Like, we have to be available at all times. And that's why we deploy 15 people on duty every day so that we meet the minimum expectation of whatever hazard comes our way.
Thank you for that statement. City manager, my understanding is that we're in consensus that your suggestions, we accept your suggestion for direction.
So we've ended public comment and the changes so public safety is obviously the priority. Create the best trained police and fire departments in the state of California, stretch goal. I'm hearing that is good. I'm going to recommend removal of milestone F.
Mhm.
And given that we have accomplished in some of these milestones, I'm going to suggest removal of milestone C unless there was something about the ALS program that the council wanted to retain to talk about its maintaining and supporting.
I might say because it's so CenCal and continuing ALS, building your ALS personnel, it should fall somewhere under whether it's reach and maintain full staffing. Perhaps it falls under that directly, but you know, CenCal is a whole new opportunity for us. And I'm not quite sure where it fits exactly in this.
D,
Is it D?
yeah.
Strategic, sorry, okay.
Yep.
All right, I just
So
want to
that
make
would
sure
be-
it's called out specifically underneath that, not as a separate.
Okay, so, and so I think because we have instituted the ALS program, we can consider that one
Yeah.
complete. I'm going to suggest, this is something I just thought of, which is why I don't have a bullet point on this. Combining a milestone B as in boy and D as in dog. How that would read is that we would then use strategic regional partnerships with surrounding agencies to enhance fire and emergency response services and outdoor public safety training facilities.
That's fine.
Because I think that is a strategic regional partnership we forged with Delta College. And that would cover outdoor training. It would continue to speak to the partnerships on CenCal. And quite honestly, what we're going to start seeing come to fruition, I hope, is the strategic partnerships with our adjoining fire districts. So is there consensus on that?
Yeah, thank you so much.
Anything else?
I did have one question for the police chief. What is your opinion on the current ambassador program?
I would defer to community development because I don't supervise them. I don't deal with them. I don't hear too much about what they do or what they don't do. So it wouldn't be fair for me to speak on what they're doing or what they're not doing. I'm sorry.
That might be something beneficial for us to change is that relationship. I mean, really what the safety ambassadors should be doing is taking the calls that can be handled by them and alleviate those calls from the police department. So maybe a better partnership and we have spoken on it before as far as the police department taking over that piece of the ambassador program.
What I can speak to is we're still responding to a lot of the issues that are going on over there. We're having to assign resources to address, the homeless issues like on North Sacramento Street. Our CLO's having to spend a lot of time over there. We're diverting our downtown bike officer to address a lot of those. We're still having to respond to a lot of calls. I can speak to that, where we're still having to send resources to address a lot of those.
And so being the police chief, if you had full authority to do what you wanted to with the program, fold it up, take the 500,000 a year and put in the police department or keep the program, but change it. Because again, I think that the goal of that, that position is again to alleviate the calls for the police department. So do you have any type of suggestions for us and how to handle that to help you?
So you see what one CLO does now and the difference they make and how they alleviate calls for service, I think for patrol especially, that they're able to go out and address things proactively, especially when it comes to that nature of the call. With two, that would just double the efforts. We have more coverage. There would be a lot more proactive and enforcement, more proactive approach to be able to manage the workload that one does and be able to continue to address those situations, not let them balloon or get out of hand and then have to start all over. So reallocating those resources and giving us another officer to address those issues, I think, would help tremendously and people would see a difference.
And do we have 1.5 CLOs right now? Is what we have?
If you include me, you have 2. So
Okay. So one right now. I thought we might have been at 1.5 too.
No, so we have one assigned, and then we have our downtown bike officer who assists. And then we have a retired annuitant that helps with the emails, responses, things like that. And they help with the additional enforcement or additional shifts that come in on overtime to help out our community liaison officer address those issues.
Thank you, Chief. John, would you be able to speak over, from the things I've heard, I believe that when the program started, it's absolutely phenomenal. And my understanding is this service, since the city's contracted with this group, and or I believe it might be city right now, but it's just been intermittent. And I feel like it's lost some of the gusto. So let me know your thoughts on what we spoke on and just in general about the program, and what you think the true goal of that position is.
Absolutely. We were originally directed by council based on the development of the Access Center to ensure eyes on the street relative to the main area around the Access Center and downtown. At the time, the city was procuring security services for its facilities. We had a program in place earlier that was not working. And so we amended the contract with our current security provider to add this service to it as an amendment to that contract. It is true that in the recent months, it has been less than operational. We have been advocating for quite a while to have this discussion. We are 100% in favor of relocating these resources into PD and simplifying the process, saving dollars to do that, adding to our PD forces that will be more direct and capable of serving both the unsheltered and the population in general. So we're excited about the transition.
Great, thank you. And one thing that I have heard from the police unions is they're not hoping for more CLO positions. They're hoping for more, everyday, what's the word for it, Chief? What is it? I mean, general officers, right, that are patrolling officers.
Patrol,
right?
yes.
And so I do want to be sensitive and understanding of that. Having said that, if we are taking one position and moving it to the police department, then, 500,000 a year is it a year or is it for every 2 years for that program?
You're talking about the term of the agreement?
The term and the amount, yes.
I believe, and we'd have to call for this,
500,000
I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 300,000.
300,000
Yes,
a year?
yes.
Okay. So I think, a CLO officer is obviously going to be underneath that. But if we're rolling it in, then what we possibly could do to, again, have the calls of our PD lowered for our patrolling officers is if we have a CLO, obviously he's going to go on calls for homelessness, citations, et cetera. But then if we do have calls to the police department based on, again, homeless issues, then maybe that CLO can take them over from patrolling officers. Does council agree that this budget should be moved to the police department? Is there any kickback on that?
Your budget adjustment recommendation, is it not, Mr. Lindsay?
You will see this exact proposal that you just described next week.
Perfect.
And our proposal is that it would be a mid-year adjustment. And then we'll meet with A1 Security and work towards amending the agreement and removing the ambassador program if the council is supportive.
Okay. And you said it's going to go to A1 Security?
So currently we are contracting with A1 Security for all of the buildings, facilities, and the ambassador program. The proposal we have for you next week is to remove the ambassador program from that scope of services, use the savings from not paying A1 for that
I see.
service.
Okay, so we're living that contract. Okay,
We'd be reducing the scope of that contract, reallocating those financial resources to the police department and adding an FTE for the CLO.
perfect. Thank you.
There are no further comments. I think we could break for lunch. Thanks.
Fantastic. So we will look to, we budgeted about a half an hour for lunch. So now it's about 5 after 12. I would suggest we work on being back around 12:30, 12:35.
Mikey. What happened there?
Like 5 minutes, I was gonna give 5 minutes before, but.
yeah,
If
but
I got
no,
out, I would- but
it's
of course-
working out really, really good. And the stretch goal for economic development is raise the median income of Lodi residents to 25% of the state of California. The milestones that were established for this priority was to develop a long-term economic development strategy, expand and diversify economic opportunities, continue to support Hydrogen Hub project, the White Slough Public Safety Training Facility, grow the city through East Side annexation, repurposing existing assets, and attracting technology and non-agricultural jobs. The updates that we have since you adopted the strategic goals. The first thing I wanted to mention is in talking to Luis and looking at your stretch goal. We're going to offer up a different stretch goal, and that would be to raise the median income of Lodi residents by 12% to match the state of California. That is something that we think it's still a stretch goal, but I think it's more realistic, and it would put us then on par with the median income of the state versus the top 25 within the state. Here in a few weeks, you will successfully complete, hopefully by the adoption of the Economic Development Strategic Plan. So will soon be completed. As we look at what we've done to expand and diversify economic opportunities, specifically what we're going to call out as an accomplishment here, but not done, is the microloan program that the City Council has supported with funding that is currently assisting 4 businesses. As far as the hydrogen project, Hydrogen Hub project goes out there at the Power Center in White Slough, I'm making a note here, it's only possible with federal funding. There is a decision there whether or not you want to continue this to be a milestone under economic development, or if there is another, either removing it or reconsidering how we want to think about all of the land out there on I-5. As I'd mentioned earlier, the White Slough Public Safety Training Facility, I think, is best housed under public safety. So we're recommending removing this as a milestone from economic development. As we look at growth for the city through the East Side annexation, not being present at 23, I'm assuming that the East Side annexation was specifically called out because it was more of the business side of the city. Much of that area is already within our sphere of influence, so annexation is a little simpler. I do want to note, though, that we've already pursuing a 10-acre annexation on the east side per the council's approval of the Maverick project and making that application to LAFCO. We are currently looking at a proposal to annex approximately 100 acres on the west side. That I believe is located within our sphere of influence, and is just a standard annexation. And so one of the thoughts I wanted the council to consider is the significance of the east side, and if that continues to be a priority or if just annexations in general are more of the priority. Again, we see a reoccurring term, repurposing existing assets. And then I'm restating again the repurposing of 2 locations there on Main Street. And then we're looking at attracting technology and non-agricultural jobs. One of the things I didn't put that I should have when I think about this is back in 23, you did not have an economic development director. Mm-hmm. We do now. And I think that's made a significant difference related to how we are working with business, how we're working with the development community. And so really, really glad that that decision was made and that we hired Luis. And so with that, we also have increased participation in regional forums, and also the creation of that position. So with that, I would entertain any council questions of staff before you open it up for public comment.
Got some.
Okay.
I think we can take A, instead of saying develop, we need to move to implement and then be specific, the Economic Development Strategic Plan. So that would be one. I think that to your point on the hydrogen hub, I think we just leave it where I suggested it be previously, which is under infrastructure. I think point well made. We've got a lot of property out there. And we've got to start thinking about what that, I won't call it excess, but the additional 1,000 acres now and in the future has the potential for. We're back to clean energy. You know, I think we had talked about hydrogen hub and look what we could attract, whether it was a PG R&D facility or something else that we could have out there, a hydrogen fueling station. We got to think big picture down the road. So I do agree that that land in general should be under economic development. And we really got to think about that. And Luis is, I can't recall, did we actually even incorporate that into our economic development plan?
That land specifically, no.
Yeah.
Well, that's
So-
something that we can definitely add through this process.
So not to lose that idea, since it's not in the plan, that somehow or another we should call it out as a potential opportunity for that White Slough area and economic development. I don't know how to word that exactly, but sure.
So we do have 1,000 acres of farmland out there. The vast majority of that is necessary for treatment plant operation.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, Sean. Can you turn on your mic?
It already is on.
Oh,
Oh, got unplugged.
We're unhooked.
Or not? All right, yeah, so the vast majority of that land is required for our industrial discharge permit. So our treated water gets put on those farmlands, so that's a lot less we have to discharge. So we do have some available. We made some available for the hydrogen hub, the training center. Luis and I did talk a couple weeks ago about some land that is not utilized or required in that farmland, but the vast majority of it is necessary for our treatment plant.
We have 1,000 acres there. The training facility is probably nothing less than 20. The treatment facilities needs 100 at most, but I mean, you're saying we don't have much available land. Can you go over the utilization and acreage?
So the farmland is part of our permit.
Okay,
We have to farm that because we have to put the treated water down on farmed land. So if we were to get rid of, excuse me, get rid of that land, we wouldn't be able to utilize our treated wastewater.
so we're only able to utilize our treated, so we're using the treated water to spread on the farmland.
Correct. That's the irrigation for the farmland.
Okay, and there's no other area where we could sell or utilize that water?
I don't know to what extent, but the vast majority of it is needed for that. That's why we bought, 1,100 acres back then.
Is that what most cities does, is they'll buy thousands of acres to spread it out on, or?
Unless you could discharge it all to, like, we discharge some of it to the river, but a very, very minor amount.
Okay. I feel like 1,000 acres for spreading wastewater on, it does seem like a lack of utilization of land, which is, again, adjacent to I-5, so
I could pull up some studies that we have, or if we don't have any, we could get something from our engineer that does the operations out there on what percentage of that is required.
well, and then it might be nice to see what are the other options. So in other words, if we want to use it for different uses other than ag land and using it to spread out our wastewater, what are the steps we have to take to set that up? And then what else can we use that property for? Sorry to interrupt, Lisa. I wanted to.
No,
on
I
that
think
one
it's a
topic
valid
first.
point because I remember we had this discussion about the treated water for the hydrogen hub, right? So if we're using the treated water, I'm just
Yeah.
trying to understand the.
So
future
certain uses
potential.
can use the water. Our plant uses it to cool,
Right.
it. The county has vector control ponds that they grow mosquito fish in that can utilize that. There are certain uses that can utilize the treated water, but
Mhm.
the main one is the discharge on the farmland.
I think to Councilman Bregman's point, if we can kind of look at that, because if council doesn't understand that, and we think that there's 1,000 acres out there potentially for development of some type, then obviously this hasn't really been looked at in a comprehensive way. So I'd like some sense of.
Yeah, we could bring
Yeah,
that back
that would
as
be
a
great.
special meeting or a presentation.
Because then we can kind of look at that long term
Yeah.
and decide if there's going to be anything happening out there. Would it be a power plant? Would it be, what would it be? So Okay, so I'm going to finish my list. I agree with the city manager on, we've moved the White Slough Public Safety Training Facility over to public safety. I just say it's on E, just say grow the city through annexation. I mean, we got 3 different areas we're looking at right now, so just take East Side out for purposes of that annexation discussion. And repurpose and revitalize existing assets is kind of obscure. So I don't really know what we're doing with that the economic development plan wouldn't already be mentioning. And then the same thing with attract tech and non-ag jobs, because that's in the economic development plan. So I think we could get rid of F and G and focus a lot on A. And we'd hit a lot of these items here. So that's just my quick thoughts. Agree with the 12% to match the state. That's smart.
Any more comments from council?
I do have a couple comments. Number one, I may have already been said, Mayor, I gotta ask, is item 3 annexation on the east side, is that something that you put on, or is it, I'm just curious if that's specific to east side.
No, I think that somebody from the staff.
Okay.
Put it because I have said my district for housing cannot grow anywhere. So, and I think they put it there because since that area is industrial, that's why it was for like economic development. But now that we're having this discussion about the annexation of the south side and the west side, that's why it makes sense that we can remove the east side. So, and we're thinking about those 3 parts, like the east side for industrial, the south side and the west side for housing. So I think that's what we are
Great.
all now in agreement. And I think at that time we haven't had those discussions when we did this in 2023, but things have evolved, and I think that's where we are now as a council.
Yep, thank you very much for those comments. Can I ask a member of staff to go over the revolving loan fund?
I can address that one. So at some point when council created this program, they've allocated a certain amount of funding to come up with the program that the city then partnered with California Capital to take that on. And essentially it's a loan up to $50,000 where it's a 5% interest, which is still below market. And it's a 5-year repayment. The city covers all the fees. And so the only thing that the business is tasked to do is to repay the loan, principal plus the interest in the 5-year period. And so with the partnership with California Capital, they're the ones that are out there doing this on our behalf. And so far it's resulted in 4 loans. And you know, it's up to $50,000, anywhere from 5 to 50, and it's intended for micro businesses, so businesses with 10 employees or less. And then the other thing is, you know, it's for new business startups or existing. So a couple examples, Trail Coffee, they've expanded, and so that was one of the most recent recipients. And then the other one, a vintage store on it's Pine Street that opened up next to Pret. That was another recent recipient of the loan. So that's a new business, and the other one was an expanding business.
And I saw that we have 4 outgoing loans right now, if that's correct.
So for
And how much is in the loan program total?
I think there's still 200,000 remaining.
So we have
Yeah,
half
we
of
still
that.
have a good budget and to keep the program going. And the whole point of it being revolving is as those proceeds come back, it goes back into the pot, and then they could be used again to reloan.
And how much did it cost to actually get this program started, and what's the ongoing cost to the city?
So the agreement with California Capital, they basically charge us a percentage of the fee every time they do a loan. So we're not paying them like a monthly fee or anything like that. It's based on the resulting loan. And so there's I think 1.5% of the loan.
And do you know how much it actually costs to get the program up and running?
I don't have that number.
So I will say, I try not to do too much politics. I do know the number, but that's what I was trying to educate in, or just bring up an old topic, which is, it was about $150,000 to get the program started. And I think that was out of a 500,000 total allocation from council at the time. That's my recollection, if that's correct. anyone wants to.
So in the
that.
first year, if what I can recall from the budget, there was $110,000 allocated for
110.
an estimated cost of fees. So I think when the program was set up, through, the previous project manager or person managing this program, when it was set up, they've estimated X amount of loans at an average amount, and then what the cost would be for those fees, and put that aside from the loan principal. So it's a separate tracking mechanism, and we can get those numbers. We can give you the amount of what's it cost so far and what's the amount that's been loaned out.
Yep, and what I would want to make sure is we're not paying any other fees like that if we increase the program. If we put and or allocate more dollars to this fund, we're not having to spend those initial dollars.
Well, there's a percentage fee per loan.
The 1.5%, right? But not the 110,000, not 150,000.
No, I mean, there is another component, which is the technical assistance, and we have a separate agreement with the Small Business Development Center to be part of that technical assistance partner as well. When someone comes in and they're not ready to be, when they're not bankable, they'll work with them directly and get them to the point where they can actually, move forward into the program. And as a reminder, this program, or the Spirit, was set up for, it's actually creating access to capital for those that get rejected from traditional banks.
Right.
So,
But going back to it is, if we put more money into the fund, we're not going to be paying any of the other, forget about the 1.5% when they sell a loan. We're not going to be doing 110,000, 150,000 to setting anything else up.
it'll just be the ongoing cost.
Just the 1.5%.
Or, I'm not sure if it's 1.5%. I can give you those details on
Okay.
them with me.
Because I will say, and this wasn't on you, but at the time when we had gotten this set up, I mean, the bill came, but I didn't have the understanding. I don't know if most of council had the understanding of, we allocated $500,000, but then, 25% of it was used on getting it started. So that just didn't seem like it was a replicatable item. So as long as that's not the case, then that's
Yeah.
something I think the city should still look at. But if we're spending, $100,000 to loan out 400,000, it's just, that doesn't make sense.
And what I will clarify is that that $110,000 was allocated. It hasn't all been spent because there hasn't been, X amount of loans that they've contemplated being loaned out at that time. So this was looked at as a one-year program. It's not a one-year program.
Okay.
It's an ongoing program, therefore being a revolving loan.
Can I ask a favor of staff? Can we pull up the old agenda items where we had approved this on? Because I could have sworn there was line item for 150,000 associated with it's either staff time or again, fees, contracting with individuals, but I would ask for that. Again, I just want to make sure if we're expanding this program that it's actually worth it.
If I might follow up on that, I think the important component here is the reason we selected California Capital was the leverage that our money provides. The idea is not that it's just, here's the funds, you're using our funds. It's, here's the funds, and it's our, in essence, guarantee. And you can leverage additional funding from California Capital because that's what they're in the business to do. So I think, Louise, what you're saying is that we kind of don't really need additional funds at this point because we don't have the demand at this point. Maybe if we get a very robust implementation strategy on the economic development plan, we might. But at this point in time, really the opportunity that SBDC offers, the California Capital offers with its technical assistance as part of their loan effort, really you can access more funds than just the city funds if you needed that through California Capital and you were qualified. So I think that what was compelling when the city made the investment. We leveraged that investment with an organization that has the ability to do even more. So I don't really think we need to think about more funding at this point. So that's just, do you think that's a fair statement?
Yeah, that's a fair statement. So, yeah.
It was stated in this plan. So, we may want to take it out of the economic
Here, there's
development.
council direction to have Luis report back to the council as an informational item at a future council meeting on the details of the program and. the
That would be
choices.
great and helpful. Interesting to hear about the leverage portion of it. And again, if we have $200,000 remaining in the program, hopefully we can get that loaned out because obviously that's sitting money and sitting money is losing money. So, thank you.
Any additional comments from council? So, okay, then, city clerk, do we have any public comments? Okay, thank you. So right now we're gonna open it for the audience if they would like to share something about this item.
Staff, everybody, thank you for being here today. Obviously, this is a huge component of what we're gathered here today. This morning, we talked quite a bit in terms of kind of some constraints in terms of some of the areas that we're hoping to improve, whether it be services, facilities or otherwise. And that all leads back to economic development. I mean, if we're wanting to get to those level of services, the quality of facilities, and the other aspirational goals that we are going to set here, not only today, but in the weeks to come, it all comes back to how are we bringing those new dollars into the community to help pay for it? And how are we ensuring that we're recirculating those dollars within our community to maximize that tax revenue? Because unfortunately, we're not going to be able to increase taxes on our current tax base to the level that's going to support a lot of these goals that we have. So we need to figure out how we're going to grow in a smart way that's going to support your guys' goals, not only now, but into the future and future council's goals as well. I was looking at a lot at some of these bullet points. I do agree with one of the sentiments that I believe was expressed that really just keeping and changing develop to implement our economic development strategic plan and really roll that plan up into your strategic plan. Being part of that process, our economic development director, Mr. Aguilar, did an amazing job getting involvement from many different aspects of the business community, staff input, and a lot of other input from other directions. And so I think it is a really a community document that should almost be adopted verbatim in terms of your economic development strategy. It really gives a 5-year implementation roadmap. I don't know if everyone has a chance to have read the draft version, but it comes with a lot of measurable goals that I believe would have a lot more kind of clarity than some of the goals that we have here and drill down into some of those specifics. I think it does a great job kind of aligning some of these council visions with actual action. And I think, it prevents a certain amount of clarity for those of us in the business community that are looking to make future investments here in the city of Lodi. I think one of the main things that's not specified here is business retention. We talk a lot about growth and attraction. However, we can't afford to lose any more of our key employers. Over the last number of years, unfortunately, we've seen a flight, and we look around in the industries that we have here. Some of our surrounding communities are losing those type of industries. We've been fortunate. We've been able to kind of hold fast the past several years, but I do have a concern with retention, and I think we really need to pay a lot of attention to that. Part of that goes to really making business friendliness, as a kind of platitude and as a theory into measurable goals. So reporting back, council asking for reporting on permit review timeframes, the utilization and effectiveness of pre-development meetings, and then business satisfaction survey feedback, and really and define what are our goals in terms of, what are the rates of satisfied customers in terms of going through that process? Do we currently have, and then where do we want to be? and then holding all of us accountable for meeting those goals and objectives. Because I do think right now perception is costing us development opportunities and projects. And I think to a large extent, it's kind of underreported and we just don't have sort of the mechanism to track and kind of be able to see where we're missing out and how we can improve. I also think that, we've talked about bringing on lobbyist support and other ways of looking at ways to bring in revenue from the state or the grant type opportunities. But ultimately, the most sustainable revenue is going to be that sales tax that's generated by businesses and workers being in our community. We need to build a system where we're able to get that sort of increased revenue on a perpetual basis through increased economic activity. So as much as I understand the need for a lobbyist, I would love to see bolstering of the Economic Development Department where we are working to make an investment to bring on businesses and workers that are going to sustain that increased revenue for generations to come. I also think we don't really have identified here in this plan, but utilizing the partnerships of other people doing economic development, workforce development, small business training assistance within our community and within our region. I think that's really an opportunity for in this intermediary where we're trying to grow and bolster the economic development department, looking to some of those partners to help advance that work while we're kind of building that department up. So I've really appreciated being part of that development of the economic plan, and I know a lot of the business community is as well. So we thank you for the increased attention and investment in it. But we do feel like that is an area where, as you guys do your mid-year and final budgets for next year, really looking at that as an opportunity to invest in so that you get a return on that in the years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Doucette, for your comments. And I have a question for you, actually. So you brought out business retention, and with your conversation that you had with businesses, anecdotally, what do you think they're moving to other cities? Is something that us as the city could have done differently so they didn't relocate?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that go into answering that question. I think, one of the things that's challenging for cities is that, oftentimes the city has to be prepared to take on a industrial project without really knowing what that project may or may not look like. And, a lot of companies that have, built or made investments in facilities kind of around us are oftentimes looking for sites that are potentially shovel ready, or at least, there's a clear path to getting that site online, even if it is a kind of from a greenfield state. And time is money in terms of, that investment. So really they're looking for certainty in terms of time to bring a project online. Incentives, there's mixed results with providing incentives, but there are clear results if you're able to show a business that you can execute on whatever committed time frame that you have to bring that project online. So, and then, there are also, we're kind of built out to our, to the, we're almost completely built out. So in terms of, some of the east side annexation, those other properties, we're, I think, not quite to where we need to be in terms of site readiness, to where those sites become a little bit less attractive. But ultimately, you can't keep everybody, but it's really important for us to have that relationship with the businesses. And I know Luis works really hard on this. We're not hearing about them potentially needing something from the city or from, the county or whoever. We're not learning about it last minute. you know, we want to hear about their plans for potential expansion or what those challenges are, so we can address them early on, and then hopefully provide, again, that sort of roadmap to keeping them here in our community.
Thank you so much for your comment.
I'm going to follow up. I think because I take note of what some of the information was I received from you ahead of time. If we added a bullet that said partner with stakeholders to prioritize business retention, expansion, and workforce development, because you're absolutely right. I mean, we talked about it in the economic plan, but we're really not stating clearly here that it's important to support what we've got first and create opportunities for business expansion, and then to hit that 12% workforce development. So I'm just wondering if you feel it's important enough as a separate bullet to state something like that as a separate bullet in the strategic plan, or if you're comfortable enough that the economic development plan is hitting that in those intended areas.
Yeah, I feel that the economic development strategic plan is a very ambitious document. It's very thorough. I think it pretty clearly outlines those
Elements.
yeah, the opportunities to leverage those partnerships. And so again, you know, I think as if it's adopted in sort of a timeline where you're able to, like I said, I mean, I think just kind of roll it up into the council strategic plan. And I know this plan, the council's plan is council, but I mean, really, this was a community, you know, driven document. And so, you know, I think you're delivering on kind of the community needs if you just kind of take it almost verbatim.
Okay.
But yeah, I think it goes in very clear detail, the range of partners within each work of economic development that can be used.
Okay, good. I wanted to clarify that you felt like it was representing what the intention was from your comments. So,
Yeah.
Okay,
Absolutely.
thank you.
Thank you.
We have more public comments. Seeing none, I'm gonna return to council. Do you guys have any comments?
Yep, so the draft plan online looks great, very robust. I think one thing that if anyone follows the world of like autonomous driving and, you know, in transportation, when I was on the rail commission before Lisa, you know, they often talk about like the last mile of transit being the most difficult, you know, and, you know, kudos to Lisa for getting the additional train ride to going up north. You know, that there still is that last mile component there, right? And, you know, we're seeing this technology being approved across the state. You see it in Los Angeles County and San Francisco County. The DMV just approved autonomous vehicles for Sacramento County as well. So it's happening all around us, and you know, the technology is solved. And so, you know, there is a real potential for communities like us that are on the outskirts of these large like urban hubs to, you know, to potentially like capture some of the employees that are, you know, that are in transit there. If you're able to drive, I often drive to San Francisco for work, and I'm stuck in 3 hours of traffic in the morning. And if I'm able to be in a self-driving vehicle doing 3 hours of meeting in transit to San Francisco, then coming back, that's all or on the horizon.
A train.
Yeah, well, yeah, you could do that too, yeah. But I think we're just very well situated geographically, and, you know, I would love to try to see, you know, what strategies to implement to potentially, you know, capture some of this like some of these massive shifts that are happening around us in technology.
Can I just add to that? Actually, you're right. We don't talk about transportation really in this plan at all. And I think transit, I think mobility, you know, I mean, we'll see more of that in the economic development plan, you know, you're creating a transit friendly community, but we really, you know, we bury it in public works or infrastructure when in essence it is in and of itself always kind of a component, like even in our general plan, you know, transportation is part of it. And so I appreciate you bringing that point up, because I don't quite know where it fits, but maybe I turn that over to Mr. Lindsay to think about where, you know, we're going in the future with our last mile transit. And
We fortunately, the next priority is downtown. and there is a transit
So we can-
topic
we
that we can talk about if, however, that's geographic centric.
Yeah.
Downtown. Economic development is the entire city. So as you look about transit, I'll pause for a second, and if it's the intent to look at transportation as an economic development tool citywide, now's the time to throw something in that you think is important that may not be covered in the strategic plan. If you do see our downtown as our transit central location, we'll cover that in the next priority. And that might be the area that we do. So I'll leave that to the council on citywide versus downtown. Sure.
Yeah, and I think with Lisa at the helm of the Rail Commission, I ran into the Rail Commission last week and they literally said it was because of your like doggedness that you were able to get the additional stop. But I do think that you being in that position and just being who you are, there is the potential for even, increased transportation opportunities there.
My job. It's my job. But I want to say, back to the future, when we're looking at alternative means of transportation, the key thing you said was getting to work. So, does our population, to get them to the 12%, do they need to have a variety of means to get to work? And to get to work, whether it's in the Bay Area or Sacramento, so that they can increase their income. So again, not having read it in great detail, I don't even know if we talked about transportation in the economic development plan.
Not specifically.
No, we didn't.
Yeah.
It's a general plan item, correct? And I haven't read, outside of the downtown, I don't know if we've addressed transportation, and maybe it is a general plan element item we should be looking at.
It is absolutely a chapter in the general plan.
Yeah. Okay, so anyway, I'm still at a loss, Mr. Lindsay. I mean, I think the focus is on creating opportunities for enhanced income, increasing income, and transportation is a critical tool in that.
I will also offer that the effort just gone through on the environmental document related to VMT
Yeah.
helps establish developmental standards, other uses, encouragement, program substitutions, all those things for future development. So we have that in place now as a policy so that we can be leaning on for future expansion and development.
So we could say something like prioritize decisions on transportation to focus on opportunities for workforce development or workforce, something like that. Does that make sense? And then we could put that under economic development? Okay. You got that, Mr. Lindsay?
Examine opportunities for
Transportation?
for improving the transportation system to enhance workforce opportunities.
That works.
Okay, do we have more comments from the council? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Lindsay, could you please restate what you believe is the direction from council?
Yeah, so we're going to recommend that we raise the median income, the stretch goal is reframed to raise the median income of Lodi residents by 12% to match the state of California. I think there is consensus to change the word develop to implement. And you can say implement the long-term economic development strategy, not a. It is now specific. We can remove the White Slough Public Training Facility from economic development. I believe there was consensus to remove the hydrogen project, but then to replace it with examine economic opportunities along, and I'm going to say just along the I-5 corridor. So examine economic opportunities of city-owned land along the I-5 corridor. Would we replace that with replace the hydrogen with that? There was a council direction related to the expansion and diversification of economic opportunities. We would leave that the same with the direction that the council would receive an update on the microloan program and how it works. What was the genesis of setting it up and the understanding? Where is it working today? We bring that back as a council item. We agreed that we would remove the word East Side from milestone E. And I believe that I heard suggestions of eliminating milestones F and G. Okay.
That's correct. Thank you so much.
All right, on to the downtown. Stretch goal. We realize a lively mixed-use walkable downtown district. And my personal commentary, this is not a stretch goal. Y'all did it. It's great to leave it as it's worded, but we've got a great downtown. The milestones that were established was to expand opportunities for downtown living, preserve downtown's historic character, ensure accessibility for multimodal transportation and public safety, protect and promote the use of public facilities, including the library, public safety building, and the city administration building, expand the perimeter of downtown mixed-use zoning, and adopt policies that incentivize the revitalization of buildings and infrastructure. As we look at updates, as it relates to expand opportunities to live downtown, the downtown specific plan update that will be, the public review draft will be released soon. In that update, there is zoning that would accommodate 200 additional units downtown. Preserving the downtown's historic character. Staff has heard from a number of sources that there is interest, and the downtown specific plan speaks to, the history that we have downtown. We're going to offer up a recommendation that the city do a citywide voluntary historic landmark program. It is under downtown because we speak about the historic character. When you do a landmark program as a jurisdiction, typically it is citywide. Here in Lodi, clearly most of those landmarks would more than likely occur on properties in downtown. We have made a concerted effort to maintain our historic decorative streetlights, and that's part of the historic character. Ensuring accessibility on the multimodal, Amtrak is about ready to complete their platform accessibility project. This says ensure accessibility for multimodal transportation and public safety. And so that one, I would encourage the council to give some thought to on that wording. Is accessibility, as sometimes we think of it as mobility impaired, or is it to make it easier to use multiple modes of transportation at our transit center? We do have a phenomenal asset downtown with the transit center, the parking garage, the train station, the connection with the bus service, and then what element of public safety is in there. So that one I think could use some brainstorming today on C. That concludes, excuse me. When it comes to the Civic Center, much of what I'm seeing here on this milestone speaks to public well-being, especially when we start off promoting the use of the library. And when we get to public well-being, that's where I'm hoping that we'll really start pulling in more milestones related to our library. But the role that the public safety building and the city administration building plays downtown, I think is also worth some consideration and rethinking. As we look at the perimeter of mixed-use zoning, the downtown specific plan update proposes a 30-acre expansion of the zoning district, so we are seeing it grow. As we look at potentially developing a historic landmark provisions within our city code, one of the incentives that comes here in California with revitalizing buildings that are historic is the use of the Mills Act, which acts in a similar way as the Williamson Act does for agricultural property. Property owners can come under contract with the city for a reduced property tax in exchange for a commitment to maintain a historic landmark. And so that would be an idea for incentivizing the revitalization. So that concludes our updates, and we're ready for any clarifying questions before public comment.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna ask council if they have any clarifying questions.
I have one. James, when you talk about the city hall, are you talking city hall?
The milestone speaks to the Civic Center. In milestone D, we are mentioning the library, the public safety building, and the city administration building.
City hall. City hall.
City Hall.
I'd like to make a comment. As you know, I've been city councilman for many years. I've gone up the stairs and whenever I go there, I think to myself, boy, this is archaic. As I look at Stockton and so forth. And I've not mentioned getting a new city hall. But you know, if we had the money, we should. Because we're talking about making everybody beautiful, everything beautiful, right? But the employees may want to keep it like it is. I don't know what you folks feel, right? When I take a look, the reason I haven't made a comment is because no money. So anyway, if I were to have a dream, City Hall, very beautiful city hall, modern. If the employees like it, if the citizens like it, but think about its cost. So this is a dream that I have personally, but then expressing myself for the first time here. What I think it is, I think Lodi needs a better advanced city hall, in my opinion. That's all. Thank you.
I'm gonna piggyback on that because I have had conversations with other council members about that. But I don't know if it's in downtown specifically, but we should revisit how we can make City Hall like a little better because we bring sometimes important meetings and many of these meetings are about perception. So I think it's value to do a remodulation of City Hall at some point.
I think a great opportunity, and ultimately we'll receive direction on how important City Hall and Station One, recreation, finance, police, library, how all of that is important to downtown or not. So I'm looking forward to that discussion and direction. As a result, in response to the request to, modernize, renovate, better space, utilize the civic buildings, here in the coming months, you'll receive an update or report back from Public Works on a facility needs assessment. And that does do a comprehensive review on what our needs, what we see our needs being in the future and how we could better utilize the space or the need to grow more space. Is that fair? Yeah. So that discussion will be coming to you here in the coming month or two.
I'd like to make a comment.
Yes.
We had a police department, before we had that, it was shabby. How do we get it? I think it was about 16 million or 19 million. Simeon Pacitti asked for that money, like your senator did. And I'm thinking if we do that, of course, that's the route we would go, right? We'll see where if there's money and so forth. So
Did
I
we
thought-
issue a bond for that? Is that
No,
how we got the
what
funding?
happened was, I'll tell you how it was, the city, when the legislators meet together, they get funds, right? He gave his votes, I think he lost, he voted for whatever it was anyway, but it comes, Senator Pachetti is the reason why you guys had that new police department. Before, I'll tell you, I gotta tell you a story. We had dignitaries from China come want to see the Lodi. You know what they want to see? They want to see our range.
Our shooting range?
Shooting range. And we
gosh.
went down
Back
there.
then?
It was so bad. I mean, the police officers would have to shoot in the range downstairs, right? Ricochet. And one of our city managers said, we're not gonna let them see that. It was embarrassing. So I'd like to share that with you on how we got the police building and James about the city hall. Thank you.
So I've got to.
Thank you for your comment, Councilwoman.
So to your point, Mr. Lindsay, can we change the stretch goal then to capitalize on Lodi's lively mixed-use walkable commercial downtown district versus realize, since I would agree with that. So that's a suggestion. Could you flip to that next slide?
Which one?
No, one back. We'll start with one back. For preserve downtown's historic character, develop a volunteer historic landmark program. obviously we need an ordinance, which is what I'm assuming this program is. It'll have an ordinance as a component of it. One of the things I would like to see under that is for the city to lead by example and submit eligible city-owned buildings for landmark status. Because we need to lead by example. City Hall, Carnegie Forum, those are both buildings, the firehouse. Where'd Scott go? What else am I missing? So I think that some of those buildings people assume are landmarks, and I think that the city can lead by example under that landmarking. And then ensure, to your question on accessibility, what if we just said ensure multimodal transportation? I can't remember, Jonna, did we say it was public safety because we were concerned at that time about the railroad? And I know there was a public safety reason, or the reason we mentioned public
It
safety.
had to do with the lack of safe crossings.
That's right. It had to do with crossings. Okay, so that was why we said public safety in that. But if you just wanted to take out accessibility for and just say ensure, I don't know, not sufficient, necessary, or I don't know how you would use another word, but multimodal transportation. And then on D, we could say protect and promote the use of public safety administration and Carnegie Forum. Actually, Carnegie Forum needs work as well. The windows in Carnegie Forum need work. I would throw that into, those are the three buildings that we need to look at for future deferred maintenance, revitalization, that type of thing. And I think that the rest is fine. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. Do we need to basically reference, just like we do with the economic, implement the downtown plan, specific plan? Should we just state that?
Before we go there, I just want to do a check. The Civic Center, what I call the Civic Center, City Hall, Carnegie, all the public buildings. Do we view that as an anchor or part of downtown?
Can you repeat that again?
Do we view the Civic Center complex that includes Carnegie, the library, the police building, City Hall as part of downtown, an integral part of downtown and an anchor?
I think so.
And if we do, I think keeping it in here, it makes sense if that's true.
If
It's
you
a-
think about the businesses across the street,
It's only a block away,
yeah.
the bank.
I'd like to add that from my recollection of the conversation when these were adopted, it was intended, they wanted to expand the idea that downtown did encompass. So rather than just being School Street and our wonderful, smaller area, we wanted that same feel to reach all the way to the city buildings and encompass those things so that it was a kind of all-inclusive use and people felt like a free-flowing use. So it was intended to get that same use over to the city buildings.
Adding to that, one of the objectives back in the day was to develop a parking garage on our parking lot to encourage additional downtown parking opportunities as part of that civic center and as part of an opportunity for the public to have shared parking.
So maybe, James, we just call it Civic Center. I mean, I think that would be a good way. We kind of all understand that whole area to be that, so.
We'll also add, we have quite a few tourists that come and look at our plaza between both structures.
Yeah.
So it is definitely an attraction downtown.
All right, any more comments from council?
Just add two more.
So city
specific
manager
to
make one
downtown.
suggestion? James?
Sorry.
And make one suggestion in the language. Under the specific plan updates proposed under E, where it says proposed 30-acre expansion, it actually is policy now. So can we say
So this is
defined?
This is not something that is part of the specific plan update. That has already been accomplished.
That's been accomplished.
Okay, very good.
So it's two other downtown specific that have come up over time is, you know, we've talked a lot about the string lights, which have been wildly popular, I think, as everyone has seen, bringing back the Christmas lights. But in the past, we've talked about having them where you could like change them depending on like the holiday. Say it's St. Patty's Day, you're able to have like some sort of a green color to them. If it's Breast Cancer Awareness Month, you have purple, you know, it's something that we had talked about previously. And then the other, I was just meeting with the owner of Ollie's in 20 North, and you know, he talks often about his back alleyway and just like the potholes. I think I sent Sean a couple of requests for some, you know, to I forget what it's called, but to fix some of the potholes there. But you know, you go into some communities where they have like these beautiful like brick laid alleyways, and you know, I understand that, you know, there's certain budgetary constraints at the moment, but as we're talking through our overall vision for downtown, I'd love, you know, to ensure that that's included.
And to be assured, when the draft comes out, everyone will see, we do have chapters dedicated to all of that. Clear direction, opportunities for enhancements, all of those things have been forecasted.
Hence my point, implement the downtown specific plan. So you should be able to cover all that, Mikey, in that, so.
And I did have one more item to add as well. It shouldn't be its own line item, but underneath one, and that would be the railroad property. Again, that has to do with expanding downtown in general. But when we're thinking about how to connect the west side of the tracks to the east, that's an excellent example about how that can take place. The worst thing in my belief a city can have is vacant property inside of its city limits, because then you get overgrown grass, which is a fire hazard. And you have vacant landlords, you have trash, you have homeless that inhabit it. So it really is, in my opinion, the worst thing that you can have happen. And that's what we have happening right now, right? In fact, the largest downtown homeless encampment is in fact on the railroad property. So I hope that that is a important category when we're talking about our downtown expansion, specific plan, et cetera. And I think it has been, and I am hoping that we can put it in writing under a line item. I don't think it has to be its own if you're saying to expand downtown, but it's important enough that it should be its own. It should be on this. And again, I think there's plenty of creative ideas we can have as far as economic development and or just public use. Again, number one objective would be to clean up the area, and then other ideas would be again to subdivide the lots, sell it off to whoever wants to develop it, give it a finite amount of years that they have to develop it by, so that we're actually pushing development. So I think that there's plenty of work that and opportunity that we have in that area in general. So I would like that to be added underneath a line item.
To address a couple of those points, you will find components in the downtown plan that do address underutilized and vacant parcels, which are not tied to transportation corridors. You'll find a whole chapter dedicated to the railroad right of way and ideas and concepts that we have been in contact with UP about, and the possibilities of engaging with them. So I think we have tried to reach out to all of those things that we discussed as being goal sets for the downtown plan.
Yep, and I do believe staff has been good at that. Me and Luis had talked a little bit about it. Luis, are you able to give a small update as to communications between city, railroad, and just kind of where we're at and what the city's up to on that? If appropriate.
I think that's a question for John.
John, are you able to take that over?
I'm sorry, can I have the question one more time?
Are you able to give us an update on where we are with speaking to the railroad, grants for not brownfield funds, but what were the funds that were?
No, the specific grant is that we applied for. Actually, we submitted the application this morning. It's for phase one assessment of those railroad properties along Main Street. So that's that grant opportunity. We focus specifically on those on that property for potential assessment, phase one, phase two.
Right, and the assessment is going to be for?
To assess if those sites are contaminated or not. That's the first step in redeveloping, right? And specific to rail pros and the conversations, I think I'll let John address that question.
Actually, aside from today's discussion, we are looking into several grant opportunities related to transportation improvements near the rail. One is focused on the overpass and the idea of developing a safe passage over the rail that we can then build on as a part of the remaining portion of downtown. One of them is also tied to the potential grant funding, as we all know, slides in its capacity, and the feds and the state are pulling back on some of them. But nonetheless, we're still making application for several of these. The overpass is investigative, design, concept, engineering, all of that, and then ultimately go back with an implementation opportunity for that. And then we have another one which is looking at Main Street improvements. We have been in contact with the rail, with UP through our Rail Pros contacts, and we are working on a strategy as a first phase towards potential acquisition of some of the right-of-ways. Their parcels overlap into Main Street. We do not have a clear public path for 80 feet of right-of-way width, which we require. So we are in discussions about the possibility of making those acquisitions from Lockford down to Lodi Avenue to be able to afford the idea of going forward with improvements to Main. And that would be like a phase one we would need to have in order to begin to make our plan realized and developed over time. So you'll see some of that commented to in the specific plan on the downtown, and then there'll be other things we're going to as a side to that effort to capitalize on opportunities for grants.
Thank you to you and the team on this specific item.
Thank you for those comments. Piggyback on Council Member Breckman comment. I remember when you guys did the outreach for ideas about where the land could be, because that's, I think, very important if we're trying to do unification of extending downtown to the east side. And I think some of the ideas was putting a linear park there, right? So is that in the downtown specific plan, like one of those concepts in there?
Yes, it certainly is.
Okay.
We're looking at many things that were discussed.
Many possibilities.
Multicultural expressions, all kinds of things that represent that portion of our downtown. And then how what we have on our west side can be implemented on the east, but more respectful of that side of the city and yet showing cohesive design components, those kinds of things. So you'll see all of that in the plan.
No, thank you so much. More comments? City Clerk, do we have any public comments? Okay, I would like to invite the public to comment on this item. Seeing none, I will ask Mr. City Manager to tell us what you think is our direction.
All right, so the first off, we've got our downtown as a priority. And I heard a recommendation that we change the stretch goal to capitalize on Lodi's lively mixed-use walkable commercial town-down district. And so if there's consensus there, we'll move forward with making that change.
Yeah, I can open it for public comments, I guess, still, so.
My name is Nick Jones. Those that don't know me, Ford Construction, across the street from you. I've been in and around strategic plans most of my life. I've worked all over the state of California, building big, crazy projects from Houston, Kansas City, Milwaukee West. Regardless, this plan, I think, is just really pathetic. You start by, as a community, where do we want to be? What do we want to be? Do we want to be a bedroom community? I appreciate getting easier access and travel to the Bay Area. I believe if you can't afford to can't afford to live where you work, you ought not to be living there. And so I myself have grown up in this town, went to high school here. I want to stay here. I want this community to be a place where my kids come back and where my grandkids will be. Currently, I can't get anybody of our employees to move to this community. We have high-paying jobs, really high-paying jobs. They live in Granite Bay, Folsom, the East Bay, some in Sacramento up in the foothills. So they come and look at the demographics of how the school system works. They don't want to be part of this community. It breaks my heart. So we're talking about this stuff and these little generalities. We're a $300 million organization. We ought to run it like that. All right, so when you come up with have you heard of a BHOG, big, hairy, audacious goal? It's what we need to start with. What do we want to be as a community? What do we want to look like? Do we want to be a bedroom community? Fine. Then we'll outsource our jobs. We're talking about raising our financials of this community, the average income. Well, it's pretty easy to do. You know, when you raise the water, raises all boats, right? High tide. Why aren't we bringing more sports programs to the community? That brings in big dollars. For every dollar brought into our community, it's $4 of additional money within our community. We need new money, not just retread in what we have. You know, the hotels live on that stuff, right? There is no good place between Elk Grove and Bakersfield along the 99 corridor that could be somewhere fun to stop. We have the old Highway 99 with Cherokee. We could completely revitalize that thing back to the 40s, 50s era, have mixed use and get people to stop. You know, our economic plan of downtown needs to include Cherokee and Pine Street and our gateway into our community. Our gateway is Flag City, which love Fritz Groupie, but it's a truck stop. So we got to let go of that and focus on what's over here on 99. So why don't we fix our gateways and encourage new money in and create jobs that are here that are high paying to keep our people living here, walking to work? Isn't that what the communities of the future are about? You know, you see this new community that they're going to be building over in Fairfield. Are you guys familiar with that? And the shipyards they're talking about building over there? It's significant. I'm neck deep in that on a political aspect, and we're talking billions and billions and billions of dollars. They're going to walk right over the top of us. Why don't we become the new epicenter of someplace cool, a place where you live and you work? Worrying about these little wingdings and doodads. I can't believe we paid this much money for an economic plan that I think I could have put that into AI and come out with it in about 15 minutes. So I just challenge us as a community to figure out what we want to be. What is our goal? And then come up with the plan to how that looks. It's that simple. We're not talking about what we want to be. We're just talking about, you know, moving the pawns around on the chessboard. Let's play chess. That's what I challenge us all as a community. I'm willing to participate. I had to move out of this community. I don't even get to vote here now because we can't take care of the homeless. And I don't want to have to go out to my trash can and see somebody digging in it. So I want to move back into town. So help me with this, please. I beg that of you guys. Here's our chance. Here's an opportunity. Now, I was part of the last planning development 20 years ago, and we really haven't done much. You know, we're talking about pushing our borders. I'd rather lock our borders and focus on the infill and cleaning up what we have. There's no reason the east side can't look like the west side. I mean, it's the same vintage of houses. We just need to start with one block at a time and take back our community in a meaningful way and bring them all along with it. It's just so simple to me. Let's start with the big, audacious, hairy goal and get there. Thank you for putting up with me.
Thank you for your comment.
Well, on the stretch goal, we have that modification I think that there's concerns on. I heard a suggestion of milestone A, expanding opportunities for downtown living to implement the downtown specific plan, very similar to what we did on the last priority. I wanted to do a quick check-in to see if I heard that correctly. I think I did. Great. Preserving downtown's historic corridor. On mile would remain. C, ensuring accessibility for multimodal. That one was a challenge to staff to reframe that, to talk about what is, you know, reframe a multimodal transportation, its role, public safety. Now, you know, we got to talk about the rail crossing. We'll take that as a challenge of staff to come back. So when we bring back the resolution for you all to consider, we'll work on that. There was a number of things there I think I'd like to take back to the team. On D, we looked at protecting and promoting, and really, as it relates to the Civic Center, combining all these public buildings, call it the Civic Center, and talk about how its importance is to the downtown and anchoring the downtown. And it's, again, I would like to take that back to the team, and we'll come up with language that hits along the lines of Civic Center, promoting, and it's a part of downtown. I'm going to suggest that I'll suggest that we remove milestone E, given that that has now happened. And then keep F, adopt policies that incentivize the revitalization of buildings. I'm going to stop for a second because I didn't bring this up originally, but I meant to. Revitalization of infrastructure. Is that significant, or can we conclude that statement at buildings? Adopt policies that incentivize the revitalization of buildings?
I think when we incorporated infrastructure, it was a concern for the capacity of our existing infrastructure, and I'm talking about utilities primarily, to handle new development, infill development. I think that was why, at least I think, infrastructure was in there. Other infrastructure, could, I don't know, really infrastructure, roads, so, and I think that the incentivizing that is really not an appropriate term for
Right.
infrastructure. I think really there's questions from building owners as to, and challenges some building owners have had as to, do I have enough, is the wastewater, is the electric, is it all sufficient to develop to the level that I may want to develop? If we were, or if there was a movement forward to do something with the WOW site and put in a hotel or put in additional buildings, is there sufficient capacity of infrastructure to handle that? I think it was more a understanding of that, a lack of surety of that. So that's the downtown infrastructure.
I'll do a quick check-in that the downtown specific plan has an infrastructure component. Yep.
It does.
Okay.
But I would also say with infrastructure as another larger goal, which is citywide, obviously downtown's part of the city. If you wanted to remove it here in its entirety, it's still addressed under that other larger section.
Yeah, I think it was the aging. It's like the buildings are aging, the infrastructure is aging. Do we 100% know that everything's been replaced, that everything's up to code? I don't think so, because the chief and I have talked about the buildings themselves. So then it makes you wonder what's underground, what's overhead. Have we really done an assessment of our utility infrastructure? And we're already doing the roads, so you're addressing that, Mr. Lindsay. So I don't know, that's where infrastructure came.
Okay, so if I'm going to suggest we conclude at buildings, and if the council's satisfied that the downtown specific plan will identify and address any infrastructure deficiencies. We do have a separate, as John mentioned, a separate infrastructure priority. Those speak to a lot of the annexation areas as we thinking about expanding our infrastructure. But I think, anyway, I'm going to suggest we just period at buildings, and if that's okay. Okay. So with those changes that I just repeated back to the council, are we okay with downtown? Yep. All right. I am going to take a break. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on a second. I want to make sure I covered everything. I think I did. Yep. All right. You get to hear from somebody else then for the next part of this afternoon. Olivia, it's all yours.
Mayor and council, so one of the topics that that was brought up to council appointees, city manager, city attorney, and city clerk was the update to the city council protocol manual. And the protocol manual is a comprehensive manual of standard operating procedures of the city council. It includes a summary of Brown Act requirements, the organization of council, council expenses and budgeting, and operations of boards and commissions. And today we're going to focus on two main items that we would like, that city attorney and I would like to discuss with council. So I will be going over council rotation for mayor and mayor pro tem, and city attorney Lucchese is going to go over SB 707, which you've all received some communications from both our offices regarding the new bill. Protocol manual was last updated in 2019, which was almost 7 years ago. And therefore, due to this time gap, many references to the procedures and the adopted resolutions within the manual are now outdated because we've updated them through resolutions throughout the years. Therefore, City Clerk's office and City Attorney's office are working on an update to the protocol manual. And one of the items that is not really outlined within, it mentions it, but it doesn't really outline a process or a procedure for it, is the city council rotation during the reorganization of city council every December. City council reorganizes either the first, on a non-election year, it's the first council meeting in December, or if it is an election year, then it's either the first meeting in December, or if the election results are certified afterwards, then it becomes the second meeting in December. Today, we're seeking direction regarding how council, if council wants a specific process for its reorganization for selecting the mayor and mayor pro tem every December. And through outside counsel, through the city attorney's office, we were able to get sample from other cities. One of them is the city of Glendale, and they organize their city council on the first Monday of every April. And the choice usually follows a rotation based on seniority, in that the council member who has gone the longest without serving as mayor gets picked next. If there is any sort of tie as far as a council vote or seniority, they use the past election results for a council for that rotation. So they look at the election results. They either look at who got the most votes, or if it's similar, then they look at the percentage. So they kind of go through a process where they eliminate, they go through like a process of elimination to pick out someone if there is a tie.
Is that non-district? Because some districts have more voters than others, so that's a consideration if it's a.
Right.
That's why they use a percentage of the district vote.
District vote, so percentage, got it.
Mhm. Because we have seen that in some districts, there are more voters that come out and vote in certain districts than others.
Right.
So you're right, you wouldn't see those same numbers all across the board. So that's the city of Glendale. The city of Colfax, they organize in December of every year, so similar to city of Lodi. They also, similar to Lodi, on a non-election year, they organize first meeting in December on election year. The reorganization occurs after the declaration of election results. What's different about Colfax, though, is that whoever is mayor pro tem becomes mayor. That's the vote. That's the nomination and vote. And then the mayor pro tem is the one that's selected based on seniority. So it is similar, but the difference is just one is used to nominate the mayor and the seniority, and then for the other city, it's for the mayor pro tem.
Olivia, I have a question.
Yes.
In that method, the senior guys be mayor all the time. Is that right?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Well,
No, he asked if then in that system, then the senior members then get to be mayor all the time, but that's not correct, right?
Sorry, let me reread there's a differentiation. The council member that has gone the longest without serving as mayor, that's the seniority piece. So they've been there the longest, but they haven't served mayor for also the longest. It's a little,
I understand now.
yeah,
Thank you.
takes a little critical thinking there, but it's two components. The council has also asked if we can look for cities where they rotate by district. I wasn't able to find any within California that rotate by district, but current council is in a unique position to do so because you already have Mayor Yepez in District 4 and Mayor Pro Tem Hothi District 5. And so if you do that, then if you do go by districts, then mayor pro tem next year would be District 1. Now, the only drawback to this method is that I understand Councilmember Nakanishi won't be rerunning this year. We will miss you, but that means that we will have a
No one was supposed to know this. You pushed me.
Paper, Alan, the paper.
But that means that
I could also change my mind.
Yeah. you're more than welcome to. But it does pose a question that if at any point a council member either decides not to rerun or they are outvoted during the election and there is a new council member in that seat, and then they are basically next in line if it's based on district, then that council member will be new to their role. So council can provide direction for us to put some sort of contingency that this person could be mayor pro tem first before they are mayor.
You could say you must have served a minimum of 1 year
Yeah.
prior to.
Yes, so that's kind of the different points and different ways that it could be, and then we will just leave it up to council discussion. But would you like to hear about SB 707 and then discuss everything all at once, or do you want to discuss them separately?
We'll discuss this, I think, I
Separately?
don't anticipate this being a long discussion. So, so I asked for this item because in our manual it's very vague. So I feel whatever direction we take as council, I'm okay as long as we have a policy that is set. So other councilmen in the future, before they run or are here, they know, and it's very clear. So then also the transition of like the continuing the transition of power is very smooth for the future. So that's why because sometimes since we don't have a policy, it brings some uncertainty to who's next and things like that. So that's why I brought this.
So I like the district with the exception of as long as we have that caveat, minimum year of service. Otherwise we go to the next person in the next district. Or you have to think back to if we have had a resignation and then it becomes an issue of who's next in line. Now, hopefully it wouldn't have been the mayor resigning, but that happens. But then you'd have your vice mayor, so that's okay. I'm just trying to, back to your contingency issue, if there's a circumstance where obviously you're not going to have somebody who is just elected serve.
And I will say this as well, the council has the right, and city attorney can confirm or deny this, but the city council has the right to place an item on the agenda at any time during the year to reorganize if we do come up to a situation such
Okay.
as this.
So we could do that.
Yes,
In-
so
In that instance.
if there's
prior to-
concerns.
And can we also, so we can do that, but can we put in the policy to like, because we need to think about the future, right? Like all the scenarios that the council can override the policy by 2/3, like, I don't know, maybe.
I would recommend 4/5 if
Yeah,
that.
4/5, yeah.
Yeah,
4/5.
if, so like a super majority vote to, override if there are like extenuating circumstances or something like that. Is that what you're thinking of?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Just, I don't know, we don't know the future, right? So many things can happen and maybe there is an interest in doing that. How about that, like a mix between district and seniority? How will that look like?
Yeah, so that's actually one of the questions that I wanted to ask, because you could do a mix of by district, but if you can also do what the city of Colfax does, where their mayor pro tem becomes mayor next year, and that kind of creates a consistency, and you're still going by district.
Yeah.
So it would be kind of like a combination of both policies, and it would be more relevant to Lodi City Council rotation. So if that's the direction that council is looking to pursue, then I would just need direction on that, and that's what we will work with outside council to incorporate in the protocol manual.
So in this case, we are here in the city, so if we did a mix of both there, obviously right now, it's me, then Mikey after, then Lisa, what mix would that be to be possible, the path?
So it,
This, but by seniority, then you, seniority, right?
so that would, with the current direction that's being provided, that would only be if whoever's in district, so let's say, for example, Councilmember Nakanishi decides not to rerun, and then that person won't have a year of seniority, and then that's when the process would skip them for that rotation, and then it would come back to them afterwards, after everyone's been rotated through. So that could be an option, but right now, let's say Councilmember Nakanishi does rerun, then it would be Councilmember Nakanishi and then Councilmember Craig Hensley.
Okay.
I hope that answers your question.
No, that answered my question, and I like that idea. Like, what are you guys' comments? What do you guys think about that? Or suggestions, or you guys don't think that we should have a policy, or, this is just brainstorming.
Yeah, I think what you're stating is in line with how I've always understood this rotation.
Yeah, so, and so it's, so that, what I want to be clear on is the one caveat of you, so let's say that it was an election where it fell that you would have been mayor next, but you decide not to run or you're not elected, then as the mayor pro tem, you wouldn't be mayor, then it would be, well, it could be somebody who was just elected, right? That is instead in your district. That's why I'm saying you've got to at least have 1 year of service in before you become mayor. And then you guys have to decide, we have to decide if it also is the mayor pro tem position. You have to have 1 year of service in before you can become mayor or mayor pro tem. If it's just mayor, then we can say that. If it's both mayor and mayor pro tem, then we say that. Otherwise, I think the district is just fine.
Yeah, did you have 1 year before Mayor Pro Tem?
No, because you remember what happened.
You remember.
Okay, so there was that opening.
Yeah.
No, there wasn't an opening. Well, it was later there was an opening, but we didn't do it that way because for many reasons, but so I think that was an anomaly. And back to Olivia's point, council has the ability to kind of override that policy, right?
Yeah, I think those are good general guidelines though.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We will go ahead and incorporate that direction into the protocol manual. And then at the time that the protocol manual is being presented to council for a vote, if there's any other direction, we can pursue that as well.
And also I want to add something for the vice mayor. We cannot, because in other cities, I know that when the vice mayor is the one that teaches the new council members, like some of the things like, some of the process, right? Because normally the vice mayor has been there for a bit, right? So there will be kind of like a guy for new council members when we have that. Can we add that to the description of roles?
Sure. We can
Is
definitely.
that
do
okay with you guys?
Sure. Yeah. Okay, so I'll just reiterate very quickly, the points. So Mayor Pro Tem becomes mayor. The rotation will be based by district. It will need a 4/5 or supermajority to override the policy. And for Mayor Pro Tem's description to include as a sort of mentor to new council members that are just elected.
Wait, so how would that work? So 4/5, so if you circumvent this rotation, then you have to have 4 or 5 agree to that?
Mhm.
Oh, that's interesting.
That was the
Versus a majority?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think like, so this is my thinking, in the case like how we had it, like what happened like the last elections. How about if that person he was his turn to be mayor and then you guys didn't agree with it, then it would require for like the other council members to override that policy. That give us an exit to, yeah. That's my thinking, that's what I was.
Versus 3 of 5 versus a simple majority.
I think, what if you can't reach an agreement or,
I know.
That's true, too.
and then what if someone's thrown off, then you need 4 of 4?
Well, that was the other issue, that if you were only down to 4 people because somebody resigned. But would you be
Correct.
okay with majority?
I'll be okay with majority, but I just wanted like that has an exit, but also there is kind of like a policy that you try to follow, but yeah.
So city attorney, correct me if I'm wrong, if something requires a supermajority and there's only 4 members of council, they can't do a 3-1.
Well, it depends on what counts as a quorum. If it's a quorum of all members of council or a quorum of the members
Like
present.
Sitting members, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So if you're saying 3 of the 4, then
Then
you're over the 67% and you would be okay at that point.
Yeah, I mean, I still think I think a majority, whichever we count as a majority at that time. And to me, it would be the sitting members of council.
Yeah.
So.
All right, and now I will turn it over to City Attorney Lucchese. She will go over SB 707 requirements.
I know you all have gotten lots of updates on the SB 707 already, so I'm just going to super summarize it and then also raise some of the other issues that we plan to work with outside counsel that have come up along the way that we've flagged for policy manual revisions and things that we've seen. So we previously had not adopted a decorum policy. So if people were acting out or disrupting meetings under SB 1100, we could remove them from meetings. So we're supposed to have formally adopted that. We've kind of informally had that, and police officers have been present. If someone were to have gotten unruly or something, they've been present, but we've never formally adopted that into our protocol manual. So that's one of the things that we flagged. Pronouns and other updated terms, cross references to city ordinance and resolutions, minutes and action minutes. And then we recently updated the clerk taking closed session minutes. That's a new resolution we just updated. So all of those are other things that we plan to update in the protocol manual. And then also the actual meeting rules of conduct. My recommendation was to move back to Rosenberg's Rules of Order because the one that's listed is basically that with just some slight variations. And my recommendation would be to follow a standardized procedure like Rosenberg's instead of a slight variation, which is hard to just be in the reso somewhere. And so that's what I would recommend coming back to council. So if you're all good with those changes, I think they seem.
What is Rosenberg?
It's like Robert's Rules of Order, but it's more of a streamlined, simplified version a lot of public agencies
We're
use.
talking about the.
Yeah, like how to make a motion and you take a, first, second motion on the floor, that sort of thing, but a kind of simplified version of that a lot of agencies use.
Can we get a copy, all of us, like, of the council?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do we have in the protocol manual the council orientation referenced?
I don't know if we do. I know that there is now a commissioner's handbook, and any new boards or commission members that come on, the clerk's office sits down with all of them. But I don't know if there ever was one when new council members came on into it. So I know that's something Maria now does with new boards.
Some of us did, but it was strictly budget. And it was exhausting.
Yeah.
Those of us who sat through a full day of orientation, and each department would come in and talk about their budget and then leave. But, to be honest, the basics of, and this isn't work experience now, the basics of operating the microphones and, the laptops or the consoles, just oriented to the council chambers. It's a lot different when you're out in the audience and then you're sitting up at the dais and what do I hit? What do I do here? So I think a little more of the orientation to, for council, for new council members, that goes beyond just, all the pieces fit together in the departments, but
agree.
also how you logistically work.
And there is so much material to cover between all of the departments that I think because of city manager, city attorney, and city clerk's offices having such close working relationship with council, it was understood that we'll eventually develop that relationship. And I think maybe having a separate one just for council to get oriented with the three offices that they work with the
Yeah,
most.
I mean, they're not even, we never even got like a walk around to the departments or anything and introductions and any of that stuff. So I think that's pretty darn important for any new council members who come on, so.
And I think that was my idea that like the vice mayor can do some of that stuff. Be the mentor, take them to departments, tell them like, him or her, like, oh, this is how you turn on the microphone, let's do a test. This is, like just basic things, so they are comfortable when they start.
We can include something in the protocol manual, maybe even if it's just short, but something to reference
Yeah.
the orientation portion.
Something about how orientation will be handled, incoming council.
Katie, regarding decorum, you said that if there's a really person out there, you could ask the police to take them out. You meant the citizens, right?
Yeah, residents or,
We've all-
I mean, if we had staff members, any member, it could be a council member, if there was someone, anyone who was disturbing, conducting city business.
I asked you, that was done automatically for many years. So
It's not automatic, it's just removed.
how about city council member?
We could.
Council, Mike,
yeah.
Any city council.
This is my.
Well,
It's never happened. It's not gonna happen.
the mayor would have to implement and make, you're supposed to give a warning and advise them, you have been warning, you need to conduct yourself with decorum. You're disturbing the business of the city. You cannot conduct yourself appropriately. You will be removed from the meeting. Council will recess if necessary. You're supposed to give some like lead ups to that point, but
And the mayor does that, right?
yes,
Another city councilman can do.
correct. So everything is supposed to be coming through the mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, so into the SB 707 portions. So SB 707 was passed late 2025 by Governor Newsom, signing it into effect in November. And it's aimed at strengthening public participation and expanding more remote teleconferencing access and offering more translation services and opportunities, engaging with more public members and different minority groups by allowing greater access to meetings and public agency disclosures. So it offers important implementation of resource planning requirements and requires us to update our meeting procedures. And beginning January 1, which we did implement at our January 7th meeting, the opportunity to again have Zoom public participation and public comment via Zoom. So this requires two-way remote attendance and public participation, which the city clerk is facilitating that. There is a language translation and interpretation requirement for our agendas and the ability to get information on how to get the agendas and to participate at meetings. We don't have to offer translation services at the actual meeting, but we need to allow someone, if they wanted to bring their own translator, the space and the opportunity to do that themselves. We need to engage with minority groups and try to get them involved and participating as much as possible. And we are, because we are our county, the population of our county, we are qualified as an eligible legislative body, so our council must meet these requirements. The other portion, we have to adopt a disruption of remote teleconferencing policy by July 1. So that's the piece that's coming that we figured we'd implement as part of the protocol manual here. And that basically says our requirement for remote public comments. And if there is some sort of technology issue where teleconferencing goes down, we cannot stop the meeting and continue on unless it is down for over an hour. So we have to try to delay, give them an opportunity to get the Zoom back up, up to an hour time. If it's still not working, then we can continue on with the meeting at that point. But we have to try to allow that public participation option.
That's our end,
Up.
not their end, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's only us, it's not an individual, but if for some, like the city's internet goes down and we can't broadcast out for some reason, we have to try for over an hour and then we can continue on with the meeting in chambers at that point. So we'll have to adopt a policy by July 1 to that effect. And then there are some other portions with the remote teleconferencing, basically the same provisions like just cause, emergency, attendance, similar to what we previously had under COVID. So not a lot of changes there, but those were the basic changes from SB 707 that we're already implementing. So we're going to kind of roll it all into this update. And we have Michael Colantuno from Colantuno Highsmith that's already going to be working with us and planning a training on these things. So we'll offer that to council and all of our board and commissioners for some more updates on it.
Katie, I do have.
Yes.
I'm on a joint committee, county. They say you go virtual or you can't vote unless you're there. That's the joint committee, right? And the city council, we've gone virtual and we've been able to vote. Inconsistency, which is the correct way?
So it depends if you qualify under one of the just cause or you're at a location where you've posted your location on an agenda and posted the agenda, then you qualify as being present and count towards the quorum and you can vote. They probably didn't want to take that extra step, so they're just counting you as kind of an attendee that you're listening in and so won't count you as voting.
And I understand why. Thank you.
Councilmember Nakamisha, I'd also like to add something to that. So the just cause portion that City Attorney Lucchese was talking about, there are requirements for it to qualify as just cause. And therefore, we as the clerk's office or whichever liaison for that board or commission, they don't have to post it where that person is. But let's say, for example, that person is stuck in traffic. One, there's nowhere to post the agenda. And two, I don't have an address to put on the agenda. So getting stuck in traffic, I wouldn't be able to let you join the meeting and vote. You join the meeting as a member of the public. But the point is, there are circumstances where sometimes it's impossible and sometimes it's just really difficult to be able to post that agenda for that for that member to join as a voting member, and therefore that capability is not there. And that's why they wouldn't be able to join in that particular situation.
Thank you. I understand.
So last question. So we talk about so now we need to take public comments online, right? So we need a policy then to maybe limit how long they can talk, or how we mitigate between the online and present. That's what we're trying to do, right?
Yes, so we can take direction from council now. We would need to offer the same opportunities to those online as we do to those commenting in person. But if you would like to offer a less amount of time, I know most agencies do 3 minutes. If that's something council, due to the fact that there could be a lot more commenters, maybe that's something council would like to consider, or whatever other direction council would like to give us, we can incorporate that into this new draft as well.
And we don't have like a policy, given for example, it's a very controversial meeting. Can the mayor say, today we're gonna do 1 minute public comments? Or
Yes, well, you still would have that opportunity to say, due to the number of commenters, all commenters will be limited to 1 minute. You would just have to treat everyone the same.
Okay.
It is the discretion of the mayor, though. I mean, do we really have to put it in the protocol manual other than saying it's the discretion of the mayor or the chair to make that call dependent on?
For one meeting. Sorry, don't mean.
Go ahead.
It would just be for that meeting.
For that meeting.
So, but if council is looking to change public comment permanently, that would have to be through policy adoption.
I think we should just leave it as it is right now and see how the year progresses, and at least the chair has the ability to change it if there's one meeting when.
The other thing I do want to bring up, though, some agencies are looking at limiting total public comment per item. That's rather than it leaving it open-ended because they are concerned that they may get 400 people online and no one shows up in person, things like that, saying per item, we might be 30 minutes total per agenda item, something like that. So those are options open to council, but then you would just have to kind of alternate back and forth between in-person and online commenters to make sure they're treated equally.
You just make that call at the meeting.
Yeah.
Remember that, Mikey?
I do. Okay. All right, so do we have any more comments from the council? Seeing none. City Clerk, do we have any public comments?
Not on Zoom.
Okay, I will now invite the public if they would like to comment on this item. Seeing none, then I will go back to Katie to maybe reiterate what is the direction.
So it sounds like the city clerk has gotten direction on the and mayor and pro tem rotation process. We'll take that back to outside counsel for the prep, and then we'll incorporate the SB 707 updates and comment provisions, and we'll bring a draft with those revisions back for council consideration at a future meeting.
Okay, thank you so much. And with that, we go on a little break.
I was gonna, a break, because I was also gonna offer, if you didn't want to break, we only have 2 more priorities to go through. A break might be good.
I think break's good.
Okay, done.
Thank you. I need to move.
I saw the look.
So it's 11, 10:40, right? Tomorrow, what do I have? And we'd like to have a city, like, city managers.
We're almost there. We are on the final lap. There's only two left. The stretch goal for housing is ensure every socioeconomic demographic and family structure can secure quality housing within the community. Quite a number of milestones here. We look at developing new housing opportunities with market values aligned with current area median income and standard housing income ratios. Create more residential opportunities downtown. Ensure continued progress towards the regional housing needs assessment goals. Require a percentage of housing and new developments to be workforce housing. Adopt standards and policies to promote housing for all economic levels. Develop policies that will promote affordable housing by design, generational housing by design, and diverse housing by design. And lastly, to consider ways to support the existence of an adequate number of rental properties. Before I go on to the next series of slides, we talk about different accomplishments. My observations in preparing these slides with the team is very similar to what we've seen with economic development in the downtown. We have an underlying policy document and, quite honestly, an overreaching body of state law that governs housing within California communities. And housing is an important priority for any city. At the same time, the ability to shape that housing is becoming less and less under local control and more under state mandate. And the housing element is the state's tool. And Lodi has done a great job, got a housing element approved. Shortly after you approved it, you got it certified by the state. But it does leave very little room. And all of these milestones, you can point back to the housing element and look at implementation steps. So as I go on to the next series of slides, I'll leave you with a thought that I'll then come back to, which is, of your 8 priorities, I'd like you to consider having 7 and maybe considering dropping this one completely or just making one milestone, which is implement the housing element. So with that, on the milestone A, we have the general plan housing element, which you adopted in March of 24. It covers the planning horizon of 2023 to 2031. We're looking at, again, creating more residential opportunities downtown, which we already covered. Ensuring progress towards the RHNA. Of note here, one of the things that I did want to highlight for the council, and I think this is something you've heard before and I'll reiterate it, is we can plan for thousands of more units in our community. We can have the most streamlined processes in the world. We still have to wait on the market to deliver the housing. And that's something that's often is forgotten by the legislature. Cities don't build housing, the market does. In 2024, we just issued 166 permits for single family homes. And then last year, we just did 65 single family home permits. We actually did an inventory last year of what I call the finished lots that we have to build housing on, and it was in the hundreds. And what that represents is these are projects that have cleared planning, cleared building. The lots are ready to go, the infrastructure's in, and the market is not ready yet to say, go build the homes. Any home builder sensitive to overbuilding a community because they do not want to be stuck with excess inventory. So they will build the homes when the market is ready to receive them and they can sell them. And within Lodi, we have a lot of pent up lots to build on still. And I see here the building permit activity, is one more reflection of that. And so as we look at our housing element programs, they address, each one of these points. On D and F, we're going to be looking at further implementation measures to accomplish those. And so that really does conclude housing. And then I'll just come back to the original statement for council consideration. Is this a priority you want to continue to have within your strategic vision? And with that, I'm open to any clarifying questions.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna ask council members if they have any questions or comments.
I do.
Mr. McNish.
James, these are ideal. I like them. But this seems it's responsibility. Let me ask you this. There's a thing, new development for workhouse homes, right? Now, how could you get homes for work, people who work here, homes and these subsidized? And what have you done to accomplish this?
So you're using the term workforce housing, which is require a percentage of housing in new development to be workforce housing. And so there's a number of ways that you can require something. There is by design that you say within a certain project, to be workforce housing, it can only be a certain size, a certain bedroom count, single story. By design, it becomes affordable. So it is not, what I would say, your standard 2,800 square foot, tract home. It is a home by design that is going to be affordable without subsidy. Additionally, workforce housing can also be required to be mandated to be below market rate housing. And so that becomes where you are then restricting the income of the home buyer. And that when you get into the area median incomes and the percentages of that area median income. Within workforce housing, typically you could see that at moderate income, which is 120% of the area median income, which I believe in San Joaquin County is going to put you over 3 figures on a household income for moderate, and that would be potentially workforce housing. Then that becomes income restricted versus by design. So those are a couple ways of accomplishing workforce housing. Is there anything else I can throw in there? Nope. Okay. That would be, hopefully that addresses your question.
It does. Yes. You have anything else to add, John?
No, he did. He did great.
I understand. Thank you.
Any more comments from council?
Yeah, I might just make one. I do think it's a challenge when we've completed the housing element because we hadn't even started it yet. I think 3 years ago, maybe we were in the beginning discussions, but now we have the housing element and most of this is in the housing element. So I think there's 2 things to consider because we already know housing can be economic development. We're looking at areas for annexation. And so housing is already logically positioned to go there. There's public well-being, if you have a nice quality home to live in, that's part of your experience of your place and having the quality of life that you're looking for, something that, you can afford and as a community you can afford. So I really appreciate what James is saying here because the only thing we can do is what do we control in the housing element? What can we initiate as a city that will say, basically, we're here, come build. This is what we're doing ahead of time. So I'm trying to figure out what we control as a city to actually be able to implement.
I can add just a little bit to that. In previous opportunities where developers have come into the community and say, we would like to take this large parcel down and develop X number of houses. If we develop a development agreement between the 2 parties, it's the developer and the city, we can ask and navigate the question, can we look at a blend of housing types? Meaning, can we get into our normal standard subdivision, our normal square footages, all of our normal development conditions relative to single family residential, but for a portion of the property, can we consider smaller unit sizes, other forms of housing, duplexes, fourplexes, those kinds of things, which by nature, by design, are more affordable, not by deed restriction, but just by design. So that's a way we navigate with a developer on a larger project to say, can we get something that is more of a blended density to try and provide housing types for a cross-section of our population? And it's fairly much limited to that.
Then the second thing is the elephant in the room. Nowhere in here even talk about the access center, transitional housing. We got a big dollar amount to plug down the road, and yet we're just kind of, we're not ignoring it purposely, you know, but the reality is it isn't anywhere other than, we might say, housing. So, you know, how do we address that?
Sure. And that was something we did have a conversation about that topic, particularly before this meeting. And public safety is where the council in the past had chosen to address the homelessness. HC does not recognize what we're doing at the Access Center, or even as housing. There's
The transitional?
the transitional is housing.
Yes, transitional count, but not this.
But the Access Center, excuse me, is not considered housing. It is an emergency shelter by state definition. So if that helps, it's a bit of a wonky answer for you. But it is not, it is more of a public safety concern, both from the unhoused and also for the impacts on the community. Public safety, I think, is the right home for that.
And likewise, the project with the Housing Authority, that would apply to Arena. And that would be administered by them for seniors and veterans. Yep. So that would add to our housing stock.
I don't know. Got a developer in the room. I'll be interested in his thoughts before I have any other thoughts on this element.
Yep. John, where are we with respect to hitting the growth cap? Like at what rate are we growing year over year right now?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
For the growth cap, you know, obviously we have the 2% limit. Where are we at currently with like the issuance of housing permits?
We are obviously well below our allotment. We have not brought it forward. We will have an update, but 2 years in a row, we have not come close to our 1%. So, yeah, we've actually had a somewhat stagnant population the last couple of years, and that's reflected in our housing.
What do we think is like the reason for that? Reasons?
Well, in the early part of that, it was economically driven. You know, we saw the market dip for a while. We had developers who actually had permits in hand and approved plans, but decided to hold. As I just mentioned to our Deputy Director for Public Works, the housing stock you saw for last year was pretty much in the last quarter because they saw the market recover. They saw these other things, and all of a sudden they were issuing permits on specification. Up until that, they were building as sold. So a lot of that had to do with economic pressure. It's not, the developers we have met with are not opposed to developing here. It's just that circumstances presented itself to where they just slowed down on the lots we even have mapped, let alone starting new ones. So.
Okay. Any more comments, council?
One last question. John, we have this here, but state law regulates what we can do. So I'm saying, you know, I'm seeing this, right? And they regulate what they can do. So when the developer comes here, he could probably do what he wants as long as it's under state regulation, am I right? So how is this going to help us? I'm not, I support what we're doing here. I'm just questioning.
Again, keeping in mind what the housing element does address is a blending of housing, not just affordable. So they regulate how many typical single-family residential units we need to meet. They look at a median house price, and then they look at affordability. So they look all the way across the board. So our 3,900 residential units we're supposed to try and accomplish within an 8-year program. We're a year into it. We know going into it, there's no way we will meet that. And in fact, every municipality that we're given numbers, no, they won't meet that. So we're hoping at some point HCD will recognize that and tamper what they do with our RHNA allocations. But with the housing crisis still being the main topic in the state, it may not happen for a while. As the city manager mentioned, we don't develop residential. We don't develop anything, frankly. We are here to help support those who wish to come in and develop. So if we find the opportunity, as mentioned earlier, to navigate with a larger developer on a larger plot of land to develop a cross-section of housing, we can do that. And that meets RHNA obligations, which is regulated to us, as long as we can accommodate. So every housing project we do that qualifies goes into our, you'll be seeing an update on our housing element as what we were able to accomplish in the first year. And you'll see that every year moving forward. So we're doing the best we can with the opportunity to comply with it all. But we obviously, you know, we'd love to see more residential development. As mentioned, we're mapped and we have so much available to us. The next round of growth will provide the opportunity for more housing. And housing is an economic engine that has been mentioned multiple times this morning. And so we're hoping that the city will be in a position to have more land to be able to annex in. It's why we're working towards that F-shaped piece, that extra 100 acres, to get that over the hurdle. Really what'll be depending on the east side is mainly commercial or jobs-based area. But we do have the whole South Study area. Eventually that will be open for development, and that should provide us the next housing stock for the next 20 years or so.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So a quick question about, so then you mentioned the south side, and what about besides the F section that you guys called to move the barrier of the city forward? What are the plans on that?
Well, the F-shaped piece is already in the current SOI. So that is what we're working on now as a potential application. Further west of that, we're also looking at considerations to say if we have anyone outside the current SOI that is interested in adjoining the city, we will work with them through an SOI or a sphere of influence expansion, and then an annexation process that would follow. So it has to be logical growth. We will be looking at studies to say how we can support that growth from an infrastructure standpoint as we move beyond the city limit. Because right now the SOI really gets bound by the city limit, our ability to serve everyone within it. If we expand it, that's when the MSR comes into place to revalidate the idea of moving further west, which is a logical pattern for growth.
So what will be the process, and how long would that take to start like a process like that, to move it beyond the city limits?
Obviously, totally depending upon the kind of project. If it's a simple large parcel with one intended use, it's obviously a simpler issue because there are certain things we have to justify from an environmental perspective. The more complicated it is, it takes a little bit more time to run through initial studies if necessary to justify what we intend to bring forward to LAFCO for a sphere increase first. Then we would come back with an application for annexation. Overall, if it's a moderate project, it can still take 6 to 8 months in just processing.
Okay, thank you. City Clerk, do we have any public comments?
No comments online.
Do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on this item?
I think there's many things on those lists are going to make it less likely for housing to come to Lodi. The properties that have been developing, James, there's a couple hundred lots left, which is not a lot. It's 30 years has come down, but those properties were in contract probably in 2006 prices. They were annexed in 2008. They had enormous advantages over today's environment in terms of infrastructure pricing, plus all the things you've talked today, which will be other fees and things that cost money. And yet they're still growing selling, pretty slowly. When you look at a new annexation with a lot of the things you've talked about today, an additional CFD for services with infrastructure financing that wasn't even required in the other ones because the infrastructure was more available. And then you start to social engineer all these other things. I'm not saying they're not lofty goals. I'm not crazy about them personally. We already have, in answer to your question, Lisa, we're informal today, so Lisa, is you have low density, you have medium density, you have high density. Low density, you can correct me, John or Cindy, is up to 8 units. It used to be 4.5 units to acre. Now it's 8. And then medium's 9 through high 20s. And then high kind of overlaps, and that gets really dense. So in terms of affordability through design, medium density kind of does that. That's how it's always been done, right? And high density really does that because it's very dense. More density means smaller, smaller means less expensive, more expensive on a per square foot basis, but because your square feet are less, it's less. But if you try to achieve these goals, which you'll, to the extent that you pursue those goals and do requirements, you will just put off housing altogether. And I think I'm not in the housing business, but I'll tell you, I think it's very bad for Lodi, who has suffered with not enough opportunities. And having spoke to some big landowners, South Harney, other places, even this week, they're not even, the biggest one's not even approaching the city anymore. and they're waiting. And I think if, when they see those things and then they go in to talk to the planning department and they say, well, you're going to do this workforce, you're going to do that, a percentage of this, it's going to be everything they can do, that developer, whoever goes forward, to make a living, to do it. You got to realize that the hardest thing to do is when you take a ag land and convert it. You got tremendous risk because you're starting something that's years down the road, right? I mean, you're not buying a, it's one thing when, if you see in the South, in the Gateway project, when FCB or when they sold some lots to other developers, those lots like that because they're buying a finished lot, they know what they're getting. They're subject then only to the short-term effects of the economy. But when you start an annexation, that is his risk. That's why they need to make the most money, because you are in, the risk is enormous. And I just don't think you're going to accomplish what you want there. I think what you're going to end up with less than the 1/2 of 1% annual now. So I would temper those. It's nice if you can do it, if they're willing to do it, but low, medium, and high should be enough to get some of those things done. Otherwise, the arena goals, not even close. We're going to have a time where we're not going to have any lots. Because I talked to FCB and they think there's about 2 years left worth of lots, if depending on how absorption goes. We're not 2 years away from having new finished lots. So what do you do then? Maybe that's not a problem. Maybe you'd rather not have any housing, but making it more difficult, I don't think is wise. I know you got to comport with state law, and I'm not saying violate those things, but I would make it as easy as you can, because you're just not going to have anybody be able to move here.
So if you don't mind, Mayor, I'm
No,
just going
yeah,
to question.
sure.
So the question here is, does housing merit its own strategic goal? And if so, let's say it's, I don't think the word's right because there's only so much implementation. We can't implement a housing element. We have to work with partners to make it easier for them to do. So what I'm asking and what you're, I think, trying to answer is, what is the low hanging fruit? What is it that we as a city can accomplish to make it, to facilitate implementation of something in the housing element?
Well, I think it's very nuanced. It's a staff level. It's hard to answer here. You can talk to one public works director one day, it can change, or in different cities. Infrastructure is the big thing.
Okay.
We're not in an infrastructure, Rick. So there's been a change as it relates to stormwater outcomes. And that's been as you guys have shifted in terms of strategies there, you've taken development, which could never happen under what was then that time of thought, to now could happen in terms of water. And I'm looking for you, Jeff, when you guys do your bond, when you're able to do that and land that substation that Jeff needs to land the high voltage product, he's then going to be able to put the infrastructure in the ground that the current residents should already have in the ground, but haven't been done. And then there'll be money for Jeff to add some substations and infrastructure for future growth. If you can do that, that's going to be, that's as good as you can do. But I'd say it inartfully, if you could just stay out of the way. And when I look at that list, it's about, it's a tough time. So I would say if you could just be welcoming, I don't think developer agreements, we've done it twice that I'm familiar with. There's a big one in Reynolds Ranch. There was one in the 2 projects that are filling up now. They were large in scope. And then they had to get up, the Great Recession came, and those then had to get, they got wiped away. We're just not a community with as little activity as we have. It's just hard to add things is all. So I would say the infrastructure financing for the industrial area would be great, and maybe other places too. It's going to be the first time that a council does that. We historically have never done that. So, but I think if we just live under the low density, medium density, high density, one thing that our planning commissions and planning officers have always done great is when you go look at our houses, it doesn't look like a box and a box and a box and a box. Because John's an architect, but there's a lot of reliefs, and I don't know how to talk architecture, but our subdivisions look really good. Can you make them smaller? We had you remember when they did the one small home by in the Southwest Gateway, what's the name of it? Elliott Homes, and they had them very small, and it looks like a golf cart, but it's tandem parking inside your own garage.
Yeah.
That's affordability by design. I wouldn't go any smaller than that. I don't think that's been
Right.
a great addition. So anyway, I think just, we're gonna have to look at our impact fees when down the road, and we're gonna have to try to make those as cost effective because it's gonna be, the problem is the Bay Area filled up and we all thought it was all gonna roll into the Central Valley. That was reported years ago by the guy from UOP. But what he didn't factor in, no, they're gonna go to the other states. So we're not really getting the benefit of what we are all hoping to in Central Valley. And we have to compete with Tennessee and Boise, Idaho, and these things don't help. So it's just a word of caution. Okay?
So I have a question for you, Mr. Kuruga. So you said that you have conversation with property owners.
Yeah.
And can you repeat that again?
Well, I'm just saying that there's been one in particular that's tried more than a few times over the many years. I think many times, in fairness, way too premature. They've elected not to be in contract. Obviously, you don't have a full-time, James part-time, and then we've been in for new development purposes. There is no point to doing anything because you don't have, John's retiring. There's an interim public works director, you're out for that. You're looking for a city manager. So you're probably 6 months away before someone could come in and say, they'd be talking to the full-time city manager. And so those people are saying, I don't know who to talk to and we're not sure what they're up to. And so they're like, maybe we'll just pass this on to the next generation. The conversation I had was an intergenerational conversation about maybe my grandkids, which doesn't help us.
Yeah, I would disagree that although we are having changes in our organization, well, the council, we're still here to do the continuation, and it's gonna be only six months. So we can start having those conversations with those property owners, so we can move things along and actually be better right now that we're going to with the transition, so we can see what the things that were wrong in the past, how we can fix that going forward with the new hires and.
Well, I think,
with
and
the
I've
new
said this.
leadership in the city.
I'll have them come talk to you, but just normally this gets done at the staff level, city manager level, and then it goes in front of you. But I've told them, and I've told you guys, I think in many ways, this body constituted has the best view of what is needed than councils in the past. But there's a lot of, then you start to get through this and you say, let's have this bullet point and that bullet point. And I think you're kind of self-defeating what you know instinctively you need to do. But you need to get out of the way of the free market a little bit because we don't have any activity. And we're going to need it. But I'll have them come talk to you, Mayor.
Yes. Yes, we are open for business.
Okay.
All about development. So it is all for development.
Mayor UPS is open for business. I'll tell them. All right. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Lindsay Davis. I'm standing before you today as a resident of Lodi. I moved here in 2021, in the beginning of 2021, and I just wanted to offer some perspective. I see you're trying to see if this should be a strategic goal for your vision plan. However, although it's not possible to avoid it altogether, I don't think it should be part of your strategic vision. It's just a requirement. Strategically, I think you should look at Lodi for what it could be, which is special. And I've brought this up before. Lodi is special. I moved here based on the charm I was sold through coming through your town, seeing your downtown, seeing historic elements, not to mention things that are being torn down today that shouldn't be, in my opinion. This is what makes Lodi somewhere where someone like me wants to come live here, not because you're expanding and annexing with the cities around you and becoming the Bay Area, which is where I moved here from to get away from that. I came here because it's special. I invested in this town with my heart because it's special. And what's happening here is forced upon you by the state of California, but I don't think we're looking outside of the box enough. I think we need to look at places like Napa. We need to look at towns that have historical relevance to the state of California and look for our right to stay small instead of trying to fit into California's pressure to be big. We need to be small. It makes it special. It makes it a destination. And if tourism is on your goal of strategic vision, why is anyone going to tour here when you look like San Jose? Put historic ordinance on your strategic vision. Preserve what makes Lodi wonderful, beautiful, and unique. And stop worrying about building and bringing people here, and worry about the people that live here already and how much needs to be done within the city to even make it safe at the place where it is. I know you want to make money and move west and keep everything on the roll in the eyes of the government and as far as what your jobs are requiring you of, but I'm asking you to take a moment and think about Lodi, why you live here, why it's important to you, and what it's going to look like for our grandkids. I think it's beautiful what's been done for the lake. I think tourism is a great goal. But we can't keep moving west and forget about the fact that we're about 2 miles wide and we can't even fill our potholes. We have one hospital that gets shared with Galt, by the way, or we're going to Stockton for our health care. We have a community medical center where everyone, including people like me that are on the Medi-Cal San Joaquin Family Health Plan, got sent to because no one else is accepting health care. So I get to stand in a line for 20 minutes, become late for my health appointment, even though I was on time, because of the amount of people that are being pushed into facilities like that to make room for the rich. And I moved here with a dream to make a difference for this city. I was told, don't buy your house on the east side. Don't recommend it. It's not safe. I said, I don't care. I don't care that you think it's not safe. Everything is fixable if you have your heart in the right place and you put the work in. And we need to take pride. We need to be prideful of our city and stop submitting to the pressures and look for outside of the box options. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, now we'll return to final council comments.
So I think this does tie back to our infrastructure. I think that is consistent message that has come from any of those who have been looking at redeveloping their property or developing new housing. So rather than saying they implement the housing element, I guess I would say to Mr. Karuba's point, prioritize and support necessary infrastructure to incentivize housing development. That seems to me something that we have the ability to do long-term and that we're on track to do in annexation areas. But it's, it's what we control. And in that sense, it would be able to help implement some of the elements of the housing plan. So, because I don't want to drop housing entirely. I mean, people need houses and we need new rental units and we need families to live here. And just like Lindsay said, we've got to create a variety of opportunities for new families, for, singles, for whoever. And so we have to focus on it and we can't just eliminate it. I just feel like we need to do what we can do and what we control. And that's the only real bullet I come up with.
I would like to say a comment. I do agree with you, but I feel that some of these items, we're addressing them in other items, like for example, the annexation is obviously housing and obviously in the housing plan that we did is for house that is diverse, like low income, median income, high income. So we are addressing it in a way housing. So I'm okay removing it or keeping it because I think housing is already in other areas anyways, but if you rather have it as an independent item, I'm okay with that too. Any other council comment?
I'm okay with it. I don't see it helping me, right? But they'll remind you housing is important. And if a city council member wants this, let's put it in.
Okay, then can you repeat the direction, James? I think we are okay with keeping the item in the strategic. So not removing housing.
I think you just repeated the direction.
What's up?
I think you just repeated the direction. No change and let's move on.
Yes.
The last priority for the day. And the last priority, public well-being. Stretch goal, be a recognized leader in generating a happy, healthy, high quality of life for all. The 4 milestones within public well-being is increase opportunities for physical, recreational, and cultural activities, partner with other public-private entities to provide outreach education activities to engage diverse cultures and communities, provide opportunities for access to mental health and substance treatment, focus on youth education and mentorship to foster positive life choices. My thoughts in looking at this, and we don't, there's not an accomplishments or an update slide on public well-being. This, to me, really spoke to a blank slate for this council to address a number of things which I've heard that really isn't addressed in the vision, in the strategic vision right now. One of them particularly is the huge community asset of our library. And while there was a token mention in downtown, the public well-being, you know, the focal point of a community oftentimes is a library. And I think in Lodi, we just made some phenomenal progress over the past 6 to 8 months. And really happy to be able to see the new energy and the activity level growing there within the community. We've also had a lot of conversations with what is the perception the community has of City Hall? And what is it your experience when you come and interact? What's the service level that city employees are delivering to the community? That has been among the top priorities of this council since I've been here. I think public well-being, or whatever this vision ends up being morphed into, this is the place to start looking at that, and what that customer service expectations would be. What's the experience when somebody leaves an interaction with City Hall? And I also think this is where we really should, you know, showcase and show the priority that the library has within the council, within the community. So right now, this is a blank slate, and I'll introduce those 2 concepts to see how we might be able to fit those pieces within this public well-being vision statement. And with that, I would open it up for any deliberation and direction.
Okay, I will start with council comments.
I agree on the library. I think we should call the library out in here. I don't know if you have any concepts or ideas of how you would like to see it addressed, but I think when we were talking about, for example, cultural activities, youth education and mentorship, a lot of that we thought fell into the library. And so if we need to be more specific to the library, I would like some input about where you think we could land with a particular change of a bullet, or, you know, where you think this fits in with the library strategic plan, because we've been talking about everybody else's strategic plans. This should move, the library strategic plan should move up into this.
Okay. I think that the library here in Lodi is in a time of rebirth. I think that we're moving in the right direction. I have a lot of ideas, hopes, and dreams to move on. I do believe that we touch on cultural activities, engagements. We need to really beef up our outreach efforts. I don't think we're out in the community enough. We hit events here and there, but one of the things that I would like to focus on is a position that is a literacy and outreach coordinator. So we have a dedicated person who is making meaningful connections, especially in our schools. We had Lawrence Elementary come on Monday. We had 75 first graders come and visit. That's a small drop in the bucket for Lodi Unified. And we have another school coming for a visit, but we need to not only rely on them coming to us, but us going out to them. We are retooling our programming.
to make sure that we are offering an enrichment component. It isn't just coming and painting and being done. I'm working with staff to make sure that as we're developing programming, that we are focusing on what new skill, what new information, what talent are they leaving with today? There's just a lot.
So what if we
Go
took-
on.
What if we took, some of these could blend together. So what if we took A and said, use our public library to increase opportunities for public engagement, outreach to youth, and cultural activities?
Well, I don't want to step on Recreation's toes because they are the cultural center for Lodi. So I want to make sure that Recreation is included in that too. They're PRCS, Parks, Recreation and Cultural Services. So I do want to be mindful of that so we can have partnerships there or work together on some of those things. But I do agree with what you proposed.
Okay, so youth outreach, recreation, and cultural activities. I mean, Christina, do you feel like you're left out? Okay, I didn't think so.
Okay, I just
So
want to make sure.
yeah. So I think we're
Okay.
fine. And then at least we've mentioned the library, the public engagement, the youth issues, however you do schools, that's the, strategy for implementation. But those are all things that happen there. Cultural activities are really important. So maybe, Mr. Lindsay, that might be a way to just call out the library. And I also want to make the point, and I'm trying to figure, it falls underneath all of these. There's a reason we came up with $100,000 to give out to nonprofit organizations, and this is where it fits under public well-being. Because what we're doing is trying to address a lot of these issues by leveraging and investing ourselves into A through D. So I just want to make sure that everybody feels comfortable. That's where that actually happens to fit. That's how I look at it. So, okay. So that's the only thing I would, at this point, change.
Would you like to add something, City Attorney?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I do remember back when this was drafted, our former library director was part of that committee that was drafting this portion, and it was kind of a catch-all of those provisions and parks. It was trying to capture those. So I think that's why it was kind of generally doing the activities that occur in library and parks and recreation. So left a little vague so that it captured both of those things, but it did mean to potentially tie to the programming and things that are occurring at library while also being relevant to parks and recreation. And then the catch-all of the really great cultural activities that we're trying to connect with and the partnerships we have with a lot of community organizations. So it's interesting that James picked up on this is a total library thing because it completely was drafted from the library perspective as well.
I can just.
Thank you so much.
If I could just piggyback on that, Mayor. We in the clerk's office also use it when we present items to council for like boards and commissions. So that is a component that we utilize public well-being to describe their activities as well, so.
Any more council comments?
I do. When I read this, it's a value of mine, happy, healthy, high quality of life. And I'm reading here and see what's happening. What James says is correct, the library, right? Recreation. Jeremy, do you have a lot to say to this? Because we have sports, we have a sports program, excellent. We also have after-school program, people don't know about it. So I'm thinking to myself, God, PR, they don't know about where we work as far as public well-being is concerned. I'd like you to be publicized for.
Yeah, City Attorney Lucchese is correct. When we originally talked about this in 2003, it was to capture not only library and parks and rec, but what is police and fire doing to engage the community, enrich the community, and provide educational opportunities. So this was kind of a catch-all for all the well-being that we're doing within the city. For parks and rec, it's sports, aquatics, it's classes, it's The new comedy shows that we have here, our concert or music in the park, all of those different things that we work with community partners to bring to the community. So special events, the holiday boutique, our egg hunt, those different types of events, all different kinds of classes. We've just implemented in the past 2 years an adaptive soccer program. We're trying to expand that into basketball, trying to increase our swim recreation league. So lots of different things that are happening on the Parks and Rec front for public well-being.
So you're saying that the sentence is adequate, right? So if it's adequate, it's fine.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so, so I had so I've been talking about customer service since I started this role a few months ago, that I believe that we can do better in all the departments. And what I like to do is put in this area some metric for all the departments, so we can have a benchmark, like we are here today, and then in every month we look at it, and then we start from, because right now we're not surveying, I think some departments do it and it's sporadic, it's not something standardized. So what I'm proposing is to create a process of all the departments that we measure customer service, because that's very important for our perception as a city. We can think if we're a business, the citizens are our customers, the residents. So, and like I have always said, even if they don't understand our procedures, but if we explain them correctly, they accept the decision, even if it's not the outcome that they want. So I asked James, could we put somewhere here in one of the objectives?
The answer is yeah, this is a blank slate. And so the public well-being is all encompassing. As you heard, the genesis of this back in 23 was comprehensive. And so with this city council and the priority mayor that you highlighted, you know, if there's a milestone that speaks to the council's priority of implementing this vision, which relates to, you know, the interaction and the service levels that the employees are providing to the community, then having that as a milestone, the implementation, the metrics, the data-driven aspects of it, just like all of our milestones, come with the implementation measures that we would highlight within the budget. And so a milestone, to keep in the kind of the theme of the vision and the strategic plan, you know, really speaks to what is a specific highlight or a goal within public well-being. And that would be inserting a milestone related to service.
Yeah, and I would like all the departments, including city council, to be part of that. So it's all the organization too. Because sometimes we will get feedback in there for us too, that we can serve our residents better too. Because we are in the same boat, all of us in this institution. So we need to provide the same quality of care to our residents.
So might I take a shot at create a customer-centered culture throughout the city? It would be every department, city council members. I mean, is that cover it for you?
Yeah, and then we start measuring, but yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
I'll repeat it back to make sure I'm writing it down. Create a customer-centered focus in our delivery of services to the community.
And the next item is more like ad hoc, like committees that we can create to tackle specific issues that we have. Like, for example, what I'm going with this is that, like we have seen in the economic development plan, that it highlights that our permits process, it needs some improvement. So I want like an authority that somehow we create an ad hoc committee. There is 2 council members, some people from the staff, some people from the community, and they work on specific projects. Like, for example, the first project will be look at the whole process of the permits department, do tests, then after a few months and maybe a year, recommend that to council for approval of what the outcome was of the process.
Yeah, so this would be an item that I'd recommend as similar to what we've done in past visions, related, but a separate direction to staff to bring back the formation
Okay.
of a committee of the city council, including community members and staff. And then we can then bring and formulate a resolution that would speak to, the tasks, the formation, and we could bring that forward to the council for an adoption at a regular meeting.
Okay.
That would be an item I'd recommend for separate direction related to the milestone that we just talked about. However, not necessarily that level of detail within the vision.
So how will we frame it in the vision? So for the future, because I anticipate that throughout the years, maybe we're gonna do this with other processes or things like that. So how would you phrase that?
Yeah, so a council committee, it's especially, well, if this is a permanent committee or is it an ad hoc committee, we can have that discussion. But this is a tool to focusing on a particular area. And so if the milestone that's been added to public well-being is to create a customer-centered focus in our delivery of services to the community, the committee that I'm hearing is there to work on that under that milestone. So it becomes an implementation step or an implementation tool to fulfill that milestone or to look at that milestone carefully. And so again, I wouldn't necessarily recommend it be added, but this is an implementation step that is consistent with the vision that you're amending today.
Okay, no, that sounds good. And and then we can bring it to council at a later date. So. City Clerk, do we have any public comments?
If I may, just before we move to
Yeah.
public comment, there was mention of the nonprofit fund being added as part of this public well-being big goal. Is there a specific part of the nonprofit fund that you want added to this?
You mean which bullet does it sit under?
Not necessarily, did you want it as a separate one or is it
No,
falling
I think
under?
it falls under
Yes, okay.
one of these. Yeah. So no, it's not separate.
Just double check. Okay, now I can move to public comment. And I don't have anyone online that would like to comment on this item.
Oh, thank you. I would like to invite the public if they would like to have comments on this item.
Hello again, Lindsay Davis, and I stand before you as the chair of the Lodi Improvement Committee. And I'd like to remind you that we have, I don't know how many members on this date as we have some coming and going, but we have a member group that are each assigned tasks that are aligned with strategic vision. So your committee exists. Hello. I just wanted to say in the piece about public well-being, I really like seeing that there are Parks and Rec activities available. I like seeing that there is a library still in existence under the City of Lodi government with Parks and Rec, wherever it needs to be, so long as it stays City of Lodi. I'm happy about that. And I'm happy to hear about the library wanting to integrate with the schools and the networking and partnering with other parts of the city and possibly committees. I think is really important. I think what's missing here, and this is my personal opinion, is that it all looks good on paper, but the outreach isn't really happening. When I host a meeting, we have a lot of good intention and we have presenters come and speak to our committee. And although it's broadcasted online, it never gets heard. So for example, I have the Boys and Girls Club come and present, and we get to learn a lot about the Boys and Girls Club, but there's about 5 of us sitting there that aren't going to attend the Boys and Girls Club. And I'm sure the 5 of us can go and share that with people we know, but it's missing the broader spectrum of the demographic that you really want to reach. And my hope as the chair of my improvement committee is to be able to take town halls or somehow bring that to assembly in the schools themselves to broadcast to the students, which, by the way, these kids are putting together walkouts. They are collaborating on Instagram and creating their own personal agendas. They are perfectly capable of being told that there are opportunities available to them and how to organize together as a generation and get what they want. They want to be given the opportunity to lead. And we are missing that link as adults trying to do everything the right way on paper. We're missing the connection to our community. And my hope is to bring it directly to the students. And even if I were to bring it directly to the students, which this is only addressing our youth and our adolescent group, where public well-being should also involve our elderly and our and be inclusive to people of different languages, which is a huge demographic as well, starting to be incorporated, but not to the extent that it really deserves to. But as far as the youth engagement goes, another piece is the economic development, is that our small businesses are thirsty for patrons. My kids just started karate, and I've spoken with the owner of that building, and I said, what are we doing here? You know, he's looking to create deals to get people to incentivize visitors. And I'm thinking, here's our problem, okay? We have teenagers, they go to school, they have something to do, they have a job most of the day. They get out of school and they can't afford the bowling alley, unfortunately. They can't afford to go to the movie theaters every day of the week. Our coffee shops are closed by 2 p.m. So where do these kids go? They sit at the Walmart parking lot and tailgate, because where would I go if I was a teenager? Somewhere out in the open where we can all congregate and hang out. They want somewhere to be. They want to be important. That's a whole demographic that's being left out not because maybe they do know about the options, not as well as they probably could, but they can't afford to. Or their parents are busy working, or they don't have transportation. We need to work with transportation. We need to create scholarships. We need to get in front of these kids, whether it be middle or high school, and get to the root of what causes our affiliation problems and cut it off before they even think that that's something they have to do. We need to give them other opportunities to make them feel included, important, cared for, mentored for. And we're not going to find that by each of us individual people who know what needs to happen, handing them our handout, you know, but they need to know that this business over here is going to give them an opportunity to learn self-defense for 3 days a week. And they don't have to go home. They can go there and be a part of society. They get to feel discipline, they get to feel structure, and they get to feel safe. And they get to feel pride. And most of that is going to reflect what this city is going to look like in the next 10, 15 years, because these kids are real smart and they're bored and they don't feel included. And I really think that getting in front of the schools, working with the principals, their assemblies have already been scheduled out for the year. I've asked. He said, maybe I can get you in on like a luncheon. I'm like, well, no one wants to listen to me at lunch. They've been in a classroom all day. They don't want to listen to me at lunch. Let's work on getting this goal met by next year, where we can have an official assembly. I remember DARE coming out to the middle schools, DARE to keep kids off drugs. I don't know what happened to those guys, but man, that was impactful. I thought it was really annoying when I was, 12, but I have never forgotten it. And I was terrified to do drugs. And not only that, but I felt like I had service personnel in my community that really cared. So just having them come to my school, it's like, oh, we're protected. We do have people here and they're cool. They're not so scary. That's important. It's important to show our kids we're here for you. There's options. I know there's money out there. It's just a matter of finding who has it. Which committees have money and don't know what to do with it? Well, that money needs to maybe become scholarships at the assembly. So when you bring the business in, for them to say, you kids want to come try jujitsu? And they're like, oh man, I wish I could afford it. Well, don't worry, we have a booth over here. Why don't you apply? Here's a permission slip, take it home, get it signed. Mom and dad are home from work, like, go ahead, please find something productive and, something to do. Be constructive. And so I think, again, I'm going to bring in the out of the box thinking that needs, in my opinion, to be implemented to make the city better overall. Because I think this is all really good, but we're missing the connection to the community, to the public. So I'd like to encourage thinking outside of the box with bigger ideas outside of the paper. Thank you.
Lindsay? Okay. So as chair of the youth or chair of the improvement committee, I would highly recommend you go and meet with the youth commission.
I have.
Because that is your in, right? Those are the young people you're talking about.
Mhm.
And work together with them to figure out what's the best in. You know, what's the best time? What would you guys like to work with us as the Lodi Improvement Committee together? I think you have some great ideas there, and I think you need partners who are the age group that you're trying to get to. And that's why we have a youth commission. So, you know, good for you, and make them partners in this effort.
Thank you. Yes, I am working on partnering with the youth committee.
Great.
And I'm going to be attending their meeting on February 9th here at Hutchins Square for anyone interested and also attending. And I'm very interested in making that partnership because they have the ability to raise funding. And these kids, I really just want to be able to engage with them and see what they want, because they're not going to do what we want. They want to do what they want. And if I can figure out what that is and how to engage that age group, that's what I'm going to try to do. As far as the public library goes, I think that there's so much opportunity within the library to offer programs to our community, but we need to get into the community itself and reach out to the people that you want to meet with, because posting it online, putting up flyers is all great, but I think unless you make the connection, it's not going to be fruitful. So that's just that would be my point of what I'm saying, is making the connection in the right places.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Any final council comments? Good. Seeing none, I'm gonna turn to James so he can tell us about what he understands to be the direction.
There we go. So I think that for milestone A, first vision, public well-being, be a recognized leader in generating a happy, healthy, high quality of life. I didn't hear any ideas to change the stretch goal or the vision statement. Use, and for milestone A, use the library to engage opportunities for physical, recreation, and cultural activities. Did you want to include physical, recreation, and cultural? It sounded like you did. And did I capture that idea? And was there any other input on that item? Okay. We would add another milestone, which would be E, to create a customer-centered focus in our delivery of services to the community. And then there's council direction to come back at a council meeting to look at formation of a committee consisting of 2 council members, a community member, staff, to review development review processes to identify process improvements and delivery of services. Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right, before we conclude, we threw a lot at you in the morning. I don't like throwing a bunch of problems without solution. And so I think it was important for us to be able to look at, here are our general fund operating needs to be able to meet the strategic vision you have set forth, council. And so we identified a number of general fund needs, both one-time and ongoing. And so upon in examining what those opportunities are, I went back and reviewed the presentation that was provided to you back in February. What talked about, provided a lot of charts, a lot of graphs, went through a lot of analysis, but came down to 2 or 3 recommendations on how you could increase general fund revenue so that you could then, achieve more of the visions and the milestones you're looking for. And so as a reminder from our morning discussion, this is a summary that represents the one-time funding needed to reach milestones related to the vehicle replacement fund, the facility maintenance backlog, and the funding needed for parks, totaling about a little over $47 million in one-time funding. Then we looked at our ongoing needs operationally related to the police department, the parks department, and our facility maintenance. And that reached almost $5 million, 4.9. If you look at the ongoing operational needs, again, to match the strategic vision and the milestones that we talked about today. And the most effective way of increasing your general fund revenue to come close to that ongoing need is another Measure L. Measure L has been extraordinarily beneficial to the city of Lodi, and another 1/4 cent sales tax would still keep Lodi below Lathrop. And we had the numbers that you were shown in February. We had them double checked to make sure that under current conditions, that would still generate that kind of revenue. And it was confirmed by HDL that $4.5 million is realistic. Back in February, you also were shown an opportunity to increase your transit occupancy or hotel tax. Lodi is among the lowest at 6% in your TOT rates. You can see not only statewide, but within the county, 10% is definitely a norm. And so a 4% increase would generate approximately $1 million annually. And so what I wanted to in essence refresh, this is not new information for you, I know, but just refresh that and let you know that it has been validated under $2026 as well. And so with that, really, we've concluded our presentation. Happy to address any final questions, any comments, any last minute directions that you all would like to make. And I just wanted to take a moment and again, share my appreciation to the staff that helped make today possible. This is a phenomenal setup and the staff management team, the department directors that stuck with us the entire day. So thank you all very much. And with that, Mayor, we're entertaining any questions or comments.
So any questions for council? Any questions or comments? Okay, then I just want to thank everyone for being here, participating, being engaged. This is important for a city because this like how are we moving the organization forward and we need to have a plan, and we are doing that here. So with that, I will adjourn this meeting at, let's see what it is, 10 minutes? 3:46. All right. We survived. It's what's up? Long day.
You too as well.